5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They might maybe this one to do is get behind that and go down and we'll have to work the field play. One and six. That is a long one. Only going in and gone. So we can come to the game to number 50. Going back Cabrera. Look, it's the secret. Deep right. He joins the 3,000 hit club with a home run. He's done it. He has done it. 62. Aaron Judge.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Jet Stream and Yankees versus Colorado Rockies Game 2 of their series out there in Coors Field. So Freeland's on the mound for the Rockies, and Paul Goldschmidt led off with a single, promptly followed by a double play by Trent Grisham, who's still starting to come back down to earth. Let's see if Freeland is careful pitching to Aaron Judge. The umpire at home plate is Andy Fletcher. He's very hitter-friendly. He calls fewer higher strikes and fewer inside strikes. He's the crew chief. There's a strike. 2-2 count to Aaron Judge. Here's the payoff pitch. He's going to have to come in. The Judge or just walk him because he's dangerous. Just like that. Judge hits one high, right center field, back the wall. He's looking up. Boom. Just like that. 1-0 Yankees.
It is high. It is far. It is gone. That one's driven deep to left field. There it goes. See ya.
That is ripped into right. Back at the wall. See ya.
Schmidt swings at the first pitch and launches it to left center field and deep. Mitchell back, track, wall. See ya.
So, just like that, 3-2 pitch. Aaron Judge hits one to the back of the bullpen in right center field. So, that's his 18th home run of the year. And so the Colorado fans, they came out to see Judge hit homers, and he's got one in each game so far. Not the 600-foot moonshots, but, you know, he just put a ball in the back of the bullpen in right center field, opposite field. It's like impressive power for a right-handed hitter to go right center with just that deep in the bullpen. Like that ball's just about anybody else isn't really doing that at will like he does. But that's why he's a good hitter. He goes with the pitch. He doesn't try to pull everything. He's got the power to hit it out of every park, including Yellowstone. So 1-0 Yanks. Cody Bellinger follows with a ball in the gap. It's going to get cut off by the right fielder, probably holding to a single. Oh, no, he's going for 2, and he gets it on a bad throw. Wow. Hustling out of the box. Good job, Cody. Thought he was going to hold him through a single for sure. Wow. Let's see. Hustling out of the box. Yep. As soon as he hits it, he starts sprinting. Makes his turn. I'll get the aerial view here. There's no way they should have held him to a single. But hustling out of the gate. There you go. The Trent Grisham double play really hurts us because it should be at least 2-0 now with 1 out and a runner at second base. But that's baseball. Let me put the link in the chat if anybody dares to call in. Well, people are slow roll to third. Low throw, but they do get the out to end the inning, but not before Aaron Judge hits his major league leading 18th home run of the season for a 1-0 Yankees lead. Got the feeling the Yankees going to be on a warpath after losing to a team that had 8 wins on the season. It's a 16% winning percentage, or 160, whatever they have it in baseball. 0.160. Incredible. Okay, so lineup for the Rockies is going to be Beck, Tovar, and Goodman, followed by Toglia, Doyle, Freeman, Amador, Shunk, and Stallings. Yankees got Max Fried on the mound, so it's going to be a rough day for Colorado for the most part. He comes in with a 1.29 ERA, as opposed to Freeland has a 5.75 ERA. Max Fried in 10 starts for the Yankees. He's 6-0. This guy said 1.29 ERA, 62.2 innings pitched. He's been really picking up for Garrett Cole's injury as the ace this year. First pitch, base hit, center field. Damn, he was right on that 90 mile an hour fastball. That's odd. This guy throws 97, 98. 90 mile an hour four-seam fastball? Strange, but okay. Here's Tovar hitting 298. Pretty fast kid, too. Oh, look at that. Laying down a bunt to try to move the runner into scoring position with less than 2 outs. Wow, what a novel concept to move runners to try to scratch across runs. Is that new? Because it would be new to Yankee baseball. Colorado's going to have to scratch and claw every run they can off Fried. Pretty sure the manager knows that. But he's not squaring around the bunt again. So 0-2 count, there's a 1% chance he tries to actually bunt it, because if he bunts it foul, it's a strikeout. Oh, they got him picked off. Great pickoff move by Fried. First out of the inning. That's like the Yankees have picked off 2 people so far. in this series, I believe so. Oh, looped in their center field, but DJ LeMahieu gets to it in time for the second out. Surprised DJ's moving that fast at this age. He was in the right position. He didn't have to run that bar, and he's a pretty tall guy. So he was able to just take a couple steps and jump up a little bit and make the catch. So the pickoff is huge because now in 4 pitches, the Yankees have 2 outs. That's great news for Fried so far, especially if we can get out of these innings with minimal pitch count. Oof. Great pitch. 0-2 count. Oof. Dropped it in there. Strike 3. Umpire took a couple of seconds before he decided to punch him out. All right. So after full inning, well, actually, 1 run, no runs, 1 hit, no left on the pickoff. After 1 inning, it's 1-0 Yankees. Broken bell network. Hey, Murdo, good to see you without the Mets package. What's up, Philly guy? He calls in, he's at a convention for the weekend. So he did call in from the convention, though, yesterday. Without the Mets pay. We got fans from all the teams. Well, not all the teams, but a bunch of different teams and all the different sports that hop in and say what's up. So it's all good, man. The only thing I can't deal with right now is an Indiana Pacer fan. God, if there's one thing like I hate is insufferable fans, like win with class. You know what I mean? When the choking and all that other nonsense. That's what makes me dislike teams and fan bases. Is if you're better and you win, hey man, congrats, you guys deserve it. But if you act like that, then I can't be happy for you. Love being able to trigger him so easy. Yeah, it is easy. Well, there's things you have to understand about him. Without getting too deep into it, it's for a reason. So just always keep that, up front. Let's see how your Phillies are doing. Oh, you guys play the Athletics. Oh, late. Oh, you guys are in Sacramento late night. 10:05. Jason Dominguez up. Loops one in the center field. That's going to dunk in for a base hit. So Jason Dominguez leads off the second with a single. Going for 8 wins. You guys got the Met fans, or I affectionately call them the Mutts. A lot of the Mutt fans don't like that. They've called in to the show like, you call us the Mutts. So who cares? You get all mad. Very sensitive fan base for sure. But I think you guys got them nervous. So you got I will also admit we were playing AAA teams. The Yankees just lost to a AAA team last night, 3-2. And I knew it. And everyone's like, "Oh, kill the Rockies." I was like, watch the Yankees lose to them at least once. Because that's a very Yankee thing to do. DJ LeMahieu erases the base hit with a double play. God, I hate when they do that. So another leadoff single, and then another double play for the next batter. That's 2 innings in a row. Now Austin Wells gets jammed and foul ball. Kind of like inside out of that one. Broken says, trap game. Need them Rockies to set this record. Love when new era teams crush bad records. Yeah. Me too. The same thing with the White Sox last year. I was like, oh, you guys can do it. And keep losing. Well, with the Yankees lost, to be fair, the Rockies made like 6 amazing defensive plays. Like the infielders snagging balls, sliding, backhanding it, turning around, double play. Like the defense showed up big time to save them a bunch of runs. Like the game would have been so much different, but credit to them. They made the plays, and then the Yankees just didn't hit. And someone's saying like, "Oh, you think they took them lightly?" You don't do that when you're playing a game. I never remember, even when we were crush teams when I played. Every at bat is like it's my. I don't care if we're up 12 runs. That's my at bat that I'm trying to inflict maximum damage with my at bat because that goes on the back of my baseball card. So you can't give up bats and take things easy. If you're on the mound, you want to strike out everybody. It's not like you're like, "Oh, here you go. Here's a meatball." No, you're trying to do your best. You can't. The only thing you could do is like not take an extra base. That's not run everything full speed. That's it. But you're not going up there like swinging half at, half velocity. You're not doing that. And then sometimes the teams just, they make plays. Timely hitting. The guy, McMahon, with 2 runners on, hit the top of the center field wall. The Yankees were lucky it didn't go 2 inches further, otherwise it was a 3-run homer. But they did score 2 on it to take the lead. They didn't hit. Or the defensive plays. So, on it goes. Sure.
Hey, bud.
What's up, Keith? That's Broken Bell. What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm watching the game. I always love watching Yankees, to be honest with you. They're one of the teams that on the East Coast that you can kind of catch. I love how they play kind of early enough like they do.
Uh-huh.
I'm not afraid like the Mets to play later games.
Well, the Yankees usually like what, 7:05?
For me, that's great because it's usually if I can dual screen it, Phillies, whoever's playing. I love that. Where aren't the Mets afraid to play with traffic or something?
If there's too many clouds in the sky.
Oh. You guys, I'm actually kind of shocked. We were in a Goldschmidt conversation for a long time.
To get him?
Yeah. Right, but with around Reese and all that stuff. Reese Hoskins, obviously since then they've had Bryce Harper move over to first and it's like a glove, but I'll watch a Yankees game almost every day. Classier set of fans, I guess.
Yeah, it's crazy because like I talked to some of the Red Sox fans that come in here, and you go to a Red Sox game wearing the other team's jersey. Like I've seen the videos of this where like there'll be like a guy and a girl, a couple, Yankee fans, and I imagine it's any fan base, and they're throwing beer and pizza on the woman, and it's like, what are you doing?
Trash. It's just trash.
Like, they're there rooting for their team. So be it. Like, you're going to assault them?
Yep, it's just trashy. I've never been more welcome to a park than PNC Park. I think out in Cleveland, they're just great crowd.
PNC?
Yeah, PNC.
It's Pittsburgh, right?
Oh, not PNC. What's
Cleveland is Progressive Field.
Progressive? Thank you, Progressive. PNC Field is great. I used Three River, whatever it used to be.
Yeah, right on the water.
PNC is a great park, and just in general. But Progressive Field, great crowd.
For Pittsburgh, that's crazy, especially since they're probably all Steeler fans.
The park is really beautiful, and they hate their team, so it's like they're not gonna. He called him on that. He punched him out on that. That is crazy.
Yeah, these umpires, man, they got it. I'm so in favor of the electronic. Wow, you called him on the check swing.
So let's talk about that. Robo umps. Are you down for?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So let me play devil's advocate. Although I'm with you.
I can hear you. I'm gonna go turn on this light because I got very cloudy here, so my lighting is going down. I'll be right. I could hear you.
Yeah. So Robo umps. The game has I want to say like your classic feel, and that's an umpire, right? An umpire is like the thing that kind of controls the game. They talk, they ball strikes, and it's just embedded in the game for over 140 years. But at some point, what does that take away from the game, right? Is it like if they're a bigger problem in the game, do you keep them?
Not me. I'm all about getting it right.
I mean, the one argument is, how do you have someone less than the person who's playing the game call the game?
Someone less than the person?
At bat, right? So, like, why is there a 70-year-old dude calling balls and strikes against a 25-year-old kid who can see it way better than they can?
Here's the crazy part. You got the catcher here. He catches the ball here. And doesn't he see it here? And then the glove shift to where it's like, hey, he framed it, but you saw him catch it here, and then he moved it up, or you know what I mean?
So that's that new frame job from I'm not going to curse on here because I don't know what you do.
PG-13.
Yeah, PG-13. So we'll call it crotch up, right? So like they have like kind of like a blind spot from like the center of the crotch area right up to the middle of it. If they can make it so this arm never moves, and that when they're so good at it that JT, our best catcher in baseball, he's a master at framing, but I trust the computer to read it from a box and a set of sensors and a field and all of that stuff. Let's get that right. Listen, if you want to still have them out there and have like a whole system of each batter gets 2 per game, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with like implementing a system.
I'm okay with keeping them out there as for aesthetics and simple things, but what I'm also in favor of is, okay, so you know how they have the earpieces now?
Yeah.
The pitchers, catchers, so
just get a tone in your ear that it's a ball or a strike.
Yeah, right. Or you could just have a guy watching the thing, and it pops up automatically, ball, strike, red or green, whatever, and it just tells the umpire immediately, ball, and he just calls it. So you can keep them out there for continuity of like, oh, there's umpires everywhere. I'm all for that because imagine how many different World Series champions there would have been throughout history if every call was correct. This would not be the same. Look at 85. Do you remember the 85 World Series with the Royals and Cardinals? Cardinals won in Game 6. They called them safe. They called him out. Was it out at first base? Well, they called him safe, and he was a foot away from the bag. They called him safe, and he was out by a foot.
Yep.
And they go on to win, and the Royals go on to win.
Correct.
And
they changed the entire outcome. The inning should have been over. I'm seriously not shocked. I'm not shocked that there's a contingency of people out there who are fighting it. I do understand that there's purists. I get that. I'm just not one of them.
Right.
I'm a huge fan of technology, and so I don't know. People they have no problem being able to order a hot dog from their seat, but you have a problem if a robot calls a ball or a strike.
Getting it right.
Yeah. Yeah, you're like, don't forget the onions I ordered on my hot dog. God forbid that's wrong. But the ball, who cares? It's a part of the game. And to a degree it is, right? It's a part of the game. But it's a part of the game we could say goodbye to.
Yes. Things change.
Right.
By the way, shout out to Junio Ruby. What's up, Jet Stream? Found you from PD's Jet Space. Recently subscribed. Hell yeah. Thank you, brother. Let's go Yankees. Yeah, Junio, I recognize you from Jets Commute on Twitter, 8 to 10, Monday to Friday. Pop in there whenever I can for Jets talk. Thanks, brother. Good to see you. Keith, what I was thinking of is I mentioned about, okay, that part. There's no accountability from these umpires whatsoever. They make bad calls consistently, and if you complain about it, you're out of the game. If you complain about them in the post-game press conference, you're fined. Why don't they get suspended? I was thinking of a rule I've mentioned on here a lot. How about every 10 calls they get wrong, they're suspended for 3 games the next series? How about that?
Are you talking about
umpires
calls? Are you talking about ball strikes? Are you talking about like you don't have duties anymore at home plate until you have like 10 games off from home plate duties?
Just some level of accountability.
Right.
I don't like that they just get to willy-nilly throw you out of a game because you're pointing out a mistake that they made. And, you're showing the umpire up. Well, you're costing us wins and losses here, buddy. Like, a lot's riding on this. Think about all the batting averages that would be altered, wins and losses for pitchers. Guy lost a perfect game. Galarraga, like 10 years ago, lost a perfect game in Detroit because the guy blew it. At least he admitted it, crying in the post game. But you took that away from that man forever.
He knew it.
And he knew it.
But then you have guys who aren't. Angel Hernandez would have never have been apologetic about any. But doesn't he just go ahead and just sue? The MLB, right? So like they're the type of people you don't even want calling a game because they're just whatever. I'm not trying to attack the guy's character. I'm really not, but he kind of showed you who he was a couple of times. Went after the MLB for discrimination. And then they brought like a set of facts to court. Like, you're just bad, dude. Here, like we didn't want to say this. We didn't want to have to do this to you. We're not trying to do this to you, but you sued us. All right, let's just show you how bad you are.
Right. Yeah. You brought it on yourself. Now we're going to expose it. Yeah. You got guys like Laz Diaz, who's bad. What was it? There was an old guy, not Harvey Wendelston, Joe something, big guy. Joe West.
Joey West.
Joe West. He was another bad.
He fell over, right? He fell over in a game.
The big two. They get in their faces. It's just, I can't stand the accountability that there's none of it. And you correlate this to other sports. Like, remember the Chiefs-Bills game in the playoffs? Bills get the first down. They spot it like a half a yard short on purpose. And it's like, you even replayed it. And are you serious? It's just bad. The officiating's bad. It makes me angry to watch them. And their union is set up to where you can't hold them accountable. Another leadoff hit by Goldschmidt. Lead off to third. Let's see if they hit into another double play. This is the third inning in a row the Yankees led the inning off with a hit.
Yeah, Goldschmidt.
And the first, Yeah,
2 for 2 today. He's actually just tearing it up. First of all, your lineup. I think actually other than who is it? Peraza? Is it?
Yeah, he's playing third today.
Yeah, I think other than that, you have a really solid your second baseman,
LeMahieu.
Yeah, LeMahieu. More development is necessary, but if you take a look at the Yankees, they're just all around stacked in bats. The fact that you have Trent Grisham even just kind of producing when he is in the 2 spot. I think he has an OPS of over 900, which is just insane.
Yeah, he's 907 at the
Yeah,
moment.
come on, 907 OPS. Like, you can't get better production out of your center fielder with that. Like, that's exactly what you're trying to look for.
Shout out to Addison. Bow wow wow yippee yippee yo yippee yay Murdo. What's up, Addy? It's a California Yankee fan. I'm sorry, he's a Dodger fan. He's a Dodger fan. But I'll give Addison credit. He wasn't obnoxious when the Dodgers won the World Series. He took it in stride.
Oh, so this seems like he's a baseball fan, right? He's not the dude who's going out and trying to punch a dude in the face of the jersey.
No, yeah. He's not stabbing dudes between the Dodgers and Giants in the parking lot. He's not stabbing dudes to death.
Can he help?
So, I meant he's a California Jet fan. He's a Dodger fan.
Addison, can you talk a little bit to the to the mindset of, like, when you go to the ball game, do you do the general, like, all right, I'm gonna be like, hey, how you doing? But, like, why does it always go? For me, it seems like it always goes south at an LA Dodgers San Diego game.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, we're talking about ending people's lives over fandom.
Yeah. Deadly. Deadly. And here's the way I say it. LA is the number 1 market. Okay. So take your fan base. We're the number 5 market, right? So that's. But just take the Yankees. Now, take a look at your fan base. Are you happy with all of your fan base, right? Or, like, do you like?
There's, for the most part, yeah, but there of course, there's going to be sects of, people who take this way too far.
Exactly.
In every fan base.
Little. Now expand your fan base by a factor of 5 to 10. There's going to be a lot more of those people who become noticeable.
Yeah, especially when you have big groups of it, like, causing too much ruckus. As a fan base, we don't want to see that from our own people. Like, if we win the World Series, I don't remember Yankees winning World Series and lighting the city on fire. I don't remember seeing that.
No, and you have a market big enough that it is possible that could happen, but
yeah, it just doesn't.
I'll also say that you guys have been a baseball town as long as you've been a town.
Yeah, we've been even back when we were the Highlanders, before we were the Yankees. Your guys, didn't they have to grease the poles for you guys?
Yeah, because we do dumb things, right? Like, it's, is there going to be property damage? Yeah, because there's always going to be an a-hole who did that, right?
Yeah, people getting drunk and whatever they're doing, and I understand. I was a kid once. I understand wanting to do, and you're egged on by all your friends just to do something stupid.
Kid, a Temple College kid, climbed a pole and fell off and died.
Wow.
So that was like maybe right before the Super Bowl, like maybe even the championship game, and it didn't stop the diehards who were going to do it, because during the Super Bowl there were definitely people climbing poles. But you can smell them greasing the poles from a few blocks away if you live near, like, the parade, like the party spots. They're like, "What the hell is that?" They're like, "Yeah, they're greasing." Oh, Judge just. I'm gonna pause it until you tell me.
Yeah, a little bit ahead. They're throwing 0-1 pitch. He just hit it left field. Oof. They're gonna catch it. They
Yeah.
look good off the bat. Now they caught it.
Tell me when he's walking down the steps of the dugout.
Okay. I mean, I have the MLB Network, like the package, and it's still 30 seconds behind for me.
I'm running it through MLB TV on the internet.
That's right. MLB.TV. They're not. They didn't show him walking down the steps.
He'll get there.
Cody Bellinger's in the box. They didn't throw the first pitch. He's set. Now he's throwing.
Yep, we're on.
Okay, cool. Addison says Philly became a scene in Mad Max after they won the Super Bowl.
No. No, and it's funny because I lived there was a lot more weed than I expected, to be honest with you, just all over the place. Cops not caring. They really just did not care. That's what it was. It was just like lots of fireworks, lots of like, we're going to do some really hazardous shit. Cops were just like standing 20 feet back, just ready to kind of like, but they were just letting people be stupid to a degree.
Yeah, as long as there's no violence and property, like crazy property damage, like flipping cars, lighting them on fire, then you could let them be a little rowdy. But, to a degree. Junio says the Knicks championship would see the city burn. They were amped over a freaking semifinal series win. That's because we weren't supposed to even come close to beating Boston. That's why it was like we were getting eliminated, and we knew it. And then when we started winning, we're like, oh my God. And then Tatum goes down in game 5? It was like game 5, but we beat them 3 times with them. So it's like, oh my God, we shouldn't lose now. So yeah, that's what happens when you advance when you weren't supposed to. But yeah, I guess you're probably right though. I think a Knicks title would send the city into ruins for sure.
Yeah, that Goldschmidt just take second.
Yeah, he is fast. Did you realize? I can't believe he's like 36, 37 years old or something. I can't believe how fast he could run.
Yeah, he took off. And it wasn't the biggest of leads. But I guess Cody that's why. Because Freeland can't find really, and it's just really difficult right now.
He's got 4 stolen bases already.
Yeah, but Stallings can't. The Rockies catcher can't really catch a break with these arms coming at him.
I mean, Goldschmidt is 37 years old. He'll turn 38 in September. The fact that he could still run like that as a first baseman too, that could still run. Addy says New York will literally become Gotham City, 100%. Bellinger reaches out, rolls it over to second base. That'll do it. So no runs, 1 hit, 1 left on at the end of 1.5. No, what is it? At the end of 2.5. Still 1-0 Yanks. Yanks got 5 hits. Only 1 run.
Yeah, they're doing this lead off, like threatening type situation, leaving off in a scoring position. And like I said, Goldschmidt made an opportunity happen there for Cody there, but to not move on, would have liked to have seen someone a little bit more clutch in the position, like Volpe would have probably not doing the best on the season, but he's doing best clutch.
He does come up with some big hits.
Yeah, always has.
Well, here's the thing: I think baseball. Addy says actually New York will make Gotham City look like Mr. Rogers' neighborhood if they win. Nah, it's a Knicks win. Knicks. No, it's a Knicks. We haven't had a championship since what, the early 70s.
70s.
Yeah, so it's a Knicks win. It's going to be crazy. A lot of Yankee fan bases, like at the stadium, it's a lot of in the money seats. It's all corporate people. They don't show up till the 2nd, 3rd inning. They all come from Wall Street in their suits. The fans. They're in the bleachers. All those people are all money people that the companies buy season tickets and give them to the employees. Hate seeing that. But that's what happens when you charge that much for tickets. I dropped some videos early in the year, especially about the Yankees, but this is starting to be rampant throughout baseball, I guess. As I look at as other teams come in and I look at their batting averages in the box score and to learn about all these new guys on the other teams, the batting averages are way down. I mean, way down. And it's like the Yankees average almost 10 strikeouts a game. That's not the Yankees. The video I dropped is on. I can't stand Aaron Boone as the manager because he's a hostage to the analytics.
Booney has always had the fight in him, though, as a manager that I think a lot of fans like seeing. So,
yeah, when he gets up in an umpire's face, yeah, you like to see him go at people. That's cool. But how about putting us into positions to win? Why would first and second and nobody out, and you got a guy hitting 210? Why are you letting him swing away? Why don't you bunt him over to second, third for 2 runners in scoring position with less than 2 outs?
Can they? Do they know how to? If that's your next
You're a
question.
professional baseball player. You better know how to.
Okay. That's a great point.
You get paid like $15 million a year. I hope that you could do something as remedial as bunt.
So that's, one of those things where, you have a struggling outfielder. Do you know how to bunt? No, he doesn't know how to bunt. Get rid of him. Right. So, but is that really Boone's call, or does this guy have a green light to do what he needs to do? That's not managing either. We have an equally frustrating manager in Rob Thompson. So I do understand now. He's a muted guy. He's a players manager. They love him. So
former longtime Yankee bench coach.
Yeah. He came over with Girardi. Girardi got the shit can, and then sorry.
That's all right. I think those little words might not be that bad for the YouTube algorithm thing.
Yeah, he got canned, and then Topper got the nod, and then he takes him to the World Series that year. So obviously that endeared him to the fans. They allow for made them a playoff team again. So there is he has a lot of goodwill, but Boone has, I think, a lot of goodwill with the fans, but I don't know if he has goodwill with the players.
Yeah, I think it's more he has goodwill with the players and management because management wants the analytics played, and he just says, "Sure, what do you guys want to do?" He's not making in-game calls on his gut. I mean, he was a player. His brother was a player. His father was a player. His grandfather was a player. All major leaguers. I would trust his baseball acumen rather than the analytics. And I don't think he's being allowed to, so I kind of give him a break on that. But still, he's got to say, this is fundamental baseball. I mean, I was counting I was asking people in the chat, like, can we stay on top of this to see how many games the Yankees lose because they refuse to manufacture runs by moving them over? They used to call it National League Baseball back in the day.
Yeah.
And I would love to
watch
see it.
Goldschmidt barehand it.
Another pickoff? That's already 2 in 3 innings? That's the second pickoff. He didn't even have a big lead.
No, Goldschmidt barehanded that bad boy.
Did he?
From outfield. Just the throw in from Judge. He just caught it with his bare hand, and I'm like, damn. He's just on fire today.
Goldschmidt. Man, I'm okay with Goldschmidt not having power numbers. I care about on base percentage, even more so than batting average.
Well, let's take a look at him. I know he's like I said, we were looking to get Goldie back when we were kind of in the conundrum and the argument. But if you even take a look at his splits, he's on base over 350, over the 381 over the last 30 games. Batting a 324 over the last month.
He's still at
slugging.
342 right now.
Yeah. I just, how many extra base hits does this guy have right now on the season? I can't believe he has 11 doubles on the season already. He's just a double maker. That's just.
Hey, his stand-up triple last night too. He hit one off the wall in right center.
He had his first triple last night. Yep. 5 homers. I mean, like, this guy's just a great investment all around.
Yeah, and he might just be a one-year guy, but if he's going to play like this, I mean, I'm kind of a fan of possibly moving Stanton again. Well, not again, but I mean, moving Stanton permanently because I like Ben Rice. Who? Oh, Mike. Michael Stanton. Yeah.
Mikey Stan.
Remember it was Mike Stanton? Yeah.
Mikey Stan. Actually, I have a kid who gave me a baseball card. It's Michael Stanton. It's great.
That's probably worth money when you got a Mike Stanton card.
Uh-huh.
And he says, "How's Mets doing after last night's game? Not the team, the person." He's talking about the Knicks losing again. He was at a convention, so he was more looped into that. I'm sure he was still, following along with the game, but I think he was like in his happy place at a convention. So if he was home, I think he'd be a lot worse. Chris 716, what's up, Chris? Our Buffalo Bills fan. We have a few of those that hang out with us. We got Buffalo Bills fans, though, Keith, that keep telling us that they're going to win 3 Super Bowls before the Jets make the playoffs. 3 Super Bowl wins before the Jets make it
to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So the problem is, and if we're just going to get into the whole Josh Allen conversation, we can, but it doesn't matter. We can all just admit it at this point. He hasn't gotten it done yet. So I think he could, sure. They're just missing a lot of pieces that would give Josh Allen that opportunity, I think, to do it. But to say the Jets don't have a shot at the playoffs within the next 3 years is absolutely ridiculous.
Minimum, because they have to win 3 Super Bowls before.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt that the Bills, which we all know stands for "Boy, I love losing Super Bowls."
I never heard that. That's great. Oh, we're gonna have to. Can we use that against DJ? Oh, okay, I'll give you full credit, of course, but Eddie says the Hornets will get a ring before the Bills. I think Josh Allen's a great quarterback. Here's where I give him a lot more credit. They lost so many players in free agency. They lost their whole secondary. Yeah. They lost Diggs. They lost Gabe Davis, guys who were very productive for them. And then like the third wide receiver, Shakir, becomes their number 1 and produces. And they draft the second tight end who's better than the one they had. Kincaid's better than Knox. James Cook at the running back spot took another step. It's pretty good. He might not be there long because he's going to want that money. But, they just find a way. Now, granted, they are in the worst division in football, so it's easy to rack up 5-6 wins a year in the AFC East.
Yeah.
So that gives them.
And they made a ton of great defensive moves in the draft. I have to give them that credit that, they had a huge issue in their defense, in their secondary getting obliterated to free agency. But they did not. I mean, they got themselves a strong pair of corners. Didn't they get that kid out of a tackle out of Carolina?
North Carolina, Willie Lampkin?
South Carolina.
TJ Sanders, defensive tackle.
Yeah. I mean, I think they made the right moves for the situation they're in. I just don't think Josh Allen needs just a little bit more time to make some magic on the field, and they do not give him that opportunity with this draft class.
Well, they got the cornerback from Kentucky, Maxwell Hairston. He's very fast.
Yeah.
They
And
took
they also
TJ
got
Smith.
who's the other? They got another
Big guy. They took Deion Walker from Kentucky in the 4th round, defensive tackle.
Yeah, Hoss. Straight
Yeah,
Hoss.
he's big. But here's the thing. I mean, I did an extensive drafting, so many mock drafts, and I went through every position, put up my own draft board of players I'd like and what round, because that matters. Deion Walker is like a 6'5", 6'6" kid, something like that, 340, around about 330, 340, but his run grade defense was terrible. And he offers no pass rush. But as a Jet fan,
you got to be able to. So it's an impressive set of like statistics, like body wise, right?
Metrics, yeah.
Right. But when it comes down to it, can you go to the ball? Right? Can you get to the ball? Do you know how to change to get to the ball? That's not good.
It's not for his size. As a Jet fan, I was looking at these guys. I wanted a run defender because our run defense was Swiss cheese. Yeah. And I always preach, you win the game in the trenches. And if you can't stop the run, you're not winning. And the Jets couldn't. Backup running backs were running all over them. It was insane all year. So I wanted someone next to Quinnen Williams that could help stop the run. When we gave away a couple of guys, our run defense suffered from 2 years ago. We were actually pretty good at it. So I was like, if you could be like a space eater and just clog that lane so Quinnen's not getting double teamed all the time and stunted against, that would help. But the Jets did not address it at all in the draft, which drove me crazy.
Yeah. There's a big pluses for a lot of these teams. No one looked like a complete wizard, I think, during this draft. But remember, you're dealt with the cards I think you have, or the picks you have, so to speak. And I'm personally I'm looking forward to this because I think it was one of those draft classes that really. It wasn't strong in any particular position. It was actually strong towards the needs of the teams of what they actually. Teams were actually going after what they needed. It didn't really seem like a big fist fight because there was definitely a game plan. I will say this. It does seem like a lot of teams are trying to copy the Eagles' game plan, which why wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to start. I think it's going to be obviously the year of let's try and look at the dominant running back again. Let's try and get the monster 300+ pound offensive line look. So I think there is going to be some sort of blueprinting going on for that. And I hope teams do follow that because it makes for really good football.
It is a copycat league.
Right, we've seen it for years, especially if you play any fantasy drafts. It happens all the time.
This would be a good question to ask you since you're not a Jet fan, because I think a lot of Jet fans are jaded, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so since the Jets had the 7th pick in the draft, my plan was, I said, the Jets do not have the luxury to pick at 7. They don't. We have too many holes that we need to plug. If you move 7, say 14, pick up a first next year, a second, maybe in a 4th this year, you get an extra high level second. Then you move down to 14 to 20, somewhere in that range, early 20s, and kind of do like a similar deal. Pick up 2 extra 2s, maybe 2 1s for next year, another 4th, whatever you can get, something in the top 3 rounds and next year stuff. And then you take the stud defensive tackle because there was like 7. And 5 of them went in the first round. And I just wanted one of them. Based on their metrics, their run grade, their pass rush, all that stuff that I broke down. I had 5 on my list going the first round. They could have got one of them. Everybody was in love with either Tyler Warren, the tight end. He's not Brock Bowers. So no. And he wasn't going to transform the Jets offense to any level that mattered. In my opinion, because we're going to be a run offense with Justin Fields anyway, heavy run. play action pass, intermediate passing game.
With
He could have
Mason
helped.
Taylor, I thought there was going to be a much, well, at least with the tight end position, I thought there was going to be a bigger blocking tight end for you guys. But going back and looking at Mason Taylor, he is definitely misleading as a blocking tight end.
If you would have saw my reaction to the draft when I did the draft stream, I just like slid down my chair, covered my face. I couldn't talk for 2 minutes. I wanted Harold Fannin Jr. Harold Fannin Jr. led the NCAA in every category possible for a tight end. And I was like, you got to get him in the second. He won't be there in the third. And they didn't take him, and he went 67 to the Browns. And I was like losing my mind because he even had a better run grade than Mason Taylor. Mason Taylor averaged 10 yards a catch. 9 of them were through the air. So he basically catches the ball and falls down. Yep. His run grade is not that good, not compared to Fannin. People are like, oh, well, Harold Fannin played at Bowling Green. He didn't play nobody. Well, that's not true. Penn State's defense was number 4 in the country, and he shredded them. Imagine this player is the only player that you have to stop, and you can't stop him. And he tortured you for like 13. I forget his stats, but he destroyed Penn State. They only lost by like a touchdown or less. And then the next week, he did the same thing against Texas A&M, who was like ranked 21 at the time. So he did it against top teams in the country. I don't understand why Harold Fannin wasn't your tight end of choice, and you waste a second-round pick on Mason Taylor. Why? Because his father's a Hall of Famer and his uncle's a Hall of Famer. Who cares? Doesn't matter. He wasn't the best tight end. So
I do understand their pick at 7. I do. I'm not. Again, I think we kind of said this. It's a copycat league, or you said that, and you're dead on. So I understand that why teams are trying to do this. Do I think they could have gotten maybe more draft capital out of it? Yeah.
Okay. No, totally. But here's why I was mad at. I'm not mad at the player. I'm mad at where they took him. I'll give you a couple different reasons. You had guys like Aranti Ursary from Minnesota. Available in the Ursary.
Yep.
He's there in the second. You could have got a Wyatt Millum if you traded back in the first round, who was on my Gray Zabel from North Dakota State.
I was gonna say, didn't Millum go
third round, I believe, West Virginia, third round.
Virginia, yeah, that was pretty late. But remember that was the flooded market this year for offensive linemen.
Well, Ozzie Trapillo out of Boston College, 6'8" right tackle.
Was he there in the second?
No, third. I think Ozzie went in third.
So what would you have been okay with them getting? Like, I'm talking minimum. Give me what's the minimum you would have taken for your 7th round pick? First round, 7th pick.
I would want, obviously, you're swapping picks, right? So at early as 7, that is valuable. The further you go down, you get a little bit less.
Yep.
So you're at least you're swapping picks, maybe drop down 7 or 8 spots. You're going to get a first round pick for next year. You'll probably get their 2nd and a 4th. I've seen teams give up more. Wow. If they love a player, they would. But even if I would have even taken a 2nd next year, a 2nd and a 3rd this year to drop 7 spots. It's just what it's worth, or at least try it.
But GMs were trying. Well, by GMs, I mean Howie Roseman was trying. If you watch
he's so good.
If you watch their version of like Philly does behind the mic, inside Hard Knock stuff, and they're really good at their own marketing, and things like that. But if you watch it, he's literally trying to move out of 32 to any team. And then when he's calling around, finally, I forget what GM finally admits to him and says, yeah, dude, this is what you're offering way not enough. And they finally figured out why they couldn't, because guys, they were just giving up so much for first round this year. It was a very guarded first round. And again, the Chiefs didn't care because they weren't going for what the Eagles were looking at, but it was a stiff first round. So I don't know you would have gotten the draft capital you think you would have gotten You would have gotten the swap. You probably would have gotten the next year's first, but then you probably would have gotten a later. It's an investment move. It's 100% an investment move for the following year. You probably would have gotten a 4th or a 5th rounder.
Well, you're talking about the Chiefs and the Eagles who are picking 31 and 32.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Jets at number 7. Being at number 7 changes. It's a lot. It's a different stratosphere of trading of value.
100%.
Right.
Roseman was calling everyone, I think, from like 17 on, and even then it was high what the asking was for at 17 and on. I can only imagine what teams were willing to actually give up. And I think the only team that really I don't want to say invested, just gave away a lot wasn't the Panthers. The Panthers gave away a lot of draft capital, I think, for
Just
next
move
year.
up. Who did they move up for?
Let me see. Was it the or maybe it was, I could have sworn it was North Carolina. Let me take a look here.
Trying to think who moved up.
We know. I don't want to.
For the game, Yankees, the Rockies just tripled in a run to tie the game, but the Yankees get out of the inning. So at the end of 4, tied at 1. It was a triple by Toglia. The Yankees are going to have in the top of the 5th. The Yankees are going to have Austin Wells, Oswaldo Peraza, then back to the top with Paul Goldschmidt. I think who traded. Well, I can show you something. If I could find it. Go to download.
I'm going to all of the.
Here, this is a list.
This is awesome.
Just a little bit of a list. Not every trade, but just things that like top 10 draft picks, right? Since the Jets were at 7. So if you look at the Redskins, they traded number 10, dropped back to 16, they got 49. The Browns traded 6 for 27, 59, 24. See, so the Jets I would look at that Browns trade. They were 6, the Jets were 7. This isn't this year. That's 2011.
11,
But
right.
just the number 6, right? And now we're talking number 7. They got 27 late first, 59 another second, 124, and a first and a 4th for the following year. That's something I would have done.
Yeah, but that is an insane trade.
This is first. That's what early first rounders are worth. The Lions in 2004 dropped 1 spot and picked up an early 2nd round pick for 1 spot. That's crazy. I mean, I would love it. I would have done it in a heartbeat, but it's worth an early 2nd round
that
pick.
one is more to me like the 2004 trade. That's like, okay. But that
1 spot.
That Browns traded, Jesus, they got everything from the Falcons. What was that year? What were the Falcons already? Were they not looking for something that year?
Which year?
2011.
Oh.
Let me go to the 2011 Falcons, because what in God's name were they thinking that
the 2011 draft to give up they move up 21 spots.
I'm trying to think. Didn't they have Matt Ryan at the time? They had to have, right?
Probably.
Oh, okay.
Or is that who they did? They take Matt Ryan with that? Wasn't Matt Ryan a top 4 pick? Or was he number 6?
Here's why. They had guys like Michael Turner on the team. Julio Jones was, at the end of, whatever, but they did have Tony Gonzalez at one point. But they also had it was Matt Ryan. Holy cow.
So they moved up for Matt Ryan.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Franchise quarterback.
Yeah,
Peraza doubles to left center, Yankees are going to score a run. So they're up 2-1. That's the thing, Keith, about Colorado. It's so deep everywhere in that park, but it helps when you're hitting. But when you're in the outfield and you have to throw the ball in, people are getting triples when they should be getting doubles.
Have you ever been to Coors Stadium?
No.
Okay. I would love to go just to see the hype / understanding of the atmosphere, and I mean that literally, the atmosphere.
Yeah. The light air.
Someone said they have cans. Is that true? They have cans of oxygen out there for.
Well, they are literally a mile high up in the air. What is that? 5,200 plus feet or something? Or
is that like a gimmick? Someone told me. Do they really sell canned oxygen at the park?
The gimmick. I never heard of that because that sounds like borderline dangerous if you need oxygen to go to the game. But maybe if people are struggling, people with respiratory problems.
There's Goldschmidt about to make some, hopefully some damage, but no outs. Man on second. He's got 2-0 count, and he's just waiting for Freeland just to throw him what he wants.
I got a 2-1 count.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. So the point was, these top 10 picks are worth a lot more than a lot of other as you get further down. But there were players at different positions that the Jets needed. I understand they needed a right tackle, but I don't think you needed to use them on 7. I would have been fine with Gray Zabel as the right tackle. I would have been fine with Trapillo, Ursery, or Wyatt Millum. You could have got.
And they were all over the place. Those types of players. Yeah, again, you guys could have had more draft capital out of the number 7. I'm just not sure what realistically you could have gotten. I'm not saying it's not a great position and people don't want it. I just don't know how much people were willing to spend considering what Howie was like, oh, damn, things are expensive right now.
Well, here's my justification for it. Do you remember about 3 years ago? Because a lot of these guys rise in the pre-draft process. It happens every year, to where they're ranked like second round, whatever. Pre-draft process comes, they shoot up to the top 10. I always try to avoid those guys, but maybe about 3 years ago, do you remember a tackle from North Carolina State who jumped up the board?
Yeah.
His name is Ike Ekwonu.
Yeah, Mickey. Yeah.
Okay. So he jumped up high and he went number 6 to Carolina.
Yeah.
Problem was, in my opinion, he's 6'4". Every tackle, there's one tackle in the NFL 6'4", or usually 6'5" to 6'8". 6'4" is a guard size to me. But I wanted to look at it and say, well, how many 6'4" tackles are successful? There's only one. Do you know who that is? That's like elite.
And that's still playing? Or are we talking?
Yeah,
okay.
He's fairly young. He might even be on his first contract. First round.
That's taller?
No, that's 6'4" or shorter.
Only guy I can think of right now in the same position that's on their first contract.
I believe it's first contract. He might be coming up on, 5th-year option type thing. I'll give you a hint, so you don't have to rack the brain. He plays for the Chargers.
I was going with what's his face out of San Fran.
No. I'm trying to think who you could be thinking of. Not the Notre Dame kid.
No. Hold on. It's just I thought he was a monster. Here we go. What's he listed as? You saw Brock Purdy's insane contract, right?
Yeah.
George Kittle is who I was thinking of.
No, I'm talking about a tackle. He's a tight end.
Oh, tackle. I thought you said
Yeah.
tight end. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
Talking tackles here.
Oh, geez. Tackle?
Yeah. Because 6'4".
Chargers. Oh, a little Spitfire guy.
Not Joe Alt from Notre Dame, who was like last year's top pick. Went like number 5 or something, or 6. It was the tackle they took before him a couple years prior. Give me another hit. He went to Northwestern.
Where did he go in the draft?
I think 14, somewhere around 14.
Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name now. I do remember that. It was wasn't that the same year that Carson Wentz was drafted, I think?
No, Carson Wentz is like 8 years ago, something like that. No, I'm talking Rashawn Slater. All pro, right? I think he's an all pro right tackle.
Is he?
Or maybe he's left tackle. Maybe he's a left tackle. But Rashawn Slater is the only like all-star, all-pro type right tackle at 6'4" or smaller.
How tall? He's not that small.
Yes, he is.
He is 6'4".
Yes, he's the only one.
You know what it is? You know, because here's why I didn't think it was him. Big son of a bitch. He is a wide mother. He is wide as hell, isn't he? Isn't he like a 290 guy, 295?
I don't know. He's a wrestler. He's a college wrestler. So those guys usually pan out well. They're
was
good
not
with
even thinking about him being that short because again, he's a wide dude. Let me see how big he is. Let me look him up. Rashawn Slater. Oh, I'm way off. Rashawn Slater's 315 pounds. Wow. Yanks taking care of business right now.
Yeah. So now the Rockies are having defensive miscues. Balls going up the glove, pitcher throwing it into the stands, or now, the Yankees have gotten. Well, I can tell you how it happened. Austin Wells singled. Peraza doubled. Wells scores. Goldschmidt walks. Grisham reached on the throwing error by the pitcher. Peraza scored. Goldschmidt to third. They intentionally walked Aaron Judge to load the bases. Bellinger sack fly. Volpe singles. And now Judge is going to score on a sack fly to make it 6-1. Bringing up Jason Dominguez with runners on the runner at first with 2 down. I've had to change this. I've had to change this 6 times or 5 times. This banner.
This is one of those. The Yanks are putting together some small ball and capitalizing on accidents. Just moving guys over, but they're letting Freeland hang out to dry. But what's the other option? There's you're just going to get distance and depth on these guys. I think everyone has hit today except for LeMahieu.
Let's see. Goldschmidt's 2 for 2. Grisham's 0 for 3. Judge 1 for 2 with a walk. Bellinger 1 for 2. Volpe 1 for 3. Dominguez 1 for 2. LeMahieu. Yeah. So it's Grisham and LeMahieu. Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
but Grisham has scored a run, so DJ's the only one who hasn't made it on base. Do you see my point of Ike Ekwonu was considered a mauler, right? And he has been a very good running tackle, meaning like the run game. He's been good at that. But his pass pro has been atrocious, where I think he gave up double-digit sacks, tons of penalties. That's not good. Now, I understand that the Jets are going to be a heavily run team next year, which is cool, but we're not committed to Justin Fields. He's on a 2-year contract for $20 million a year. This is no audition year for him. So let's not draft number 7 picks. Huh?
Justin Fields is on a
2-year deal.
A 2-year deal?
Yes. They're not committing to him. This is a tryout. to see if he could be a starting quarterback. So let's just say he's not the guy moving forward.
Right.
Because next year there's going to be about 7 or 8 quarterbacks picked in the top 2 rounds, which is why I wanted next year's first-round draft capital with a trade from 7 this year. Because if you traded 7, you got a team that was mediocre that gave you their first-round pick last year, and the Jets aren't good, the Jets would have 2 premium first-round picks. You can control the draft that way because all those quarterbacks that might be coming out next year, people are going to be trading up for these guys. And you could then get hole after hole after hole. So that was my plan of using this year's 7 because your top tackle that you want to take is 6'4", and he might be good in the run game. But if Justin Fields is not the guy, you might need a pass protecting right tackle. You can't have a liability. So I was like, now I'm hoping that he's great, but the numbers just say there's only one 6'4" tackle that's good. Maybe it's the arm length, Maybe he'll be good, really good in the run game. A run blocker, great. But I also don't want my quarterback getting his body broken by giving up sacks and taking hits. You see what I mean? So it's like I could have got a 6'8" Ozzie Trapillo in the 3rd round. I could have got a 6'7" Gray Zabel, 6'6", 6'7" at the end of the 1st round. I could have got a 6'6" Wyatt Millam who could play both sides. I could have. Why take him at 7? That was my thing. Not one of these players is going to transform the Jets into a winning team. So you get premium, I call it premium impact draft capital, top 2 rounds, even bleeding into the 3rd.
It was the year of hype around a lot of guys, though. I think that has a lot to do with the NCAA and the portal changes. So there are these moves to be made. I think now looking for these studs that they think are transformative, whether that's true or not. I think it does somehow. They think it equates to ticket sales, and it really doesn't. It really doesn't. Look at that.
We get draft busts every year, up and down the rounds. Draft bust left and right. It's an inexact science. They're really lottery picks, and I would like as many premium lottery picks as possible, and try to hit on at least 1, maybe 2. But that was just my reason.
People forget it's the lottery, and
it is. You never know what you're going to get. Like I remember, I'm old enough to have been like really in depth in the draft. There's a two-run double by Austin Wells.
Austin Wells out the bat with a wild. I guess that was a pass ball, really, to be honest with you. Pass ball moved the runners over to 2nd and 3rd, and Austin Wells just hit that was all talent there on a hanger. Scores 2 runs with a stand-up double.
Yeah, man. Yankees.
Time to update again.
Yankees threw 5 innings so far. We're not even done yet. They got 8 runs on 10 hits. They put up a 7 spot. They've been good at that this year, like having big innings, every now and then. But this is what was supposed to happen yesterday. Bringing up Peraza, who's 1 for 2. They batted around.
Yeah, they are officially have now batted around. Peraza takes one right down the middle with that was yours, buddy.
The Yankees have 14 5-run plus innings this year. 14. We strike out a lot. We don't move runners, but when we start cooking, we cook. Like when we start moving runners and hits, but I don't think that wins in October. So good pitching always beats good hitting.
1-1 down in the dirt.
So I was very upset that the Jets did not follow my plan.
They didn't call you, and that's just a shame.
They should have.
They needed to. Obviously, they're what are we doing? Mickey Mouse hour here. Another one in the dirt. 2-1 in the dirt. Got on top of it. Stallings got on top of that really quickly to keep Wells over at 2nd parked. The damage is done in the inning, but you don't need to add another clown to the circus.
They're gonna walk to make runners, and they're gonna walk him to make runners at 1st and 2nd, 2 down. Goldschmidt up again. I'm expecting a phone call from Woody Johnson one of these days and say, "Dog, get in here and do this draft."
Come here. What are you doing for this week? For this weekend? So Thursday is Thursday. Are you good? Are you good Thursday?
You free for the weekend?
Yeah.
I remember as far back as when we drafted Kyle Brady over Warren Sapp, and I lost my mind. As a teenager, lost my mind.
So many miscues. Let's be honest with it, right?
Yeah, Ray Lewis going in the 20s, bro. I was like, how is he still on the board? Get him. Nope. And then obviously they know
more.
More
Got away with murder on that one. Oh. How original. Ray Lewis murder.
I got the good pun. Good pun.
1-0 is on the corner there.
He definitely got away with murder. I don't think the chat understands that reference, but
we're way too old for that.
Yeah.
Way too old. The 1-1.
Do you remember when they leaked out on Laramie Tunsil that he was like an addict? When they played a video, or his stepfather played the video of him like with a gas mask smoking weed
with the
it was a gas mask.
Yeah, with them hitting the thing at the top, the bong thing at the top, and him just going getting fried out of his yeah.
So he dropped like 14 spots or however many spots he dropped. Cost him a lot of money. And the stepfather did it on purpose, I guess, because he thought he was going to be part of a deal or something stupid. So he tried to sandbag him, and he fell. Warren Sapp, they tried to say he failed a drug test at the combine for like the white powder. I believe it. I think or that was that, or is it weed?
Weed.
Warren
okay.
Sapp
was weed. Which I don't even know if they test for it in NFL anymore.
Really did you see what the second baseman just did, Keith?
Hopefully.
You can't do that.
Yeah, you cannot do that. You cannot you can officially not throw your glove in the air to bat down. They should be giving him
an extra base at least, no?
Base on that.
He threw his glove up in the air to knock the ball down. Like it was a clear base hit.
Correct. You cannot do that.
I don't remember ever seeing that. He's going to try to say it slipped. He's going to try to say, watch.
I kind of did. It went the opposite direction. It looked like he threw it right at that, but no.
You can't throw a glove.
He just got warned on that one. He just said, "Yo, bro, you got to hold on to your glove." I don't care.
Guy, it's 9-1.
Correct. They would have given him the base if that was something of a big deal, but
oh god, I haven't seen that since like Little League or high school. Someone doing that.
Definitely walked over to him and said, "Don't do that crap, dude." But
it's technically like against the rules.
Yeah, it's also 9-1.
Damn, if Aaron Judge gets up with the bases loaded, if they walk this guy, oh, they ain't gonna walk it.
No.
Oh, you were bringing up Grisham earlier. Grisham was a throw-in piece in the Juan Soto trade. San Diego wanted to get his contract off the books. He is a power guy, but he was a defensive center fielder. The Yankees wanted a defensive guy, a defensive replacement to play center field in the late innings. He definitely had home run power, but his average was atrocious his whole career. And for some reason, he's deciding to be a major league hitter this year.
I thought they were going to use him as kind of like a pinch hit situation type guy, double switch type of situation. Somehow Grisham found himself into the daily lineup.
Performed.
Yeah. The 1-1 in the dirt for 2-1.
Yeah, he's it's a pleasant surprise, but I just hope that he just didn't have like a hot month and a half, Well then, no, because he just drives one in the gap off the wall in right center field. One run's going to score, possibly two, as the center fielder bobbles it.
And he just lifted that off the bottom of his bat there on the end of the bat. Just put it really well at the bottom of the wall. Definitely bobbled, and that's 2 in with a stand-up double to second for Grisham. Everyone hits except for LeMahieu.
DJ LeMahieu.
Yeah.
No, DJ LeMahieu has a hit. Every Yankee has a hit.
Everybody hits.
In the 5th inning, the Yankees put up a 10 spot so far. Jeez, this is great. This is what was supposed to happen last night and today and tomorrow. Now Aaron Judge is now swinging from his heels. Swings right through a 92-mile-an-hour slider. A 10 spot.
So is this like one of those they had to get used to the
altitude?
To come on?
They left early enough. Oh, that's another thing. Oh, look at that low strike to Judge. These umpires, Aaron Judge has been in the league since 2016. Really a rookie in 2017, but he came up in 2016. And they forget that he's 6'7", and they refuse to alter their strike zone for him.
Even though they should, because it's the new rule. It's defined by the height of the batter now.
But it's always been that. Your knees to your chest. His knees are taller than other people's.
Now, let's go ahead and if you haven't, take a look at the new. There's 2 new boxes, really, technically, that you should be following for people who are the 6 feet and above and below 6 feet, I believe. And the range is fairly accurate. It's an average over all those players in those 2 groups, and then that's the 2 boxes they should be following. Although they don't, they just don't. You know who could probably do that really well?
Who?
A robot.
Oh yeah, who would have thought of that?
Yeah, a robot could do it probably.
All you need is a guy in the truck or in the studio, and it lights up green or red if it's in the strike zone, and relay it to the umpire in real time.
Mm-hmm. It could be the umpire's sound, any sound the umpire wants. It could be a fart noise. It could be whatever you prefer.
I would probably go with the fart noise.
Right.
That would
You
work.
want one of these? And this would probably be mine every time it's a strike.
Mario.
Yeah.
I just can't get over. Like I hate these umpires, man. I really do. I know hate's a strong word, but they are so indignant when they make mistakes, and you can't tell them. Why can't they have like a printer in the dugout and they immediately print out the pitch and circle and say, look, strike zone has the box. The ball was here. You missed it again. But what do you think about what I said earlier about holding them accountable as far as you, like in basketball, you get 10 technical fouls, you're suspended for the next game, right? You automatically miss a game in the NBA. If you miss X amount, like whatever we decide or they decide, at least there's some system in place that says you make X amount of mistakes, you're suspended for 1 to 3 games.
Yeah. There's a lot of player accountability is what you're claiming, and almost all sports rules are set up to make sure player accountability is done with fidelity. So why is that not done with the same type of, and I'm going to say, transparency that you have for the officials who are supposed to keep the integrity of the game pure? And obviously, I'm going to say mistakes are made.
Every game.
Every game.
And they alter every game.
But are we just supposed to keep saying that's part of the game?
It's bad. It's like, that's like saying like, hey, dude gets into a car wreck for drunk driving. Well, that's just part of transportation. That's just part of driving. Like people are going to have a couple pops. Like, no, you're not allowed to drive drunk. Like,
Right.
stop driving.
Right.
Yeah.
Do better.
I mean, that's just the first analogy that came into mind.
No, extreme. But,
yeah, on purpose.
But right. But so you're saying is like, it's just because there has to be a thing you can do better.
It's so, and they have the technology to do it. It's a matter of the umpires becoming irrelevant and the union will lose their mind. But I'm not saying you can't keep them out there for like, I don't even want to say ceremonial, but like they can make calls, but like let them make the call. And if their call is incorrect, they are immediately told, no, you're wrong, change that. Or just let them sit there for the fans or whatever, just to, you know, put your hand up for the strike or ball, whatever your signal is. Just get it right. Let the best team win.
Yeah. Tyler
That's it.
Freeman just doubled on a grounder to left field. Stand up double. So the rally has begun for the Rockies. Calling it now. You're going to have yourself a 12-run inning. Here we go. Right into,
against Max Fried of all people.
Right.
Who is that? What is his ERA at the moment? 1.34. Yep, they're on the comeback trail.
Yeah.
But I never say never, because a couple nights ago, while I was sitting here doing a Yankee game and we were keeping tabs on the Knick game, who had like a 15-point lead with 5 minutes to go, and one of the Buffalo Bills fans was like, "Oh, this one's over." I said, "Don't you say that. Knock on wood. Hush your butt. It's not over. I've seen Reggie Miller score like 8 points in 6 seconds. This is not over. Basketball, you could just shoot threes, grab a rebound, hit another three, you're back in it." That's
smart coaching and smart timeouts and smart fouling gets you right back into the game.
And yeah, fouling Mitchell Robinson so he can go shoot 30% from the line is a good way to start.
Right.
But it reminds me, I told them, they're like, "No way." I was like, "I've seen this movie before. Do not count them out." And do you remember the Patriots Falcons Super Bowl, 24-point lead halfway through the third? And I'm sitting there watching it like, run the ball and shed off, what is it, a 40-second play clock?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you multiply that by 3. So what are you at now? 2 minutes, 20 seconds off the clock every time? Is that about right? Is that quick math right?
So with 3 plays, you can get yourself just under 2 minutes off the clock.
About 2 minutes, and then 4th down.
Correct.
You could punt the ball with another 40 seconds, 39, right?
You can buy yourself some time on that too. You can even take the penalty for a few yards back and take yourself another 40. Although I think the
clock stops.
Clock stops on that penalty.
But you're still looking at 235-ish that you could run it down.
Right.
Just run the ball 3 times, hold on to the ball, you knock off 230 every possession. They're not coming back from a 24-point deficit. I mean, you might run and get first downs and make a little pass. You know what I mean? Like, you could still eat more clock in other ways, but you're throwing passes that are getting dropped and making errant throws.
You're also playing Tom Brady.
Right.
At the end of
who's
the
been
day.
there like 7 times before.
Yeah.
And it was just, and then the momentum shifts because you have a 3 and out, they score. Now you're getting nervous. They're getting confident, and they come back and win. And
you got a wild pitch by Max Fried, and Freeman is over to third with 2 outs. I hope you don't mind me calling those plays off to the side.
Not at all. Not at all. I'm glad you called in.
Yeah, we usually do this on the Philly stuff, like when we're doing we'll do play-by-play if the show is running while we're podcasting.
Let's see. Like with the Mets guy, right?
I love fucking with that guy. Oh,
yeah. It's a PG show, Keith.
Sorry. Apologize. I so apologize. This was if they did those beep.
Yeah, I was just he does Mets games, he does play-by-play, but I was like, I'm not gonna do like I don't do every single pitch. As things happen, we'll call it out. But then we'll talk about sports or whatever and just have conversation, generally sports related. And I was like, I'm not gonna do every single pitch, like, because I always felt that if somebody wanted to hear play-by-play, they'll just turn the sound up on the game and listen to the announcers. We're just talking sports and then giving updates of what we're seeing. If anybody can't watch the game and they're relying on us, that's how I figured I would do the shows.
It's a great.
Like, who wants to hear? Would you rather hear me do 1-0 pitch? Oh, every single. I don't know. I thought people would just enjoy more sports talk as we watch the game and give updates of what's going on. And if it's if the chat's quiet, then I could do more play-by-play. If I'm by myself, I'll do more play-by-play. But like if I have you today, great. We'll just talk about whatever, and then give updates. You know what I mean?
Give up hits, but look at us. Look at this. look at you. You got 12 hits, 11 runs. That's what you should be doing against this team.
Mhm.
Right? Then you have teams like the Mets. And I'm not trying to get on them. I'm not. But why are they starting to get worried? So, like, their fan base, is that their fan base? Like, because you mentioned that. You said the fan base is starting to get, like, a little. I know they're going through a gauntlet part of their schedule. We had one in the beginning of the year. We're now going through this 10-game AAA tour, going for maybe a 10-game win streak. I called that like last week's podcast, and they're like, relax. And here we are going for 8 tonight. Why are the Mets fans worried?
Well, there's probably a few reasons why they're worried. I don't think their pitching staff is anything to brag about.
Mm-hmm.
I think this Juan Soto thing, I don't think he wants to be a Met, and they all feel it. He's not who they thought they were going to get, and I dropped a video telling the Mets, you're not getting 2024 Juan Soto for the reasons I laid out. Maybe they're just not used to winning consistently. I don't. It's like like being a Mets fan, a lot of Mets fans are also Jet fans. So I think they're always waiting for the other shoe to drop too. No, they're just not confident.
They've been hurt so much they want to do the hurting.
Well, they're just waiting for it to happen, and then every bad thing that happens. I told them Mets will be just fine. You'll be in the playoffs. You should win a division. Philly might just overtake you. Who knows? But you should definitely be in the playoffs regardless, and you got a good team. Like, relax.
45% of the teams that deserve to be in make it. If they deserve to be in that 45% number, they'll be fine. If they don't, what are you upset about? They weren't as almost half the teams can make it. Like, if you're not better than half the teams, then, all right, you shouldn't be upset. But it's what you do in playoff baseball, obviously, that gets you through and on. And it's played very differently from the actual season. So,
well, they 1, 2, 3. They have the 5th best record in the National League at the moment. So they're just, but we're 51 games in, and I wish I tell them, like, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
It's a game.
Relax. Yeah, relax. We're not in September 21st, and you got a week left in the season. Like, take it easy. Let's see, where would they be right now? The Mets they're leading the wild card by a game.
Yeah, they have the wild card. I looked at it yesterday. You're in the playoffs. As if the season ended today, you're in the playoffs. And people and Phillies fans were losing their mind. I said if the season ended today, they're in the playoffs. I don't know what you're doing. Is there issues that we do need to address? Yeah, absolutely. Because, there are, I think we have 8 of our last 9 series. Okay. It's baseball. It's pretty damn good.
Yeah. You're winning 2/3 of your games almost.
Yeah. So when a team, and maybe you can relate to me here. When we watch an NFL game, we tend to, you lose, we'll get them next Sunday, but you only have 17 next Sundays to get them.
Right.
When you lose 1 out of 162, you're throwing everything. You're so frustrated. You're so mad. You're so you're viscerally angry over 1 out of 162.
Yeah. Every game. I used to be like that when I was a kid. I used to let all my teams affect my life that day.
Yeah.
Now it's like, when you get older, you're like, it's one game. Relax. And I don't let them get to me like to where I'm ready to tear apart my house,
Here's the way I started taking baseball a little bit more easier, especially when they are losing. If I don't know how to solve the answer, meaning I don't have any suggestions that are productive, I don't say you can do this with your minor league team. You can do this with this guy here. There's this option. If I don't know what the possible solution is, I can't be that angry. Is Does that seem fair to like? It's made my watching enjoyable.
Well, you would lower expectations almost immediately. You know, if there's just nothing you could do, you don't know how to fix it.
Well, I'm the guy is like, if I were GM, I would do this. If I were head coach, I would do this. Right. If I don't have something that's like easily like if I on statistically on paper, this should be just a fine team, or this should be whatever. I I can only get so mad about things I can visibly identify. If it's just bad luck baseball, what am I gonna do? It's bad luck baseball. How mad are you gonna get? Are you gonna get mad when like the other team outplays you? Yeah, sure. But when I see like lack of small ball, so what can you do about that?
That's what I always harp on.
Right. But then you just go and say things like, well, why don't you start using your util guy as a replacement player for that position that eats it the day before the most, right? Oh, you had the worst at bats. Well, you're going to take a seat today, and we're going to give whoever your util is for infield or outfield, they're going to get your day. Well, what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
So those are like little solutions that I'm like, but you can't be a player manager with that attitude.
Yeah, but your responsibility is to win. It's you're there to be the coach and to help win, not coddle professional athletes' emotions. Like, of course, you want to. Like Joe Torre was great at that, but Joe Torre, well, he got. This might be sacrilegious to say. He was blessed with an incredible lineup full of producing veterans, a good mix of youth and veterans, and that really did a lot of the work for him in the clubhouse.
Yeah, the chemistry kind of wrote itself, didn't it?
Yeah, you got guys like Bernie and Paul O'Neill in that locker room. They're staying on the straight and narrow. They're doing the Yankees way.
Yeah.
Jeter got brought up in that. He continued it when he was the captain. And so
Pettit. I call him Petite.
Andy Petiti.
Yeah, Petite. Yeah, but you there was just so much. There was such a good, and the kid doesn't get it. Steinbrenner's he just does not understand that, and he also allowed Brian Cashman to do his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where I don't think that is so much happening anymore.
I hope not, but I kind of think it is. The reason I say that is George Steinbrenner, which I told the Met fans, I said, guys, you have Cohen now, who's the modern day Steinbrenner. Enjoy it, right? So
the wallet's consistently open. They talk nothing about loving the game. It's awesome when you have an owner who loves the sport.
Mm-hmm. George did, and George was ultra competitive, and he just wanted to win. So he would make trades, sign whoever it took to where the baseball people were like, this guy's a difference maker. He bought him, which everybody had the opportunity to. He would pay whatever it took to get the best players available. Now the Mets have a Cohen. You just got to pick the right players because the Mets have had an eternity of spending money on the wrong people and not paying the right ones. So when the Wilpons opened their wallet, it was usually for the wrong guy. And then they just really didn't want to open up the wallet too many times. So they were stuck in like a purgatory. But George Steinbrenner would do whatever it takes to win. The kids look at this as a business. That's how they look at the whole team. Otherwise, we would have made changes a long time ago. Brian Cashman inherited that dynasty from Gene Michael. And then Bob Watson, had it for a year. And in 96?
6.
Yeah, Bob Watson had the team, but Gene Michael built that farm system. Gene Michael built that team, the nucleus of it.
And again, we for a few brief 2.5 years, it felt like the Phillies ownership was in love with baseball, kind of like Steinbrenner was, and they were opening up. They got they did the Trey package, they extended Nola. There was just a lot of big package deals that did go down, and then there were a few busts for them last year. So that I think there was a real scare there. Although they still got Max Kepler, who did cost them, I think, an extra $7 million because of the luxury tax. So they are willing to do that. Are you? Where's your biggest concern with the purse strings being pulled back on the Yankees? I mean, is the Soto deal like to you, or like the non-deal, like one of those things that you're
I
like?
don't blame the Yankees for that. The Yankees offered him a comparable deal, and there was a report that came out a few days ago that Soto wanted to stay a Yankee, but his family wanted him to be a Met. Maybe it was because the suite, the box, there was some BS story about, a security guard kicked his family out, didn't know who they were. Like, these are trivial things, to where you're going to not sign with the Yankees. I thought it was a stupid move on Soto's part, because when you get to that level of money, how much is enough? You're almost $800 million, 770, whatever it is, something crazy. Yankees offered like 700 and something. As a baseball player, I'll try to address the first part of your question first. The Yankees did not make him a bad offer. It's not like, why didn't you just give him? It's, when does it stop? He was asking for all this extra stuff that it's like, now you're just trolling me to like fleece me. And if that's you're going to go to that level, we'll spend this on other players. We'll replace you. Maybe not with someone as good, but do you remember that Billy Bean, that movie when he was with the A's? Was it something Moneyball?
Yeah.
And he was like, we'll create Giambi in the aggregate, meaning we'll take the money from Giambi and we'll get 2 or 3 players that could equal Giambi's production. And that's how they won.
Right. He gets on base.
Gets on base. Right. That's what matters. And they recreated Giambi to where they kept making it to the postseason and losing to the Yankees, but they were better than they should have been.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Why did we not get Billy Bean, man? Red Sox tried to get him. He said no.
Listen, there's a little bit of embellishment of that movie, considering the team ate it and they weren't that good that year. But the idea of analytics, there's something to speak to it, because there are teams that use it very well when it's necessary. So I think that's a nice double play turn from New York there to end the inning. Lots of threatening, but just shut it down. They were like, no, 10 runs. That's what it's going to be. But there's, a lot of teams who use analytics correctly, in the sense that, hey, we're going to use it to maybe do a game plan, right, to formulate. And we may look at it in moments where we're just not sure what our gut says. So if I'm leaning towards this or this, let me look at what the analytics say to confirm. It shouldn't be, what do the analytics say? And you go, well, I was going to do this, but now I should be doing that. The minute it informs you, as opposed to kind of like, you're not using it as a tool anymore. The tool, that's what you get paid for.
Yeah, gut calls.
Yeah.
Experience.
Yeah.
They're simple. Like, the analytics is more like, this hitter hits this much against a sidearm pitcher, or he's 1 for 12 against this reliever. Let's bring him in. That's the analytics that I'm looking at, that I value. This other stuff, like, with my biggest complaint with the Yankees is obviously the strikeouts, but Aaron Boone, almost like Joe Girardi, but more so with Boone, he plays for the 3-run homer. And I don't like it, because your roster is not constructed to hit 3-run homers. Why?
You don't even have Judge in the 4 spot, which is like, what do you you have Cody Bellinger in the 4 spot. Your guy with the highest OPS should, if you are trying to build it like a home run team, this is the way you do it. Your Judge should be your cleanup. Goldschmidt should not be your leadoff.
No, their analytics that they're doing with that is, we want the guys who get up on base and hit the best up the most amount of times. They don't want the guy up in the 9th inning and being on deck and the game ends. They want to make sure he got the most at bats. That's why they front load the lineup.
The 1 through 6 with their highest. I get it, but if you're going to do that, why don't you strategically place them in a way where they complement each other? All I'm looking at is a right left situation, and that's what you're doing.
What they do.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
I
do.
get it.
They like that's how they stagger it, and it's get guys who get on base. Like I was like pleading with them, please go trade for Arias. Please go trade for him. Like I wanted him when he was a Twin. They sent him to Miami. I was like, please get him from Miami. They're unloading people. No, he goes to San Diego. He's on the last year of his contract. Please get him from San Diego. No. The guy's only won a couple batting titles, has like a 321 career average.
Only.
Please go get him. Second baseman where we have a need. Jazz Chisholm is not that guy. Who's one of I hate probably the most on the Yankees team is Jazz Chisholm.
Are you for real?
Yeah.
I love him.
I can't stand it.
Love him.
I actually put it in a video. There's only 2 Yankees that I've ever seen hitting 180 that will style and profile around the bases for a home run. And that's Chisholm and Aaron Hicks. You're hitting 180. You strike out 37% of your at-bats. And you hit a meaningless home run or just even like a home run, and you're styling around the bases. How about get on base? Stop making stupid errors. That's my problem.
This is where he's going to get himself in trouble, because when he was with the Marlins, he knew he was the star, and he's not an idiot, right? But you're not a star with New York. It's Aaron Judge, and you need to be okay with that. So he does antics, and I get it. If the way he came onto the team from Florida, he was very humble. He was in production mode. The fans were really kind of digging you in that second half of the season. Honestly, you could have really capitalized on that, but then, and what I mean by that, capitalize on that good nature, because you did start eating it, and now he's, well, now what he is now, but
he's hurt at the moment. He's been hurt for like 3 weeks.
So like we're gonna give him that, but is he really hurt, or is this an extended go find yourself?
There's no find yourself. I mean, Aaron Judge hits 60 home runs and he puts his head down and runs around the bases every time. No fanfare. He thanks God when he gets to the plate. That's it.
That's why all the fans love Aaron Judge. And I can't believe you just compared Aaron Judge, who might be him and Ohtani are the best thing that have happened to baseball, to Jazz Chisholm, who has a long way to go to figure out how to act like a man on the field sometimes.
No, I mean, you got a guy breaking records, hitting over 60 homers. He's hitting 400 as we speak. I
was just about to say they're just, everyone's afraid of him. There's the 1-0 for outside ball.
Sorry, 1 for 3. He's down to 397. Sorry, 397.
Is he 397? He is. But look at his OPS.
1250.
1250 OPS.
But the point is, he puts his head down, runs the bases, might crack a smile, puts his hand up to thank God, and plays baseball. You're hitting 180 and you strike out 37% of your at-bats. And it's 8-1 and you hit a home run to make it 8-2 or 9-1, whatever, if it's the other way. And you're doing you're dancing around the bases. Like, bro, you're hitting 180. Put your head down, run around the bases, get your high fives, and get your ass back in the dugout.
Be humble.
You're not hitting 397 with 18 home runs.
We got a guy, Alec Boehm, and his face is just so it's just so irritating. We call him the Bomies, and he just flew out.
Might have been his hair.
He was gonna. How you doing, Sean?
Brother Macatira, what's up, everybody? Sean's another California Met fan.
California Mets.
But he's good on the grill. He shows us what he cooks on the grill every night. So, and he's a Jet fan.
What's that? So how does that? There seems to be a lot of this like happening. How is there a lot of Cali Jet fans? Like, how did that work? Is it just transplants, or is it just?
I believe like familial transplanting.
Yeah.
To where, yeah. But McAteer is a different story though. I think his family was Giant fans, and he was just wanting to be a rebel and said, well, I'll root for the Jets. I think that might be the case. McAteer, you can clarify it if you feel it.
That's a proper origin story, right?
He's a rebel.
Yeah, that's a proper villain origin story. My buddy was his parents were diehard Eagles fans, so he grew up. He's like, I'm gonna grow up a Jets fan, um, and then he had slowly become a uh, Eagles fan when his dad's like, all right, well, I'll just take someone else to these season tickets that we decided to buy. He's like, no, I think I'm an Eagles fan now.
To go to the games.
Yeah.
Mac was born in Jersey. His family's out that way, and yes, that is correct. Yeah, he was one of the
North Jersey.
I don't know what part. Mac, what
Has
part
to
is
be.
it?
Southern Jersey is generally Eagles fan still.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Which brings me up another point. As of 4 or 5 years ago, I thought one of the best players in history was Mike Trout. I just thought he was all around 40 homer guy, 300 type hitter, steals bases, gold glove center fielder, humble, good kid. Loved him. We wanted him. I wanted him badly in the draft.
Everyone in the MLB wanted him. They wanted
But
to
he
bring
went
him home
like
to
24.
Philly.
He went 24, something like that in the 20s. And what they had 2 picks in a row. And when who they picked first? The Angels picked an outfielder before Mike Trout. And I was like, they took an outfielder. They'll probably go pitcher here. All right. So they took an outfielder, but that means the Yankees 2 picks later will get Trout. No, they took 2 outfielders in a row in the first round. You know who they took first? He's still in the major leagues. But what the hell is his name?
Let me go.
Randall Grichuk.
Oh, no way.
They took Randall Grichuk with their first pick in the first round.
He is in the league.
He's still in the league.
He is. I know that year. I'm trying to remember the same year Mike Trout. I think Strasburg was a big pick that year.
He went number 1, Strasburg.
Yeah. Who was also another? Was Zach Wheeler? Was that year?
Well, he went to the Mets. Well, was he drafted by the Mets?
No, he went to the Giants.
And he got traded to the Mets as a minor leaguer?
Correct.
Okay.
Who else was a big guy that year?
Strasburg's year?
Yeah.
Probably a position player. Well, we could look it up.
Yeah, you know what? Why are we sure?
What was it? 2000 what?
2010, I think, was Wheeler, or 2009. Let me take it to the Google machine because honestly, I'm not.
2009.
Is it 2009?
Yeah.
Okay. Steven Strasburg was the first overall. Yes, he was. Yeah.
Dustin Ackley to the Mariners. He never panned out.
Nope.
Number 2 overall. Donovan Tate, Tony Sanchez, never even heard of him. Matt Hobgood, never heard of him. Wheeler went 6. Mike Minor went to the Braves. Wow. Mike Leake, Jacob Turner, Drew Storen, highly touted prospect.
I think wasn't he a comp pick?
Yeah. Drew Storen was a comp pick. Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Tyler Matzik, who's now who just got released by the Yankees as a reliever, went number 11. Well, they designated him for assignment and he wouldn't take it. So when
Wasn't
they
he
do
a Brave too?
Matzik, I thought he was, for some reason I thought he was an Oriole, but I could have been wrong. Aaron Crow, Grant Green, Matt Perk, Alex White, Bobby Bush, AJ Pollock went 17. Shelby Miller went 19.
Look at that. Miller. Yeah, Miller had a crazy long career, didn't he? Is he still...
Shelby Miller's still playing, I believe.
Yeah, Miller's still going. Is he with the Giants now?
Oh, I don't know. Shelby Miller, I thought he was with
the Pirates for a while.
He was with Arizona for a while, I believe.
Yeah, Kyle Gibson. There we go. There's a Philly in there.
Okay, so they didn't go. So Grichuk got picked at 24. Okay, then Mike Trout went 25.
Well, remember, I think that was the year that the Angels had those comp picks because they didn't. they had a disaster of Francisco Rodriguez from New York, and then they had one from the Yankees for Mark Teixeira. So they got Mike Trout because of that comp pick from Teixeira.
Well,
New York.
they used the first one on Grichuk. Okay,
Correct.
so the Yankees
but they had back-to-back, so it didn't matter if they went Trout, Grichuk, or Grichuk Trout.
Right.
They had back-to-back comp picks. One was from them. Both were from the New York teams, but yours was the Teixeira one, which worked out in your favor.
Yeah.
He got you the 09. Yeah, got you the 09. That was by the trade deadline, right?
No, it was free agent signing. We didn't trade for him. We signed him in the offseason. We signed CC Sabathia,
correct,
AJ Burnett, and Mark Teixeira in the same free agent class. And we won that first year with the three of them.
That's right. And that's what that comp pick was off of that year. Because I think that was the year I think we got Raul Ibanez off of the same type of deal.
Dude, we got Ibanez from you guys, right?
Yeah.
Later on?
Later. Yeah. And that's a shame because left, it's a great left fielder. There's just that class was. I just want to go ahead and repeat how many classes are not, the year after was like the big year. I think the 2010 that was your Bryce Harper.
Bryce Harper.
Yeah, Bryce Harper. So many Phillies actually currently on the team right now were I think Nick Castellanos was a first rounder that year, or maybe he was.
That's who I was going to bring up because you guys made a sneaky good move with Nick Castellanos, and I was like, he's going to be good in Philly, man.
I swore by him. People were very annoyed with the whole situation with him early on last year. And I said, look, guys, it's April. And then he just carried the team for the rest of the season.
He's a good hitter, man. I liked him. He was with the Tigers.
Cubs. Reds.
Reds. He was with the Cubs?
I think he was with the Cubbies for half a season. I think the Tigers traded him at the deadline.
Okay, and then signed with the Reds as a free agent. There's a guy like him that I wanted to, especially this year because we didn't have a third baseman, was Eugenio Suarez from the Reds. That guy's just a homer machine. And now he's hitting homers for the Diamondbacks. He hit 4 in a game this year.
I was just about to say, didn't he have like an insane game earlier?
4 in one game. I'm just looking at this 2010. Harper 1, Tyon 2, Manny Machado 3. Colon, Pomeranz never really panned out. Matt Harvey went to the Mets. He would have been good if he didn't keep getting hurt. The Shields, Winston Choice, Grandal went 12. Chris Sale went 13. Yeah. Wow.
Covey went 14.
Dylan Covey, White Sox guy. Yeah, I think Aaron Judge hit a big homer off him for like a record.
Yeah, I think he's actually. Is Covey in China now? He might be.
I don't know.
He's designated for assignment by the Mets.
Fulton Nevitz went to Houston. Well, Yelich went 23 that one. Okay. Nick Castellanos went that draft number 44. 44 to the Tigers, yeah.
Yelich was so nasty in that I remember him playing in the World Baseball Classic back in 2018 maybe. He was just gnarly.
You guys got a good team. Oh, I'd like to thank you guys. You guys actually made a dream of mine come true. I wanted so desperately for the Eagles to completely embarrass the Chiefs, as I predicted. And you guys did. So thank you to the Philly fan base for.
So what do you think of that then? As as an NFL fan, I know what the non NFL fan thinks. It was a boring Super Bowl, but you're a football guy, right?
Yeah, I'm predominantly. Well, I'm all sports, but I know football and baseball better than the other sports. But I'm a fan of all.
How interesting was the Super Bowl to you?
Loved it because from the whole playoffs, I was just like, let's go Buffalo Bills. I'm a Jet fan, but let's go Buffalo Bills, knock off the Chiefs. I just did not want the Chiefs in it. I did not want them to have a chance to win because they get the refs cheat for them, in my opinion. NFL wants the Chiefs in the Super Bowl every year. That might start going away after they got embarrassed, but they've been aided and they've been helped by the refs countless times. The Bills have been a victim to it probably like 3 times. But you just see it like the Jets,
very noticeable times. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, you can't deny.
Yeah,
the Jets had them beat, or the Jets were going to beat them as Cody Bellinger just triples to right center. That's the price they pay for having such a big field. You get a ball in the gap, you're going to get triples out of doubles. Leads off the 8th inning with a triple. Yeah, man, we get this guy hot. We'll be rolling. Somebody to protect Judge.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the way his lineup is, that is a great way to protect him, isn't it?
You need somebody to protect him, but Judge is the good enough hitter that he doesn't need protection, but because they're going to walk him anyway. What I mean protection
Cody
means
is
like
quick.
Cody could run. Him and Goldschmidt have surprised me with their speed. Volpe laces one fair ball down the left field line. Yankees are going to tack on another run. Volpe's going to stand
with a
up.
nice pull.
Race.
Yeah, nice pull.
Gets it right down the line. When I say protection for Judge, I don't really mean he needs protection. What I mean is make them pay for pitching around Judge.
That's what I'm saying. That's protection, right? And,
okay.
and every step, and that is your every step of the way in baseball. You protect your investment by making them regret their decisions, right?
Right, because that's why Juan Soto did so good. And I told the Mets fans, I was like, and I dropped a video and I said, you guys are not getting 2024 Soto because he's playing 81 games in Citi Field, not Yankee Stadium. So his 41 homers, whatever he hit with the Yankees, is going to turn into 32. Right off
from
the bat.
Distance alone, right?
Just from the configuration of the field. Like, right. Yeah, he's got the short porch. Right center's kind of short. So the doubles he hits in Citi Field or might get caught on a running grab in the gap would be in the second row. In Yankee Stadium, like talking about warning track stuff. Right?
There's so much track. I was just about to say so much track in Citi Field that you're just
the wall's high.
Yeah.
Left field is deep. He hits them out of Yankee Stadium. He can go to left field with it.
You're not getting your ground rule doubles because there is a wall there.
Everything. So his batting average is going to drop. His home run production RBIs are going to drop. His on base percentage is going to drop. And then he's got Aaron Judge protecting him, so he gets pitches to hit, or Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso is a good player. I like Pete. Good kid, too. But he's not Aaron Judge. It's not fair to compare them. It is what it is. So he's not gonna have that guy behind him. I was like, so while he'll still be a good player, is the reduction in all stats across the board, except for even walks.
Okay. Stallings is a little bit of a punk right now. Sorry.
Stallings?
Yeah, it's really he's the catcher.
I was say, what do you do? Because
he's just staring. He's just giving a little bit of a stare down to Dominguez. It's my biggest pet peeve when the catcher calls for checks.
Oh, what the check swings to the umpire?
It's not your place to initiate a check swing call.
It's mental. It's to get in the umpire's head to be like, oh, he might have went. That guy is adamant. They get them. They get the umpires sometimes. I call them refs. I always.
Yeah, I just sorry. It was just, but Stallings, dude, you're down 11 runs. I know you're frustrated, bud. I really do, and I know your pitcher right now is just eating it. But keep your cool, dude. Don't do this nonsense.
Yeah, because maybe he's also hoping. Well, he would do that anyway, no matter the score. But maybe he's hoping. Listen, it's 12-1 in the 8th. Maybe the umpire will be like, "Give him a strike." Maybe he'll just like, "All right, give him a strike. Get him. Let's help him get out of this game." Because the umpires are like that. That's another bad thing is like umpires sometimes they just want to go home. Like, all right, let's get this game over with. Strike 3. That wasn't a strike. You know,
You get paid $100,000+ a year to have fun and watch a baseball game. I don't care how long it's taking you. It's 4 hours of fun. If you don't want the job, give it to me. I'll learn it very quickly.
Yeah,
I teach kids for a living. I would love to do what you're doing right now.
Yeah, I would drop everything to be an umpire. You get to like talk to the players, hang out with them. I mean, I've known major leaguers, minor leaguers. I played college. I would love to do that on a daily basis. Just to be around the game. You know, if you love the game.
So much so that I'm a teacher, man. My goal is in 10 years to retire and just get a job at the stadium and be an usher. Watch free games, and live the dream. But it to me, these guys just seem. I get it. You don't like your job. I really do. It's hot out there. It is. It's 110 degrees sometimes on those turf fields, and they're not even running. They're just standing there, and it's just that you got, it makes your stomach hurt. Heat. I understand. I do.
It's a privilege, man. Like how many umpires? How many, like, you look at, there's 100 U.S. senators. There's only 100 spots, 2 per state. How many umpires are there in Major League Baseball? How many crew chiefs how many crews do you got? So what? So one crew does a series. What do we have? 30? We have 32 teams?
Yep.
So there's 16 crews. One crew for each game, each series.
And I'm sure they have standby crews and they have backup and they have
minor leaguers. They have the minor league guys and the umpires. Yeah, they have stuff, but you got 16 crews of what, 4 or 5? I'm trying to think how many umpires are out there.
Four.
4 and a standby. Is that what you mean? Like one guy.
There's always a standby for a game.
Okay, so that's 80 umpires. Right? So it's 16 crews times 5, including the standby guy. So that's, 16 times 5, 50, 30. That's 80.
80. Yep.
80. Okay. All right. So you have 80 umpires at the major league level. That's less than the U.S. senators. So you get that job, man. You take pride in that and you do the best you can. Man, I would be such a cool umpire. I wouldn't throw anybody out of the game ever. I wouldn't, unless, you caught them cheating, but I wouldn't. Oh, by the way, McAteer says Spotwood, South River, New Brunswick, those 3 towns in New Jersey. McAteer says, Keith, you and Murdoch have good chemistry. Appreciate you, bro. Hell yeah. You guys flow off each other. Nice. Two guys who love sports. It's easy to talk to people when you love sports and you're knowledgeable. It's easy to have conversations about all across the board.
One of the things that I've learned about sports is there's so many takes, right? You can get really passionate about it. You can. Passion is good, right? Because it helps you fuel an argument. It does all of those things for you to kind of like, it brings out that rah, let me paint my face type moment. But if you don't bring facts, right? If you don't bring like, kind of like, and it's okay to not understand things about sports. Like I am constantly learning new rules about baseball, and I'm like, I had no idea, and that's okay. Mm-hmm. I've been watching it for the better part of 25, 30 years, but I'm not the end all be all. The people have forgotten more about sports than I've learned. But if you have an opinion about something, just make sure you have facts for it. Now you can it's always, I don't like that guy, and that's an opinion, and that's great. But if you can say, I don't like this guy because I think this affects this, and then here's the stats to prove it. Okay, I'll listen. You're like, I hate his face. I don't quite get that. I hate his face. Because I hate Alec Boehm's face. I hate the Boehmies. It's what I call
his hair.
Dude, you play baseball. Your face is like.
Maybe I'm just jealous. I'm just jealous of his hair. Maybe.
Dude, who are you telling, dude? This has happened in my 20s. I was just like, I'm not going to pretend. Let's not do this. All right.
I shave it now, but if I let it grow, it's a disaster.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to fool myself or anyone, and but isn't it amazing when you're not wearing a hat, how many people are like, yo, I know you. You're like, no, you don't know me. You just know another white dude with a beard and a bald head. That's what you know. We're like a zero. Someone Xeroxed a billion of us and just scattered us around. They're like, I know you. Nope.
Thank God for Stone Cold Steve Austin making it cool.
Oh hell yeah.
Oh hell yeah!
What? Oh wait, wrong one. Wrong what? What?
And then we had Goldberg.
That guy turned a great bit of just like of whatting some. I don't even know. Sometimes
What?
you wonder. Yeah, sometimes you wonder, was that purposeful?
Yeah. Well, no, in the moment, no. I don't think he came in and was like, I'm just going to what the crowd. I think it was kind of like when somebody says, I know you are, but what am I? No matter what you say, he was just going to always say, what? If the crowd was like talking over him or harassing him, whatever they call it, right?
But it became branding. Like, it became branding for him, didn't it?
Yeah, because then they had what T-shirts the next day.
Yeah.
You know, they had all types of stuff like that. And it worked out. Like Stone Cold, like I'm a wrestling buff as well. And Stone Cold changed wrestling in ways that people don't understand. And what I point to a lot would be he made it to where he was a heel, but the fans would not let him be the heel. It doesn't matter if he was the bad guy, he was getting cheered for to win. So he was, I want to say, heel proof. You know what I mean? Even if a storyline made him a heel, they loved him anyway. It was almost like a Ric Flair effect, but a lot of people still didn't like Ric Flair. You know, it's kind of like, all right, Stone Cold was awesome.
You would have been great for our podcast. We did Northeast Philly podcast. We have too many of them. But I'm the producer for the Philly podcast, which is our football one. And then we have the Hall of Fame Club, which is for the Phillies. But the Northeast Philly one is like this pop culture one. And I'm telling you, you'd be great for this. Because we ran back. Let's see, what have we done? We do draft style, right? So you got to come on, and then at the very end, whoever's on the show, we have guests on all the time. I would love to get you on for it, but we just did horror movie night, but before that it was sports movie night. We did 80s movie night. There's so many, but yeah, the horror one, I'm generally the host. That man, they were so bad at it. They were so bad at it. I was so disappointed. I might even have the results of it somewhere here. Let me see. I'm still so annoyed by it. I think. Let's see. You seem like you know what you're talking about. Let's see if you know what's actually missing here. Now, why don't I just go to the right freaking website? There it is.
It wasn't called the Midnight Jury, was it?
This was pretty bad. There we go. You can pull it up if you want to. That is the horror movie draft night. And we have Halloween, Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Silence of the Lambs, Hills Have Eyes, Aliens, and Terrifier. That was Sean's list. Eric had, these were our two guests on here. The Exorcist, The Shining, Jaws, Sinister, The Conjuring, Nightmare on Elm Street, the original, Dracula, Bram Stoker's Dracula. And then you got our two regulars, Fuzzy and JV. Final Destination 2, It Chapter 2, Candyman, Scream, The Purge, Jeepers Creepers, From Dusk Till Dawn. And JV rounded it out with Final Destination, The Blair Witch Project, House of a Thousand Corpses, Identity, Zombieland, Orphan, and Child's Play. So I'm going to allow you to. Who would you want to go see a movie with if this is the list?
Okay, let me see. I'm going to go by how many I've
Yeah,
actually seen on
right.
here.
Whatever your like. Listen, this is where none. However you judge it, like I'll tell you who wins afterwards from the players. Everyone's allowed. The question is, who do you want to go to the movies with? I think I said, who would you want to survive a zombie apocalypse with on this one? So, who do you want to go see a movie with here?
Based on which ones I like of their selections.
Yeah.
Okay. I would probably say Eric, then Sean.
Okay. Now, what is it about Eric over Sean that like that? Is it close or is it like?
Yeah. Well, Halloween and Silence of the Lambs. Silence of the Lambs is one of my favorite movies.
Okay.
Aliens is one of my dad's. Like I've watched it so many times. The Hills Have Eyes. Cool. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Nightmare on Elm Street got very like whatever. I wasn't really like after like the first one. I don't know.
General consensus that the third one was the best one.
Okay. Because I wasn't like a horror guy.
Okay.
Oh, the Dream one?
Yeah, the Dream Warriors, where it's the kids and they get super powers in there and they try and fight back Freddy and they're in the mental hospital together.
Okay, because I don't know if I like. I'll just go from Sean's list. I seen Halloween. I want to feel like I watched Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. I don't know.
Everyone's seen it. Everyone.
I must have seen it.
It was they turned it into it was like a very regular 2-hour movie on like Saturday. Remember Saturdays that you just used to watch movies on like whatever generic station? They used to show like 1:00 movie, a 4:00 movie. Yeah. Well, they used to show Nightmare on Elm Street 3, the 2-hour cut. That's when he takes the one kid and slams their head into the TV as they're watching it in the room. Like very iconic.
I'd probably have to rewatch it though to know.
Okay, all right. I was trying to throw out some of those things that may have refreshed
my memory.
The puppet where he cuts open the dude's tendons and he's like working him like a puppet. It's pretty graphic, and people love it.
See, a lot of these are old.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it's I obviously forget a lot of them. Texas Chainsaw Massacre I remember seeing as a kid, and but I couldn't tell you. It's like these. If I watched them all over again, I wouldn't know what happens. That's how long it's been.
Okay. So
Hills Have Eyes are more recent. Aliens. I like the Aliens one better than the rest of them. The other Aliens that follow. Terrifier, I've never even heard of.
It's that clown one with the clown. It's pretty graphic. Good practical effects. But one of the newer. There's 3 of them out by now. But it is. What's missing? What's missing from this list that you see this and you're like, why isn't that there?
Oh wow, I need a list. I am glad one of them is on this list though, and Eric's for sure. Let's see if you can guess which one.
My favorite movie with The Shining.
No, and I'll tell you why. This might be disqualifying for me, but I've never actually seen it, at least the whole movie. Yeah, it's crazy. Or One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Nothing wrong with that. First of all, Kubrick's hard to watch sometimes for people.
I've always meant to watch it. I've been always like, I got to watch One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I got to watch The Shining just because I want to. Just never got around to doing it.
Yeah.
Jaws is great, but I wouldn't have considered that a horror movie. That's the crazy part.
Everyone there allowed it. So we, as the judge, I just made a call and I said, if any contestant has a reason that they would like to present why it's not horror, and they all went, no, that's pretty good for horror. Suspense, terror. It kept people off the beach for years, even though it was realistic and it didn't have anything supernatural to it. It was a freak of nature, and so we.
I wouldn't call that a horror movie. I would call it a movie. I liked it. I watched all the Jaws movies. I wouldn't have classified it as a horror movie. These other ones are horror, but my favorite one on that list is Sinister. That movie bugs me out to this day, where I try to get people to watch it because the ending of it still gives me goosebumps. Like, oh my God. Like, I don't want to blow it for anybody in the chat, but when you see the last parts of each film, like the clip, and the reel, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. I don't want to ruin it for anyone because Sinister is one of those. If you haven't seen it, please definitely go see it type because
Sinister gives me goosebumps. Like, oh my god, this is great.
And
it was so like a low key movie that I don't think a lot of people have seen.
Ethan Hawke,
yeah.
That really kicked him back, kind of career wise, and then kind of gave him the. He doesn't mind it because I've seen him talk in interviews about being typecast into the horror genre. He goes, listen, if I play it off like a creep and it's making me and my family some money, we can eat off of it. I'm a creep. You know what I mean? Whatever.
No, I didn't think he was a creep in it at all. I thought,
the phone booth. He did.
Yes.
Was it
okay.
I thought you meant like Black Box. I'm sorry. What was it?
No, I think I know what you're talking about.
Ethan Hawke just did. Hold on. Now I feel stupid. But Ethan Hawke just did. But he's starting to get into that horror genre. More so. He's in one of my most favorite movies of all time, Gattaca.
I did see that. I've seen Gattaca, but that's another one of those movies that I've seen it and I can watch it again and not know what happens. Dracula, which one?
That was Bram Stoker with Keanu.
Okay.
The Black Phone. That's what it was. The Black Phone. He was in that. That was another kind of horror supernatural-y thing he did. The Grabber is the guy. It's the guy who went from Reality Bites and being a Gen Xer and then being the Grabber.
Fuzzy's List, I've seen all of those except for Jeepers Creepers. I love all the Final Destinations. I've seen it. Candyman, Scream, The Purge, Dust Till Dawn. I've seen.
He had a theme.
There is I do have one for you though that is not on this list.
Please.
That I would put on it. Saw.
Any
of them.
The first one in particular got everyone in the theater I was in at the very end to go, no way. Like everyone, like you heard audible gasps, no ways, oh my God, that's awesome, blah, blah. I mean, that was the first time I think I had an interaction with an audience where we were just kind of all together on it and we heard it all at once. Very, very good pick. I think that should have been on there. There was another one I called them out for that they didn't have. I just saw was not one of them. It should have been, but thank you. They did not have The Thing on here. John Carpenter's The Thing.
The Thing, yeah, in the snow.
In this, right?
Yeah,
in the snow. And I love little details about that movie. The Swedish team in the very beginning are yelling, "That's not a dog! Shoot it! It's a thing! It's a monster! It killed everybody!" But they don't know Dutch or Danish, and so they attack the guys from the helicopter and save the dog. Who, anyway. They didn't have Event Horizon on there, which is a sci-fi what the F movie in every sense of the word. And they didn't have, I don't know, have you seen Cabin in the Woods?
I did.
They didn't have that on there. I thought it was an amazing horror movie.
Well, if you consider Aliens a horror movie, what about Predator?
So the original Predator wasn't, it was a action horror, meaning it was more, I think it was advertised more as a military style movie that just happened to have a monster as the antagonist.
Well, then you could say that Aliens was a space exploration movie that happened to have a monster.
yeah, but you have to remember the suspense that was used in Alien. I'm going to go with Alien, not Aliens. Even Alien, how it was just presented, the chest bursting scene to
Lance Henriksen
about the ship. They had no idea. These guys all felt like they were in control and they're going to just blow this thing up and like, we'll do it. Get to the chopper. You know,
It's a good Arnold.
It felt like there was a sense of hope for the guys fighting the Predator. Oh, and by the way, the Predator loses, right?
Yeah, the first one, yeah.
So
He loses in most of them.
Yeah, isn't most of the stories the Predator generally loses? We had a conversation about this. This was kind of like a debate, not on this show, a previous show we had. People are pissed that if the Predator is the ultimate fighting machine, or they're the ones that go on the hunts, why are they always losing? Why do they always suck at what they're supposed to be doing?
Well, they don't. They just run across someone that figures out their weak spots. And like with Arnold, it was the mud because he figured out he was using like heat, like thermal.
Right. They say you're only catching a glimpse of one of hundreds of thousands of winners against the whole race of predators that go from planet to planet. They must do it all the time. You're just every once in a while you're getting the story of the victor of the hunted. So that shut some people up. But I would think Predator 2 would be more horror than Predator 1 with Danny Glover. Just a cop getting too old for this stuff.
What was that one? Him and Mel Gibson.
And it wasn't him and Mel Gibson, but I think
when he goes, "I'm getting too old for this shit."
Oh yeah. That was I was making a bad cross reference between Danny Glover, but yeah, he was in Lethal Weapon saying that to Mel Gibson all the time.
Lethal Weapon, yeah. That's it.
But I think Danny Glover was in Predator 2 as the cop. It was really good actually, and it bombed in the theater. I think just as and critics alike. But that to me was like more interesting because it was set in like these guys should have all died. And Danny Glover figures out, all right, don't be hostile around it.
McAteer says, I'm behind, but Hostile and the Devil's Rejects. Wasn't that Rob Zombie?
Yeah, so Hostile is Eli Roth. Devil's Rejects is Rob Zombie. JV was teetering between Devil's Rejects and House of a Thousand Corpses. He went with he said he could have had both on there. He knew he could have picked them up easily. And we said we really remember Zombie also did the remake of what did he do the remake of?
Oh, I just had another one. Oh, I got it now. There's a couple I think you guys could have put on there.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, I'm not a horror guy.
Tell me.
But ones that I do remember. What about Leatherface?
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, he was the best. Okay, Children of the Corn.
Children of the Corn. Malachi, right? Creepy little white dude. So I said I said this. I have a real hard time. Maybe it's because I have been a public educator for 25 years. But I have a real hard time when like the main nemesis is like a little dirty girl that you could solve with like a bar of soap and a box of Tide. You know what I'm saying? If you can clean her up, get her a manicure, get some like a hot oil treatment in that dingy hair, new dress. You're not. She's like, wah! I'm like, relax, okay? Like, what are you upset about? What are we doing here? I watched a video. You're mad at me? Like, what? Come on. I have a hard time with that type of super natural type thing.
I definitely had another one in my brain too, and I just lost it.
But The Ring, nah. What's the other one? The Grudge. Yeah,
The Grudge, The Ring.
Nah. Yeah, you're dirty little girls. I don't. Go take a shower.
What about Carrie? No one brought up Carrie?
Is it good? Sure. Is it great?
Well, I mean, to be fair, some of these on the list, though, in the grander scheme of like cinema, would be considered B movies.
Oh yeah,
So Carrie was not a B movie in its time.
100%. I gave them, I think, a C- on this list. I really did, but I don't get a vote on it. They vote on each other. So Sean did win this. Everyone wanted to go see a movie with Sean. Eric did get a vote. So Eric got 1 vote. Sean got 3. And I don't think you could have gone wrong with either one of their lists if you were going to go see those movies with them. But what would be considered the most B movie on here, would you think?
Probably Blair Witch Project. I didn't see Jeepers Creepers. But I would say
Is
Blair
that
Witch
before your
Project.
time?
Probably not before my time. Probably
Yeah,
just
you're
never
young.
saw it.
In your 20s?
Me, I'm 47.
Holy sh! Okay, I'm 45. So all right, I'm shocked you haven't seen Jeepers Creepers.
I know of the movie.
Okay.
I've never seen it though.
What about From Dusk Till Dawn?
I've seen that because
Okay.
that's Salma Hayek's dance. How do you not?
It's a great and
That's a Birds and the Bees movie.
What did you see in the theater, and did you know what it was going in?
I want to say I did see it in the theater because I was a big movie guy, movie goer. I feel like I did see it in the movies. I can't swear to it. I don't know if I saw it in the movies. I probably did though.
Yeah. Scream. I saw. I've seen. I want to say more than 70% of this list in the theater.
I got a list for you. I got another one for you that they missed. What about Pet Sematary?
Controversial. Controversial on whether it was good or not.
Well, we're talking horror, but I mean, what was the kid's name? Cade or something?
Yeah.
Cade. Yeah, I'll like. There's a scene though I'll never forget when you just see the sneakers in the street. You know, he gets hit by the car.
That's gut wrenching.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, like the little boy just got
kid with the scalpel cutting Munster, Fred Gwynn's calf, and he just murders the next door neighbor who was a sweetie pie. The creepiest thing I think in that entire movie was actually the mom's sister, who was like, I think had some sort of weird condition, and she was like, she wasn't allowed in her room, and she was having weird flashbacks to it. The sister creeped me out like the most. The movie itself was okay.
Let's see. Oh, I got another. I don't know if you would consider this horror, but it is one of my favorite movies of all time. Based on some of the other stuff on this list, well, at least one of the movies on this list should make it. What about Seven? With Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt, because that is no different than Silence of the Lambs. As far as the story, the drama, the cops trying to figure out stuff, and you get gore in it as well. It's the same thing as Silence of the Lambs, just like a different story.
Definitely suspense. I would go horror. Why isn't it on there? That is
I'm just saying it would qualify. It would qualify because that's one of my favorite movies of all time because I love solving movies. I've seen so many movies that I find myself not only figuring it out, but in the middle of the movie, but being able to finish the dialogue before they even say it. Just like.
And I think Sean brings up the best point about this. You don't think of Seven as a horror movie because it's a great movie, period.
Yeah, well, so is Silence of the Lambs. That's why I said Seven.
Yeah.
Because it reminds me of it. That was a great suspense, completely suspenseful, less gore. There wasn't, I don't really think there was much gore at all.
There was some pretty disturbing scenes with the guy he made overeat for like a year.
Well, in comparison to 7, I mean, 7 was. Did they make that guy for Sloth?
Yes. Gluttony.
Gluttony.
Yeah. There was another one that was. Who was the one that? There was one that was Vanity. Another one that was disturbing. The fact that the guy was alive on the bed with all the air fresheners around. Yeah, man, that was a really good movie. Damn. We should have had. Listen, we should have had you on. That's for sure.
And I should have drafted for the Jets.
Yep, because you definitely would have broken. Yeah, you definitely would have broken up some of these, and I think you would have actually maybe have called out, or at least I don't know if you would have been okay with Jaws on there, and that would have been you might have been the one that actually got it kicked off. So, not bad, not bad at all.
Yeah, I'm not. It's funny because I used to. That's why I asked you if you knew the guy. I used to co-host on a show. It's like a month ago, and that ended. But he actually did a horror show, so that he was going to try to revamp, but didn't work. Some bad things behind the scenes.
It's always the way it is. If you're not doing this, if you're not doing this for fun and you're not enjoying yourself, and it always feels like this is a chore. It's just not. You move on from it.
There's a lot of it started getting ugly. You know, it was kind of like okay, but then I don't.
Are you doing this to make millions of dollars, or are you just doing this to have fun?
No. I started doing a channel because it was just an alternative to other things that, I was more of like a viewer and call in type, chat. And then it was more of like a hangout spot. So we were just making an alternative one to where we just hang out and get like 10 people in there and, just a hangout spot, but more sports orientated, like you could talk about your family, your job, whatever, just sports buddies hanging out. That's really all it was. And then I had already paid for the StreamYard, and made the channel. I didn't want to make the channel, but they were like, "No, you do it, you do it." And I was like, "All right." So I did it, but it was really for everybody in like a group of people. And then like people just weren't there, that was supposed to be there. And I was like, got a year's worth of StreamYard and the channel set up, but So I was like, all right, I got to do something with it. So I was like, all right, I'll watch Jet games and watch it while I stream it. And then people maybe can call in and type in and we'll watch together. And then I was like, and then I'll do it for the Yankees. And then I'm a big draft guy. So I was like, oh, then we'll do draft stuff and just kind of throwing it together.
Yeah,
so I don't have like
it, man.
Oh, thanks. I'm trying. But that's why with the getting monetized, that's why I was like, that's why I had to go PG-13. Because it's been running into problems like with reviews and stuff. So because we were a free-for-all, just like this mother there was no rules. But then you're in the review process and stuff, and then it was like, all right, so we're gonna have to put a plug in that part of our everyday speech, so that's where we're at now. So I never had like a structured thing. It was more really just a sports hangout, where like our buddy DJ here, he's a Bills fan, Chris is a Bills fan. So we got, people, everybody's welcome. You're a Philly guy all through and through, so it's like, this is great.
How can you tell? It's not like I have an accent or anything.
No, it's not even an accent. Broken Bell Network.
I was told it's the most Philly accent around.
No, I couldn't even tell you the truth.
Really?
Yeah. Sounds normal to me because we're both from the Northeast, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've heard your talk a little. You said a talk.
Oh, I did?
All right. I heard the talk, and then he's like, chocolate. It's like, we...
Well, if there's one good thing, it's like I don't say is go pack your cat in the yard.
Pack your cat in the garage.
Pack your cat over there. I'm from Southie. The guy who produces the show is a Denver Bronco fan and a Boston Red Sox fan and a Lakers fan. So it's thanks, DJ. Let me just get back to these chats. Oh, we got here. 7 was a good movie either way. It was. It's kind of a little behind in the chat. McAteer says, if you like horror, please check out the collection. So good. Do you guys check out any foreign horror movies? Train to Busan is dope. Heard of it. I heard of it, but no. Let's see, which one are you? Okay, gotcha.
Action horror. Ooh, Park Joo-suk. This is actually a really good director.
There's a final score in the Yankee game, 13-1. The Yankees 13 runs on 21 hits in 1 error. The Rockies 1 run, 8 hits, 1 error. The Yankees improved to 31-20, and Colorado drops to 9-43. Let's see. 3 Yankees. Goldschmidt had 3 hits. Bellinger had 3 hits. Volpe had 3 hits. LeMahieu had 3 hits. Scarra pinch hit, got 1. Grisham had 1 for 6 day. Rough on Grisham, but he did have 2 RBIs. Judge 1 for 4, 2 runs scored and a walk. Let's see. Dominguez 2 for 3 with a walk. Wow. Wells 2 for 4 with a walk. Peraza 1 for 4 with a walk. So Colorado 8 hits but struck out 10 times. The Yankees lowered their season average with only 8 strikeouts today. So, by the way, drop the sub to the Broken Bell Network. This is, I believe this is your link.
That's it.
Okay, yeah. Double check that.
We just started the YouTube. We've been on Facebook for doing the Philly podcast for about 6 years now. Easier to build see, it's funny. We said it was easier to build, and it wasn't that easy, but we felt like it was easier to build a network off of Facebook. It's to us, it's so much more difficult on YouTube, but
I would be careful. Well, not be. When I say be careful, just things to look out for. Like when I first started doing this, obviously I thought it was going to be different, and I've just been piecing it together the best I can, especially without a structured show. I thought that everyone was going to be more helpful and, help each other out, promote each other, everyone comes, does each other's shows and, help everyone grow. But it's like, I think most of the dudes feel like it's competition and they don't really want to help. And even though they say they do, they really don't. Like, that's what I've experienced. I won't be that way ever because I just don't believe in it. I think, I think everyone should help each other out as much as they can. And I'm not going to compromise that. But I've run into it. So you might see it yourself. Just
we got linked. We got linked up with a same thing, kind of with a network, and we were like, "Oh, this seems like a decent fit." Just wasn't. So that's where the Broken Bell Network came out of. It was just like we had a bunch of shows that we were kind of running on one station or like one channel, and they were like, "Well, why don't you do it all over here?" And we did, and we're like, "All right, it's a little weird so far, but we'll go with it." And it just continued to get weirder and weirder. So we just noped out and we said, let's just do it on our own. So that's how, yeah.
So you've experienced somewhat of it already.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks. But then for every one bum, we find 10 awesome people. We just did our draft show and we had like 10 people on it, in and out. We had Micah Parsons' brother, Terrence Parsons. He comes on to our show quite often. We get just a bunch of there's a bunch of country singers who seem to be Eagles fans, and they sing all these songs about the birds, go birds, and we get them to come on. So there's like a lot of cool stuff, but I would definitely love to get you on if you're interested.
Yeah.
I'll send you my our email. So this way, I'll send it in the private chat so you have it. Just link up with us.
You
And
guys on
then,
Discord?
No, they wouldn't know how to work that if it came up and slapped them in the.
Oh, it's such an awesome app.
I am.
Okay. Let me see. I'll find it. I'll put my link in there. Yeah, we have a little channel. We have a Discord channel for the stream here.
Oh,
just so everyone can stay in touch and just send messages, like whatever. I mean, you could do phone calls, video. Like I'm sure you know. We'll get to this. I'm still like technologically an idiot. I just am. How do I see? I'm looking for something here. I'm looking for what to send. Let me see. Where's the? There must be like an invite thing here, right? Where would I find it? Looking for the channel setting. The channel settings. Oh, okay. I think I found it.
Share link.
No, I don't see. Okay. Oh, the producer of the show. He's MIA today. But here's this is the invite to the server where we're all in there. That should be a clickable link. And then, you see like Mardog, like back to your DJ. Oh, a lot of these guys are in it. DJ says, Keith, I just subscribed. Next year, the Bills will beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl. Oh, you read that. That's what he says. You wish. Brother McAteer subscribed. Hell yeah. Yeah, man. It's all like, I try to tell people, like, I'm still a small channel, but I was like, it's about, you got a network and, and there's really, it's supposed to be, I was looking forward to that, to like, we got sidetracked when we talked about this earlier. Growing up, I was always a sports fanatic and I was an athlete in all the sports. My friends that I hung out with weren't really like, we'd play basketball like in the park, but they weren't. I was the only one who played football. I was the only one really baseball. Basketball, we'd play around. I played on a team. They played, in the park, drinking 40. You know what I mean? But like after grammar school, they were done. They weren't fanatics like me, so I couldn't really talk sports with anybody in my friend group. They were like Yankee fans, Met fans, Jets, Giants, but they really couldn't sit there and talk to them and break stuff down and really get into deep conversations. So a couple of years ago, like I was like, oh, saw things on YouTube. I was like, oh, other Jet fans, other Yankee fans, other sports fans. So then I started getting involved with watching other people's shows. So that was the allure to finally be able to talk sports with other mostly knowledgeable fans for the most part. And some aren't as much, but that's okay.
And some people are just out there to troll, and I get it. I troll right back. I just, you hand it right back to them because you should. And that's the way it should be. But I'm not I don't try to start anything with people at all. I really do not. However, people get what they deserve sometimes. So what did they say? Never interrupt your opponent when they're making a mistake.
Yeah, just like let them talk, let them dig themselves deeper holes, and
Keep going, idiot. You got this.
Yeah. And you said something earlier that totally resonates. That I agree 1,000%. I know when I talk like on here on YouTube, and I give my stats, my facts, my opinion after that. I never think that my opinion means more than the next person's. Like, this is just my opinion, and I'm going to validate it and put it out there. You might say something to me that makes me look at a situation completely different, because I might be like, wow, I didn't even factor that in. That's a good point. Maybe I'm wrong. A lot of people have their opinions. They dig in. Nope, I'm wrong. I'm right. You're wrong. That's all. That's the end of it. I can't stand that. It's just, no, let's just trade information, and maybe you can make a more compelling argument than I do. And I have to reevaluate what I thought, because you gave me new info that changes everything. So that's all it is.
it's all about perspective, and if you get some new ones, or if you get one that you hadn't considered before, it should make you reevaluate it. I get worried about people who dig their heels in and go, well, I'm still clearly right after hearing this new information.
Not even considering it, like really considering it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm always just like, I mean, I might have conviction in my opinion, but that doesn't mean I dismiss somebody else's. I try to be like, well, why do you think that way? Explain why you feel that way. What brought you to that conclusion? And that just makes for good debate and good talk.
That feels like an attack to some people who are, who didn't rationalize themselves into that opinion. It's again, what are they? It's harder to rationalize someone out of an opinion they didn't rationalize themselves into.
That's true.
So it's by you that would have been triggering to somebody who, let's just say a flat earther, right? Let's do it. I mean,
I have one of those, a friend.
I hear you. And it's at some point there's no, your conversation tactic should have changed from I'm not going to aggravate myself with this to I'm going to entertain myself with this, right? And so you should never raise your blood pressure over someone who has that dense thinking or whatever it might be. You embrace it. If you need a good laugh, you just go into the well and you just go like, all right, let's see what else this person can come up with. And so you almost egg on it. And I'm not saying that's helpful, but you're not changing that person's opinion.
That's when the conversation gets hard, when you can't have like I don't want to just say like, oh, be snooty and say an intellectual conversation, right? Because then you're, I don't know everybody's education level on a specific topic. Let's just call it that. But some of them, it's just when they're just so one-sided, like they're not open to any other variable. It's like, well, what's the point of having the conversation? And I could show you evidence at this point and it won't matter.
Yeah. Well, that's confirmation bias, right? Isn't that? It's where people, even when presented with new fact, they will
disregard it.
Yeah, they may accept it, but then come up with a secondary reason to discard it.
Alternative facts. Is that the word they use in politics now? Alternative facts.
Some people are saying they're the best facts, these alternative facts. I don't know.
We got the best facts. I like your Trump better than mine.
The alternative facts are, well, some people, frankly, the best facts, alternative facts, because they're not the primary facts, but they're the not the alternative to the primary. They're the best.
We only have the best facts.
And again, that to me is where the minute that comes into play, where I realize, well, I'm going to have fun with this. I'm going to actually make them think I believe everything they're saying, and I am going to the best way to do it is to make up something even crazier than what they have said, that even they can't believe, and they look at you like you're crazy. That is great. You're like, yeah, man, flat earth. I'm like, yeah, man, but flat earth. It's like, I agree. We should be talking about that, but how come no one is talking about the fact that there are dinosaurs still roaming the earth and they're hiding them from us?
Well, we know because birds are a descendant and alligators. Dude, you can't tell me an alligator is not a dinosaur. That thing is.
Yeah, it's a 2 billion year old dinosaur. That thing knows what's up.
Well, I don't know if there's a T-Rex running around like the Amazon rainforest, but
no, you just have to make up something crazy, and then they decide like what? They might even it makes them second think like, wait, how could people believe this stuff? And then it makes them think about, well, what do I believe?
What about we got a lot of subject matter as far as like Antarctica. That's you got the magic bullet theory. That's a great one.
Well, I mean, there's definitely multiple shooters, right?
100%.
Okay. I'm all for like it was a one dude job, and I'm sure Lee Harvey Oswald may have had actually. I don't think they expected him to actually get that shot off. That's the thing.
I don't think they left it up to him. Just like you got one shot at this. I mean,
Right. But my
U.S. president,
man
you're gonna-
hit, but he hit, and they were like, "Oh," and then they were like, "Well, we're gonna fire the second one anyway." Just to make sure, but they didn't realize that a Marine was going to get that 1,300 yards away or something like that. I don't know.
Actually, I saw something the other day. There was a guy like who did autopsies who worked on the body extensively. This is a doctor, and he's an old man now, but he was like in front of Congress or the senators or whatever, some hearing. I believe this is fairly recent, and he was like, I think he said there was 4 shots. And like the trajectories, impact wounds, like all types of stuff. But they were trying to say the bullet like went through, I think he got hit in the temple or something like that. And then it like went down through his chest into like his leg, then went through the front seat into the governor, hit him in the shoulder, came out and through the, like, what?
Right.
Then conveniently they find Lee Harvey Oswald in a dark theater. They knew exactly what theater, what theater room to go to, and found him in the dark and knew what guy to look for, and then when Jack Ruby kills him so a mafia connected guy gets himself into the police parking garage and is able to go shoot him with a handgun. It's just all, come on, man. And then, so I've watched a lot of things extensively on that.
But you're not going to get anyone saying to you that the JFK situation was messy. Is no one thinks we know it's still obtrusificated to this day. Like we know not everything has been declassified. Even the ones that were
tell us.
Right.
Well, because when you find out that your own government did it.
When the CIA did it because they were worried about what was right. So
they don't want that part confirmed. But it's come on.
Not even 100 years removed, people will still feel there are still people alive that were involved. They'll still feel some type of way. So,
well, because then it opens up the can of worms, right, Keith? To where it's like,
who do you
look what happened in Butler, with Trump, right? So you look at that and other assassinations, like even go back to Lincoln. So, when you involve the government agencies, it casts obviously a negative light on them that they don't want confirmed. But the lies that they decide to go with really kind of they did it to themselves, Do
you realize how insane the Lincoln assassination is? It's like if Chris Hemsworth killed the president, but Liam Hemsworth killed the president. Like that's the level of star power John Wilkes Booth had. He was an
actor, stage actor, right?
Very famous. His brother was even more famous than him, but just the idea of this guy, he was like so much behind it. I listened to those podcasts extensively. One of my favorites is Behind the Bastards, but I don't know if you've ever caught that one.
No, it's a documentary, or
yeah, they do. Behind the Bastards just gives you like the dirt on a lot of people.
I'm all into that stuff.
Yeah, but they're like it's here. I'll tell you some of the people that they've done. They're all over iHeartRadio.
This is the guy, Keith. DJ says I have to run. I'll try to get on tomorrow for the game. Keith, I'll check you out soon. Check in with you soon. Remember, the Bills will win 3 Super Bowls before the Jersey Jets make the playoffs.
This is your guy?
This is the guy I was talking about. That 3 Super Bowls before a playoff appearance.
I don't. Okay, man. That's a real hater, and it's really a hater because he's doing the Jersey Jets, so he's doing you super dirty here. I call them the Jersey Giants, so I get what he's doing and I respect it.
Well, come on, DJ. 3 Super Bowls before a playoff appearance when you haven't won one? Keith, I always have to hit him with this. When he comes in with that nonsense, I have no choice but to do this. So no matter what he ever says, 1 is still greater than 0. So DJ, you can keep all your division title trophies wherever you want, shine them up real nice, but you don't have a Lombardi, and that's what we measure greatness with.
I always say that when the people say Jalen isn't elite, I go, then what do you measure greatness with?
Success.
Yeah, the Lombardi. Listen, this has been. I really appreciate you. You're the man. I'll hit you up. I got you in the Discord now.
Oh yeah.
I'll hit you up, and I will definitely. Are you just to make sure in there, administrator? I don't want to hit up the wrong guy.
Well, there's only one Murdog in there, so even if like you just go in the chat and just like at Murdog, like at M, pop right up.
You got a crown next to your name and everything.
That's because it's my Discord. That's how they discern who owns the Discord.
I'm just saying. I sent you off a message. I really do appreciate you. Anytime you want to come on, hit us up. And
whenever you want.
Thanks.
I do had something before you go. There's something I wanted to say to you that we got sidetracked.
Okay.
When we were talking about Mike Trout.
Yes.
I thought he was the best player potentially ever because he did everything at a superstar level, right? Good kid, humble kid, in my opinion. Then he started getting hurt. Okay. I lost all respect for him as far as being a player because he, again, re-signed long-term with the Angels. And they lose Ohtani. And I said, I'm not even saying you should have went to the Yankees, although I would have loved him as the Yankee. But why not go to the Phillies? That's your favorite team growing up. He's an Eagles fan and a Phillies fan, correct? From South Jersey, Millville, New Jersey. Why? The Phillies are a good team. They become a great team with you.
He loves the West Coast. He does.
He likes the comfort of the nice weather, no pressure. You've had 3 games in the postseason in your entire career because you're too scared to go play under the bright lights of October. You could have done it with the Yankees. You could have done it with the Mets. You could have done it with the Red Sox. But you even could have went to your childhood team, the Phillies, and made them a great team.
Yeah.
And why not go home to Philly? Well, he's Jersey, but you know what I mean. I'm not even advocating them what you should have went to the Yankees, although I would have loved it. But you would have went to your hometown childhood favorite team that's going to be in the postseason perennially with you. Why would you not? Why would you re-sign with the last place Angels?
I got your answer here. For every person who tells me that MLB is bad at marketing people, they never got behind people like Mike Trout. They never got behind. They got behind Ohtani, but they never got behind Mike Trout, and they never got behind Chipper.
Baseball?
Yeah.
Really?
MLB as a marketing standpoint.
Yeah,
why aren't you you're marketing your people, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you why Mike Trout hasn't been fully marketed, because he doesn't have heart. And I will be the first. Is he a good ball player? Yeah, 100%. Does he have heart? No, you don't see it in him. He doesn't get emotional about the sport. He is hard to market from a baseball standpoint.
Yeah, he's very vanilla and bland.
And so
he doesn't want it.
I get it. I get that to him, it's like, I don't need to be more than I am. This place respects me for what I am. It's beautiful weather. They're going to pay me. It's guaranteed. What are we talking about?
Well, look at Aaron Judge. Puts up the numbers, gets into the postseason, although he struggled. He's not in every commercial. Nothing has changed for him. He's still the same humble kid. He's still a good kid. And putting up numbers predominantly in the regular season.
He has heart.
He wants to win. Where's the competitive fire in Mike Trout before all the back injuries? Be like, no, I want to go play in October every year. I want to because you could have the best regular season stats ever. You play 3 playoff games?
Yeah.
And you chose that path when you could have went to any team you wanted. You're in the history of all around best players. He was Griffey, Bonds. He could do it all at a high level. No questions of steroids or anything like that. No one's ever questioned him about that stuff. But it's like, why would you not? And you wouldn't be alone. You would have had Bryce Harper next to you, absorbing the media attention, and now you got a Castellanos, and you got the good pitching staff, you got the Nola. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it almost disqualifies him, and it's sad because I looked at him as before Trout and Ohtani became Trout and Ohtani. I looked at Trout as hands down best player almost ever because he could do it all at an elite level. But now
Ohtani and Judge are the juggernauts of this generation. There's just anyone who tells me differently doesn't watch baseball, doesn't understand how they are just monsters unto themselves. They redefine what it means to be a baseball player in an era of really good players, right? And you have to be in the StatCast era because the statistics don't let that lie. Just looking at Mike Trout, I've never seen him. People are like, well, why aren't they marketing him? He's not interesting.
He does the weather for fun.
Right. He's not interesting. So,
which I almost embrace, Keith, because I'm glad he's not he's the antithesis of Soto. He's humble, doesn't cause trouble, good guy in the locker room, loyal, I guess. But
the Phillies didn't go after that just simply due to injury, and that what it would have done to their luxury tax to take that risk at him at that time.
I mean, before you're talking about Trout, right?
Yeah.
No. Before Trout started getting injured, he re-signed with the Angels.
That was 3 years ago, right?
When he started getting hurt, it was about 3-4 seasons.
Yeah.
But when he signed his contract, he could have.
He was injury prone then.
Now he is. Well, once you start getting hurt, like once Don Mattingly hurt his back, it was downhill for him. But Mike Trout was on fire starting the season. He had like 9 homers before he got hurt again.
Oh, yeah.
He was like up there. It was like maybe his average wasn't there like it used to be, but, he was still that guy. But I'm just saying, before he re-upped with Anaheim, I was like, dude, even just for baseball and yourself, go play in October every year. Be that guy. I lose respect when you choose to sit in last place for your entire career and during your prime. Like, I can't respect it. I'd rather you seek out October and fail than never want to even go there.
He's too much of a nice guy to, I think, to want to trade, to leave, and then he got comfortable and saw it as like, okay, well, like at this point, Anaheim needs me. I can't leave. Shohei has already left, and okay, whatever. Hey, I'm fine with it.
I think Shohei was like that too. Shohei Ohtani wanted to play with the best player in baseball, so he went to the Angels.
Yeah, and
that didn't work out. The Anthony Rendon contract, I think, really hurt them. That's one of the worst contracts in history, I guess. And so, but it didn't work out. And Ohtani was like, well, listen, I tried. I think he re-upped with them too, didn't he? He did have 2 contracts with them, and he stuck it out. And when that wasn't still going to work, then he was like, all right, I'm moving on. I mean, and he got a title.
You get $700 million. What are you talking about?
And a World Series title.
Yeah.
So, although I hate the Dodgers more as much as I hate the Patriots, because of what they did to baseball.
Fans, it's such a good team to watch, and they're enjoyable. But the fans,
people just like the Yankees bought their World Series titles. Okay, do we need to talk about revenue sharing? Do we need to talk about all this stuff? And
how many teams does the Yankees support? Welfare teams do the Yankees support on a regular basis?
Just the bottom line,
yeah.
Seems like even the Commissioner Selig, when he was the commissioner with the Brewers, those small market teams that get money from the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, they take that money and they put it in their bank accounts. Steinbrenner took the money and reinvested it in his lineup and rotation. And you're hating the Yankees. Everybody had the opportunities to sign these people. They didn't want to pay him. Right. Steinbrenner didn't put it all in his bank account. He put it right back into the team. And you're calling, the Yankees buy their titles. Okay. Like every other team.
Talking about fining teams for not spending enough.
Now they do that. Yeah. Now there's like a minimum. Mm-hmm. But it's it's crazy, man. Mike Trout, man. Damn, I thought that guy was just look at his numbers until he started getting hurt. It was just consistent.
Oh, a legend.
I thought he was all around. He was my choice for best player in the game. And he plays center field. So that's
Yeah,
like
well, hopefully
shortstop.
but you also hope longevity in the position.
Yeah. Mickey Mantle was that until he stepped on a drain pipe in center field in Yankee Stadium and tore his knee up. He was never the same.
Was that really the end of Mickey's career, or was a drain
He
pipe tour?
went downhill. Yeah, he was in the outfield running for a ball or something. Then or walking or running. But in the old Yankee Stadium, there was a hole, like a drainage system in center field, and he stepped in it and tore his knee up.
Oh shit!
And then he was like a home run stolen base guy, like Mike Trout.
Yeah,
great defender. And then after his knee got torn up, they went his speed, and then he couldn't really run around center field too well, and his career went downhill. He still put up a Hall of Fame career, 500 and like something homers, but he would have been better had he not had that injury. His numbers would have been through the roof. But I guess this is the baseball gods saying, Trout, we gave you enough time to go to a contender and shine in October, and if you're not going to do it, give us your back. And he took his back.
Yep.
So, it is what it is.
You've been amazing. I appreciate you having me on, man.
I appreciate you saying, hey, you want to call? I was like, yeah, you get a lot of guys that call in on a lot of shows, and they have to like 3 minutes. Like, all right, well, thanks for the call. Click. But I don't have a structured show, man. Anybody that wants to call in, as long as they have the camera on, and I know that they're not going to come in here and pull their pants down to like get my channel banned, because that does happen. People call in sometimes, and I have to say, like, if you don't turn the camera on, I can't bring you in. I mean, I saw your face and I saw the name, and I was like, oh, I know you've been in here before. But if they don't put the camera on, I mean, one of the guys in the Jets community lost his channel because a guy trolled him like the summer before, and then came back, 8 months later, whatever it was, and showed a picture of an appendage just to get him in trouble, and they took his channel. He had to start over. So can't trust that stuff, and
He Tyler Durden him is what I call it.
from Fight Club.
Throughout
Yeah, but man, I don't have a structured thing. Anytime you're welcome to call in anytime, first inning, like say, hey, I'm calling in. Like as soon as you pop in and bring in, I'm just down for the conversation. Like I don't kick people off in 2 or 3 minutes. We got the guy you like busting his chops, Mets. Mets will be there, and he'll be like looking at a menu in a cookbook. You know what I mean? Like
I have a guy like that. I have a guy like that.
He's playing video games. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, could you be less interested, bro? Oh yeah.
No, he's one of a kind though. And
listen, I love to get guys like that worked up, just because you just and they just let him go. It's great.
Yeah, well, I used to play his rants. He has a channel, Mets 2128, and he does these rants. And the producer of this channel compressed them into like 2 to 3 minute videos of him going off about the Knicks coach, the Mets manager, the Giants front office, and it is just obscenity laden to where it was hysterical. But I love his passion, and he actually has good sports opinions. So, but watching him have a meltdown about a team, I used to play them in between innings. So we had like 17 or 18 to choose from. So I'd tell the chat, pick a number, and then I'd play which number. But since it's so obscenity filled, that's like getting me in trouble.
And just, you know what? You and me offline, we'll hook up, and we'll send me over the video, and then we'll just bleep it up so you can still run it.
That's what we're trying to do. Like we're trying to, well, those videos would be bleep, 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 and this guy bleep, bleep.
Even better. It's even funnier with the beeps.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Even funnier with the beeps. Yep.
Yeah. But I mean, he was calling for like presidents, like to be taken to the town square type thing, like former president. Like he goes off. But we do. I forgot to do it today. We do have the 7th inning stretch where he does "God Bless America." Well, "God Bless the USA" by Lee Greenwood.
Is that bad? Like Roseanne Barr bad?
Oh, I do call him the Grammy Award-winning artist. Listen, he's got some stones, because I would never do it, but he does it. So I give him all the credit in the world that he don't care who. sing it and post it. And he's like, he's here on the show and we play it. And he's like, are you playing that for the same? Yep. Okay, good. So, but he's another one, like we're trying to like, you know, help him grow and get him as much exposure as possible.
That's awesome.
He's a
Yo,
good kid.
dude, you're a great dude. I could tell right away. As soon as you took my vape joke like a champ, I was like, oh, I like this guy.
I like to laugh, even if it's about me. If it's funny, I'll laugh.
Correct.
You know, like so it's like I'm all about comedy.
Yeah.
And,
I love roast humor. I love, especially ones that are like so absurd and stupid. Like, what are we doing? You look like you sell vapes to middle school children. Like, what are we talking? Like, that's.
Yeah, no, it's that was hilarious. I was just like, oh my.
You took it right away. You loved it, and I was like, and I think I actually threw like a compliment his way, and he saw as soon as he saw as a Philly dude, he lost it. That's all it took was I was broke a bell. That's a Philly guy. I was like, yeah, well, it says Philadelphia on my logo.
But he got he would get trolled, like they would insult him, and he's very sensitive to that, all that stuff. To me, I don't care. People talk about me like that. I don't. If it's funny, I want to laugh too. But when you mentioned roasts, like when I first got started into like calling into people's shows, I would do impressions of like I did Hulk Hogan, Macho Man. I was on.
Lay it down on me. I got to hear your impersonations. Go ahead. Give me Hulk Hogan trying to sell a used car.
I don't know if I need a script, but
let me tell you something, brother.
Well, I have the get up, and I got the clothes.
Okay,
and I would do this on camera.
It's a whole bit. Okay.
Well, it's limited because now you guys say, well, let me tell you something, brother. I got a 98 Dodge, dude.
That's it. You nailed it.
That. And then you go, oh yeah, Macho Man, yeah, we're taking this car off the lot, yeah, because the cream rises to the top, yeah. Oh yeah, and I do stuff like that. But I would have to have like a script to read, otherwise you kind of get lost trying to do the voice, and then the voice starts going. So you got it like few and far. You know, you can't like overdo it because then couldn't be able to talk.
You do cool voices. I got like a Timu, Scooby Doo, and a Mickey Mouse. That's about all I can work with.
Well, I can't do that.
I said Timu, Mickey Mouse. I didn't say.
But I couldn't even attempt it.
Mickey Mouse is one of those like you just have to like commit to it once you do it. Like, and you can't be like. Oh, hello, boys and girls. You're the best. You gotta, you know what I mean? You really gotta like.
I don't have that. That's almost like high pitch Eric on Stern.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Come to my clubhouse. There's gonna be what's that, Pluto? We're not gonna do that. Whereas Scooby is like more of a like Scooby Doo. You know, it's you gotta find it. Yeah.
That's good. I could. Oh, man.
No, you now the Hulk and those are funny, especially if you have the get up. There's no get up for Mickey and Scooby.
Oh, you'd have to put a lot into like ears, like face paint,
like
which I've done some stuff. I did. Everyone says I look like Joe Douglas, the former Jets GM, which I was right in saying he was going to go back to the Philly or the Ravens when they fired him, and he was back with Philly now. It's my favorite Jets GM, but everyone says I look like him. So I started doing like, let me see. I could probably just show you real quick.
I get Tom Segura.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I can see it. The comedian.
Yeah, I get Tom Segura all the time.
I can see it. Let's see. Okay. So let me get you down here. Hold on. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, it's up here. Full screen. Okay, so this is the channel page, right?
Yeah.
So if I go to like the videos, like, you know, these are the videos, whatever, that, you know, I've dropped about Yankees, Jets stuff, all the little stuff. But so if we go down here, like I did Joe Douglas as a character on a game show last year. And this is me as Joe Douglas. But on this game show, most of these guys are all podcasters for the Jets. So, so all this was fun. This one was a guy, he was a contestant on that show another week, and I dressed up as his brother. If you could tell that's not what I look like normally, you know.
Is that a prosthetic or a filter?
No, it's a prosthetic. I put on a prosthetic for it.
Good for you, dude.
He's very he has a very specific like way of talking. So I tried to talk like him, but as his older brother, because I wasn't trying to be, be him. I was trying to be like his relative. So it went over pretty well. But like with the Joe Douglas stuff, so about 12 to 15 hours before the show, I was talking to the host of the show, and I said, the idea for this week, every week I would do like a different character. It would be Hogan or Macho Man or Joe Douglas, this one, just so many different characters I was doing.
I mean, you are dead ringer for him. You know that.
For Douglas, yeah.
Oh,
well, yeah. So, I had the hat, but I even bought the clothes. I had I needed a smaller hat for him.
He has a little fuller of a beard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little, well, I don't know how my beard was. Let me see if I could see it. I don't know how full my beard was at that time.
That's exactly what he does. He hunches right over the table.
Yeah. Yeah, so I had the water, the SNY, the microphone, and the backdrop. Yeah, anyway, so before the show, I told him, so what was I going to do? What character was I going to be for this next show? And since he had all the podcasters, I was like, what if I roast them? And they were like, that's fantastic. So I was like, I didn't know so much about every one of them, but the part of a roast is to cut deep, right? You're supposed to cross a line. That's the part.
A personal line, something that,
yeah.
In the person, when you go into a roast, it's a gentleman's agreement to be scumbags.
Right. As best you can.
Right.
As best you can. So I said to the host, I said, look, I'll come up with roast, but I might come up with jokes that they might not like. It might cut them too deep to where they're mad about it. If that's the case, let me know, and I'll erase their joke and not even do them. So even if I had nine things, and I didn't have much time to come up with it, and I had to try to find things to come up with because I wasn't familiar with everyone. But I got jokes for everyone. I think most were pretty good. A couple were like, eh. Like I said, lack of knowledge of who they were, right? So they assured me that, no, hit them as hard as you can. It's going to be great. I said, okay. So I did, and apparently a couple of them didn't take it well. And, that kind of like hurt me in that community. You know what I mean? As far as like, that's what I was telling you about. Remember before about you got to watch people. Yeah, it's like.
It's so to me, roast humor is not for everybody. And I try and warn the people that, listen, this is the kind of comedy I like. I tend to go that route. If you don't get it, you don't get it, and I understand, and we can go our separate ways. You're not going to like me anyway. So, I don't.
The crowd loved it. The host loved it. It was just people that were the subject of a particular, because it was a match game question, right? So every time the host would ask the question, and write down the answer on the board.
Yeah.
It's match game. But leading into the answer, when they'd say GM Joe Douglas, because Murder Dog, Joe Douglas, right? Funny pun.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Hold on.
Yes. But it was a good play. But so when they'd ask me whatever question, what was that one? Say, you serious, Clark?
You serious, Clark?
Is that from Superman?
From Vacation.
Oh, Chevy Chase. Oh, okay.
It's a Randy Quaid. You serious, Clark?
Clark Griswold.
Yeah.
Hello, anybody home?
I got a few.
Watch out for that first step. It's a doozy.
Chill. Daddy, chill. Daddy, chill.
That's not from them lemon stealing whores, is it?
No, that's no, I think it was from like Twitter or YouTube. Some guy did you ever
the dynamite.
oh what the,
What the hell is even that?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a
What the
good
hell?
one.
Not the one where Peter Griffin did it, but the one where a guy comes home to his house and like his son's throwing a house party, and there's all these like teenage kids there, and then there's like some sort of drag queen situation going on with a kid. I don't know, whatever he is, and the guy's like, what do you guys? What do you got? All these guys in my house, all these kids. You know, they're all drinking. So this, I guess, gay guy, whatever he is, he was like, "Daddy, chill." The dad goes, "What the hell is even?" So it became like a meme throughout. But back to this one. Oh, he says,
Yeah, you destroyed them. He said, Infrared Jet says you destroyed them.
Yeah, he was actually, he worked on that show. So they'd ask me a question, and it could be like any question you could think of, right? But as before I gave my answer, I would answer it as Joe Douglas in a press conference to like a Jet reporter, and then work the joke into a fake conversation I'm having with an imaginary reporter.
Right.
And tie it in to the joke against the person, and then give my answer. Right. So that's
you were being clever and
trying, yeah.
Playing the bit in the character.
Yeah. They'd ask me a question, and I just go in about football and answer as Joe in a press conference, work the reference of football into the joke against the podcaster.
Yeah, makes
sense.
And
then after that, which had nothing to do with my answer for the game.
Yep.
But that's how I was delivering the jokes. But I mean, I told them, I said, if anyone has a problem with it, that they're not going to appreciate it, I won't do it.
Right.
I'll erase it and go to the next person, and then eventually I'll run out.
Because you want to, but you try. It's not like you went in and going like, I'm going to do this callously and without checking. You asked the guy running it. You said, "Hey, I'm reading the room. Is this okay to do?" You got the green light. You went with it, and people got upset.
Right. And then after that, it was, "We must destroy Margot." That's what it became. So. Yeah. Yep. That's how that went down.
Oh, man. It wouldn't have. Okay, cool. I hear you. Some people take things very personal. But if I cross the line, you're welcome.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
It's all about entertainment. Like you're trying to entertain the chat and the people, and you can see like a lot of the people on it, they're all dying. Like they thought it was funny, and I guess when it was their turn, then behind the scenes became the I didn't like that. Okay. I was just trying to help, just be funny, entertain the chat. But definitely go check them out. They're a minute or less, all of them that I put up there. So you might enjoy them.
Definitely gonna. Yeah, I love your stuff, man.
Thanks, brother. Let me know if you think they're funny. If they're not, like I'm always open to criticism. Like, that one didn't hit. I get it. You're not gonna bat 1,000. But I tried. And I had like 12 to 15 hours to come up with 9 jokes about like 3 or 4 of them I didn't even know who they were. But did the best I could.
You tried in the vein of the spirit of. I mean, was it roast rules, or did you go roast mode?
Well, rules is no. I wasn't told anything was off limits. I just asked, and it just said. I basically asked, "Is there a limit? Like, does it matter?" Obviously, I'm gonna have enough tact not to like involve family members, and I'm not gonna cut too deep, but. Based on what I knew of them or could learn from them or their show, in a short period of time to just formulate something. And that's really what I did. But a lot of people liked it, except for them, I guess, to where
sometimes
if you look at the videos, the views are minimal because they like boycotted it. Like we're not watching it. We're not supporting the video or the channel. You know what I mean? So you'll see like there's like 18 views on some of them. And it's like, so many people watch that, that they wouldn't go click on it to watch. It was just pure, don't support it, don't watch it, no, don't like it, don't click on it. And that's what happened.
we must have hit something on the algorithm because our horror draft so far we ran it Thursday. We've had over 3,000 views on that one, and it was like,
nice.
what the hell? Like, as soon as they told me the next day, they're like, "Yo, we're at this number." I'm like, "That's kind of outside of our normal range, like where we normally hit." And they're like, "Nah, it seems normal." And then it just kept climbing. I'm like, "Yeah, guys, this is." I think horror must have hit something in the algorithm that must have interested people to it.
Sure.
So, but those are just the things that we're doing for ourselves, like a topic. We're like, oh, let's draft this night. Let's do this draft. Let's do this. So if you ever have a good idea and you wanna bring it on, just let us know.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm down for whatever, even if it's just to be like the Jet Yankee fan that, for.
You also seem like you're a pop culture guy, so that helps.
Yeah. Like, well, we were doing, actually the show I used to be a co-host on as of a month ago. He did a horror show and he was starting a new one up and wanted me to do it with him. And I was like, well, I'm not a horror guy, meaning like, not that I wouldn't watch a horror movie, but I don't have the knowledge that you guys clearly have in this genre. So, but it was like, nah, just the fact that you don't know anything would be better, to where it could be like watch movies that I never watched and then have a fresh eyes on it, especially not being a fan of it. Not that I'm against it. It just, I watched as many as I watched. So there's a lot of, in the horror category, movies that you guys would like hold sacred, I might not have seen.
Well, no, and this is no shame in my voice. I have never seen The Godfather, and I don't care to. I just don't. Like, and I know people are like,
yeah,
I'm like,
Scarface.
Right. It's just, I get it. I know they're very well liked, but I'd rather watch A Bronx Tale. I think that's a phenomenal film. I have seen parts of The Godfather. It's not like but I've never seen it all the way through. And I think I've seen enough of it to know exactly what the whole film is. I know it's not personal. It's business. We're going to the mattresses. I get it. I know all the references. I don't love it the way other people do.
Yeah, maybe because there was 3 of them. Like 1 and 2 were done way back when. I think 3 was made in the 90s.
Mm-hmm. And it was the daughter, right?
Yeah, Sofia Coppola.
Yeah.
And she was in the movie herself. But 1 and 2 were the classics. 3 was just, hey, let's capitalize 20 years later on it again. And because then you have like Michael Corleone, Al Pacino. He's in the first 2 as a young guy. And then he becomes like the older man in the part 3. So from the 70s through the 90s, he was the Godfather throughout, so they're not bad. If you're into that genre, like I watched them all, but I understand what you're saying.
I am into the mafia genre. I just, for some reason, when I watch it, it doesn't grab me, I guess, in the way that I love things like Boardwalk Empire. I've seen that. That's a really great show. And so it's not like the genre doesn't interest me. It just missed me, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any movie out there that you're like, people like do triple takes or spit their water out to you and they find out you haven't seen it?
Yeah. And ones that I didn't really like, that they couldn't believe it was blasphemous, that I did not like the movie. I've gotten that for one recently. But yeah, well, even the horror ones, like you never saw The Shining. I'm like, no, you never. There's some. I had this conversation with my dad a lot, and he'd be like, "Well, it got 5 stars, or a restaurant," and I said, "Yeah, but who's deciding this?" And he was like, "Well, in the newspaper or the reviewer." I said, "Now, what if the reviewer has a different taste than I do, to where he thought it was a 5-star movie or whatever, and I thought it was terrible?" You gotta, you know what I mean? Like you might love that style. I hate it. Like I'm not a black and white guy.
Yeah.
I don't like movies. I like the old school movies that are considered classics. I thought the acting and the dialogue was terrible. Really bad acting and really horrible lines to read. I was like, who wrote this? It's not realistic. I just don't appreciate it. But God, you tell that to a cinema guy.
Yeah.
Like, how dare you? You're not cultured. What?
There's nothing wrong with liking what you like. There isn't.
Yeah.
And people will gatekeep certain cinemas and things like that. My wife has never seen The Breakfast Club.
Wow. Okay.
Right. So like that's one,
Yeah.
but everyone makes fun of her for but she stands on it as like as a pride point. Not like I'm never gonna see it. She's just I've never seen it. I don't have a desire to see it. I've never ran into it to see it. So she's also terrible at pop culture. We would never pick her on a team of a game night. I would never agree to be my wife's partner for that purpose.
You're good in life, but you're not good in the game.
Yeah. You're perfect. You're like, when I tell you she's just an amazing human being, I do mean it. She's not good at trivia. What can I say? And she doesn't pretend to be. But I've never forced movies on her. Like, I can't believe. Now, there is one movie that she is absolutely 100% wrong about. And everyone tells her she's wrong. She hated The Truman Show.
Okay. I thought that was a good show.
She walked out of it in the theater. She walked out of it. Yeah, 98. So I guess that came out. She must have been 18 or 19. Now, you have to remember, Jim Carrey was being manufactured as the funny man, right? Just coming off of Ace Ventura, talking out of his ass. Excuse me, do you have a breath mint? All that stuff. He came off of The Mask, right?
The Mask, yes.
So for him to come into The Truman Show, if you watch the trailer of The Truman Show, it is very, very much so advertised incorrectly. People walked into the theater with one expectation of a zany movie, and they got a real thinker. And so
it was emotional at some points too, no?
Yeah.
Like when you realized
she walked out of that one.
Wow. Now that was actually a good movie. It was really reality TV before reality TV.
Mm-hmm.
So like I watched shows like Big Brother and Survivor.
Yeah.
But Big Brother, it was basically Big Brother because they had 24-hour streams that you could watch one of 6 cameras all around the house and see what everyone's doing at all times. And that's the Truman Show. Just like filtered.
Truman Show was like a Black Mirror episode version of it where everyone on Big Brother was doing it willingly, knowingly, where Truman was being, manipulated.
I just mean cameras following every move he made.
Oh yeah,
that's what I meant by that.
Unheard of in the the Truman Show itself was pre-reality TV as almost like a warning sign, almost as an omen. And then there was the writer's strike, so we just got nothing but reality TV for 3 to 4 years after that. Your Fear Factors took off. Your
Survivor.
Survivor. Anything that didn't need a head writer, just needed producers who could manipulate things
and an editor.
Right. So, and that's what we went from Yankees to reality TV. I love it.
It's the beauty of not having a structured show.
Yeah,
you could just go on and talk about whatever.
Yeah. But no, and so Truman Show is the one that I think is like I will consistently tell her she's wrong on.
It was a good movie.
It's a great movie, and Jim Carrey nailed it.
He did something. All right, so this is going to sound crazy, but you have a favorite actor?
Yes, I do. But I have a range, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it could be one of. It doesn't have to be all action number one.
I do. I have. I don't like. They're not the top. They're not but there's like a mix of like my Mount Rushmore of actors and actresses. Yes.
I have one that no one ever expects, and you could look to Jim Carrey. What you know of Jim Carrey, and then seeing him in the Truman Show. Remember you said out with the trailer. Was misleading.
Yep.
I have a character. So Jim Carrey's performance was not comedic in that movie, right?
No, it was him losing his. It was him losing his mind.
Yeah, but it was not comedy at all. One of my favorite actors one of my Mount Rushmores is a comedy guy that did so many movies without comedy involved and was great at it. Can you guess?
Adam Sandler.
No.
Will Ferrell.
Nope. Although he does make me laugh, but no.
Well, those two have done.
I'll give you a hint. He's no longer with us.
Leslie Nielsen.
No.
I mean, he was a serious actor, then went into comedy.
Yeah, with Airplane, right? And
Yeah.
then,
So let me get this straight. He's a serious actor, no longer with us.
he was comedy, predominantly
was?
comedy,
Gotcha.
but did a bunch of serious roles that was like, wow.
No longer with us.
Hey guys,
What's up, little brother?
not much. Day two's kind of starting to wind down a little bit.
Okay. Did you pick up any chicks?
No. You know I don't usually go here to do socializing, even if it is one of my agendas.
Well, I want you to branch out, man.
I know. But maybe I'll have better luck next month in Pigeon Forge, and failing that, there's at least that horror convention I got the cookbook from in August.
Vincent Price Cookbook.
Yeah, the one I...
Which convention is this one again?
I chose Zorro, but I forgot the mask, the cape, the belt, and the gloves.
No, what is this, like a Comic-Con?
Yes.
Okay.
In
I thought you were
Rocky-
doing Indiana Jones.
I don't have the set and the right costume.
Didn't sound like you had the right costume for Zorro either.
Well, again, I forgot the mask, the cape, the gloves, and the belt at home.
So everything. You forgot everything.
I have the shirt at least and the hat.
Ah, there it is. Okay, I could see the shirt. I couldn't see the shirt before. Now I can see it. Okay.
It looks like the Dread Pirate Robert shirt.
Good grief.
That was a solid Princess Bride reference.
Yeah, Carrie Elways.
The right choice.
Are you having a good time?
Oh no! Make the right choice. Make the right choice. No!
Matt, you having fun?
You can't do both.
Can't do both. You gotta
No,
choose one.
no, that's
You gotta choose one.
the one that counted. I'm taking the pen. That's the one that counted.
Yeah, that counted.
That's the one that counted.
Oh, come on,
That was the one that
Summer.
worked. Actually,
Rarely we get to see Mets laugh and smile.
Sorry.
I've only gotten to laugh twice. Mets, you having a good time?
Yeah.
I just saw someone in like a scantily clad in the
Yeah.
red.
What was she cosplaying as?
Out. The game's over on your end, right?
Yeah.
13-1.
Yep. 21 hits.
I'm just hoping the Knicks do something in Game 3 to change it up tomorrow. Because
Yeah.
Thibodeau is driving me up a fucking wall. I even called on
Uh-oh.
Bad Dog's show this morning.
PG show, Mets. PG.
Well, I even called on Mad Dog's show this morning.
Yeah. How'd that go?
Basically told him the same stuff. That Tom is not very flexible tactically. He's being outcoached by Carlisle because he doesn't use his bench.
Well, we knew that going in.
I'm just saying, this team at this point, Tibbs knows his job is under the gun with bench depth or lack of it. You know what I mean?
Okay. We got to do something. Got to play more than 3 guys off your bench.
Got that right. But the question is, when will we get a coach who won't do that? Who will play more than that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you make it to the conference finals. I don't know if they're going to fire him.
That's what I was just about to say. His job is nowhere on the line.
Well, it might as well be. But, I mean, this is the same crap that got him in trouble in Chicago, got him in trouble in Minnesota. And throwing that Leon Rose has been such a spendthrift with draft capital. This core's going to rot to the point where eventually people are going to rip the scales off their eyes and the shades off their faces and want both of them out.
It's your first conference final in 27 years?
25.
25 years. This guy is going to get free drinks in New York for a very long time.
But all I'm saying is, it never should have come at the sacrifice of so much draft capital.
Well, that's the NBA now. So I think you're complaining about the structure of the NBA, where if you're not putting up everything on the future down the line, you're not trying to compete for this year.
Yeah. I mean, and your first round draft picks in the NBA. I mean, once you get out of the lottery, it's kind of like very hit or miss. You know, it's like you got to get lucky outside of the lottery. So if you're finishing with the 19th, 23rd pick in the draft and you package a couple of them to get a bona fide star who's a star now, you got to do it.
But remember when Thomas Rant was the GM of the Knicks and he screwed it up year after year?
Yeah, well, he was just bad at his job.
And get-rich-quick schemes that blew up in his face.
Yeah, but he wasn't good. He was just he was a bad executive for sure. I have more faith in Leon Rose, and I like the fact that Leon Rose has a lot of connections being an agent.
I was just about to say Leon Rose has the depth to in the Rolodex.
Yeah,
to make those moves that previously New York was shut off to.
Yeah, trading Randall for Karl Anthony Towns was great because we didn't have a center that could score. We had a defensive center in Mitchell Robinson who he's always hurt. You lost Hartenstein. So getting rid of an injury-prone Julius Randle who makes a ton of money for a starting center that could do what Cat could do, that was a great trade. And Mikal Bridges for a bunch of number one picks, that might on the fence about that one, but it gave you four deep in your starting lineup.
Yeah, but Mikal Bridges was the gamble. That's what I'm talking about. Without those kind of gambles anymore in the league, you're not serious for that year.
Okay, I get it. I gotta go anyway.
All right, buddy. Have fun, man.
I'll be home tomorrow night.
All right, cool. Probably see you tomorrow then.
All right. Use protection, bud.
Let's hope so. I hope he gets that far. I'm trying to give him pointers, but Bomber says, Keith, you look like Kratos from God of War. Mets looks like Indiana Jones. That's what we said. Indiana Jones.
I'm sorry. Okay. Boy. No, I don't have it.
Was that Kratos?
That was Kratos.
Or is that Indiana?
No, he's boy. He's very limited to his son. He's like always yelling at his kid in the game.
Oh, Kratos.
Yeah, Kratos.
You know what I actually like to do sometimes is I used to play a lot of games, like Call of Duty, and I like the story modes. I play those. I don't play online anymore. But the sports games, but the story ones. But I watched God of War. Go on YouTube, and I did this with Mortal Kombat. It was fantastic.
Whole playthroughs,
but without the game, it's just like very end of the gameplay, and then the cutscene, and it's like watching a movie.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there for like a day, just watching like an 8-9 hour movie of all of them, like the first one, the second one. You know what I mean? Like it just goes in story, and the story continues until like the third, fourth.
Yeah, you go through Johnny Cage's storyline. You'll go through Liu Kang's storyline. Very cool.
Did you ever do that for Mortal Kombat?
I did it for Mortal Kombat 1.
Okay, so
actually I did for 11 as well, or the one right before, because I'm like, how are they rebooting it? And I wanted to know, so I watched the one right before it into the reboot and why they went back to the number 1 convention naming.
Yeah, I did this about 2 years ago, maybe, and you see the graphics from the first one and all the way to where they ended up, the last one, and it's like now it's like watching a movie. So I'm seeing the progression of the quality of the graphics. And I'm like, oh, this is great. I think I
watched them do that with Injustice.
I did that Injustice too.
That was very cool because I love the idea of a. I don't love the idea of it. It scares the hell out of me of a fascist Superman. But, that's kind of like, for me, Lex Luthor is wrong, but he has a point. So it's one of those things like, what if his point is really valid, right? And
well, it's fear. It's fear-based, right? Because like you might have Superman, but
it's
what if
not.
Superman has a bad day?
Right, but exactly, it's not. It is fear mongering for sure.
Mhm.
Like, no, but he's great. He's this great dude. He is a great human being. Look what everything he has done. You're right. What happens when he's not great?
What happens when something happens to Lois and he has a mental breakdown?
Yeah. What if he has one bad day?
Hmm.
What if the Kents weren't enough? What if, right? So the Elseworld universes for me are phenomenal for that, because I think we've all have either been through a Superman origin story one time or another, and they all rhyme. They might not sound, be exactly, but they have Krypton blowing up, sent to Earth, family finds him, he's a good guy, struggles with this, struggles with that, da 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 da. What happens if the Russians find him?
Well, did you see the red one?
Red Sun.
Red Sun. I saw all. I watched all those on YouTube or wherever I could find them.
Yeah.
Whatever platform. So I watch all the animated ones now, and for everyone really.
Well, X-Men '97 was phenomenal.
Is that available on
Disney
a platform?
Plus. Disney Plus.
Disney Plus. X-Men.
Yeah.
Oh, I have that. I can look for it.
And did you watch the original X-Men series when you were in high school in the 90s?
Whatever came out, I would watch. Are you talking about with like Captain Picard?
No, Cyclops. I'm talking about X-Men the cartoon.
No, I don't think.
It was like on Fox. It was like I
don't think I've seen those.
Okay. Campy in the 90s and all that stuff. Well, X-Men '97 is like continues from where that series left off at, but it went pretty adultish.
Which is what I like.
It kept the same style of art, but I'm not going to spoiler it. But there are some pretty crazy. They kill off major characters here, and they do this and they do that, and it's kind of like where we all know the X-Men and the yellows and the blues, and the one we kind of all remember as kids. The toy line was just outrageous. I could have sworn I think even Bryan Singer made a joke about it in the first X-Men movie when he's like looking, and Wolverine looks down at the black leather and he goes, "Really?" He goes, "What did you expect? Yellow spandex?" And it was like kind of like a reference to the 90s. Like people were expecting that, but they didn't get it.
Yeah.
Kevin Feige worked on that movie.
They did that for Deadpool. The Wolverine Deadpool. They brought back the yellow and blue spandex and even the cowl at the end. And that was like a callback, I guess. They trashed Fox a few times in that show, like in their own little comedic ways. Well, speaking of superhero stuff, I feel like boycotting myself the new Superman. I am livid that they got rid of Henry Cavill. And I'm not a fan of what James Gunn is doing.
Are you going to see it, though?
When it comes out, I'm not going to the movies. Not doing that.
Have you seen the latest, though?
Well, they didn't. The Superman movie didn't come out.
The latest trailer.
I've seen some of them. I think I saw the monster in it, I think, in the city, and I was like, what?
If we do a reaction, do you want to pull it up on YouTube and do the trailer reaction video to it?
Oh, you have one?
No, do you? Do you have one? You just pull up a YouTube video, and if you haven't seen the trailer, I think you'll be.
I've seen some trailers.
I think Corn Sweat gets the mission.
The uniform is terrible.
Okay.
Terrible. Henry Cavill was the best Superman I've ever seen.
But he was more of the new 52 brooding, emo-ish Superman. You're okay with that Superman?
I thought his Superman was great. I thought he had the build. I'm a big guy, like as a wrestling guy, right?
Yeah.
I think that superheroes should look the part, and he put a lot of work. Like Thor put a lot of work into looking like Thor, and I appreciate that. I think Batman should be the same way. I know Ben Affleck bulked up to be Batman. In wrestling, I'm the same way. Like, don't tell me this 180-pound guy is the heavyweight champion. Like, there's not realistic. In superheroes, I'm kind of the same way. Not that I don't have anything against Corn Sweat. I have something against that uniform that they put on him. But let's say Corn Sweat was the next guy up after everything was done with Cavill. I wouldn't have a problem with it. So my problem isn't with the kid, the actor. So it's not really him. It looks very how do I say it? Just doesn't look good. I don't know, and I don't like what they did. So I don't like what they did with Cavill. So maybe I'm biased in general. But what are they doing? Rebooting the whole thing? Like, we just had the Justice League. That was the last couple movies. Like, now you're getting rid of that. You're going back in time. If there's nothing I hate more, it's more rebooting. They do so much rebooting. They never get too far. So what? In 10 years, you're going to have a new Superman and start from the beginning again? Come on. Like, how many times? Can we just proceed with the storylines? We got far enough to where we had a couple Superman movies. Now we got a couple of Batman movies, a Wonder Woman, a Flash, and now they're all together. Great. Let's keep going with that. Now, no, we're starting all over. We're going back to young Superman. I'm not a fan. And maybe I'm just not a James Gunn fan, too.
So I was just about to ask you, what are your thoughts on the Guardians movies?
Well, that's where James Gunn came from, right? I thought it was very too cartoonish. Not that I didn't hate them. I watched them all. But very cartoony in a way compared to the other Marvel movies. I was more like the Avenger movies I like. Even their solo movies I like. I thought Guardians was very too, I don't know if this is going to be the wrong way, ET-ish. Like, no, Star Wars, like with Jar Jar Binks. Like, it gave me that feel for some reason. I don't know. I think it's the worst genre. Is that the right word? Genre of this? Out of all the Marvel, of all the Marvel stuff, the Guardians is my least favorite out of all the other stuff they put out.
That's a hot take. That's a huge hot take. I'll be honest with you. People generally love the Guardians.
Nah, not as much for me.
Hey, listen, I'm not telling you you're wrong. I was just trying to look at really good pictures of the Corn Sweat photo. So the suit, the suit is supposed to be mom made, right?
Okay, homemade.
So you get that kind of reiteration of it. So you're getting a little bit of hokiness and a little bit of that feel about it because they're bringing that back into the ethos. It's not a Kryptonian suit. So I don't know. I really like David. I think he is going to get Clark better than Cavill. And I think Henry Cavill struggled with doing Clark Kent. And I'd rather have someone be good at them equally or medium. While I think Superman by Cavill was really good, it was a very specific Cavill that was written for. I mean, he was a darker Superman. He was the all new 52 Superman.
Oh, was he really darker?
Yeah.
In what way? I mean, I saw a clip of Corn Sweat flipping out on Lois Lane in the trailer.
Yep.
He's yelling at her. Cavill Superman never did that. He was never rageful like that, so to speak, especially to like Lois.
Well, so no, that was him being emotional, trying to as a human. Like that was him trying to defend why he does what he does as Superman and he's not able to take, and this is the problem, he's not able to take the perspective of why someone would be opposed to him.
No, okay. No, I actually like that. I like to see emotion on a human level from a superhero. Not just be robotic and I'm just here to do good. One thing I don't like about superhero stuff is that their refusal to kill. I know that Zod, he killed Zod in the train station, or Grand Central Station, in one of Cavill's first Supermans.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the second one. I don't know. When was Zod? When did Zod come in?
That was Man of Steel.
Was that the first one?
That was the very first one.
Okay. So
that's, in case you wanted to take a look at that, that is every single Man of Steel live action costume. I think the very first one was a bunch of serials that was done. George Reeves, Christopher Reeves. That's one of the Superboys. And he was 2 actors who played him on that TV show. Then you got Dean Cain, Tom Wellington. Welling. Yeah. Then you have I keep forgetting his name. I like him too. He played Shaw on
Tyler Hockner?
No, he's further down. He's on the third row. He's actually in the first 2. It's the same actor in the second one, and also the one playing the future one in the middle there.
Brandon Routh?
Brandon Routh. That's it. Brandon Routh. He's the one who played kind of like it was supposed to be Superman 3. That's why it's very Christopher Reeves, George Reeves-esque. They basically took the second and third picture and really morphed it into that uniform. Because it's supposed to be, don't worry about Superman 3 and 4. That never happened. This is Superman 3 now. That is Man of Steel. And then you have, that is him in Justice League, and then that's Batman versus Superman? Or do I have them mixed up the other way around?
Well, what row are you on?
The second row, third one. That is definitely Man of Steel.
Yeah, that scene is where he's talking to the military.
Yeah. I think the next one is the Justice League.
Yeah. That's not like the Apocalypse, or not Apocalypse, but what's his face?
His resurrection suit.
That's his resurrection suit?
Yeah. I think it's the
Well, no, the last row. Wait, is that?
That is Justice League. You're right. That's the resurrection suit. So that's Batman versus Superman. That's all Man of Steel and Batman versus Superman. Then it gets into Tyler Hoechlin on the third row. I think that was the first one with the drapey cape around his shoulders there. That was for just his crossover with the Supergirl episode. Then he played a bad version of himself in like a crossover crisis event. Brandon Routh came back as Superman in those 2. That's why you see him both back to back. He played 2 different versions. And Tyler Hoechlin in a flashback with his first suit. Tyler Hoechlin in the 4th suit. And you got Zack Snyder's Justice League reboot. What's that next one? Is that when he does the cameo in... That's got to be the cameo in not Shazam.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking of Shazam.
Is it? Was his face seen in it?
No.
Huh. It's got to be some sort of like he did that afterwards
was that the cameo with The Rock as
there you go.
Black Adam?
Yep. And then they trashed him right after that. You have Nick Cage doing the weird Kevin Smith lost script version of Superman.
Like he was supposed to play Superman back in the day.
Yeah. And that was like they had a sitting that was the prototype suit. They even showed it off. And now finally you leave it on Corn Sweat. I don't have a problem with the costume. I don't think you like Gunn. I
might not be. I don't like what they did to Cavill. I'm not going to support if they the way they got rid of Cavill. They just signed. I believe he left The Witcher to do more Superman, right?
Yeah.
So he left, huh?
Warhammer. I think that might have. I think he was actually just pissed at The Witcher. Like he was a real big fan of the series.
He was the main character,
but did not like the way they were taking the show because he was real fan of the source material. And they're like, "What are you doing? You're messing it up."
Well, he invested more so into Superman, like that was going to be his thing. I don't know if it was a conflict of whatever it is. You probably know more about the backstory than I do, but he just announced that
he had gotten screwed.
Yeah, he just announced I'm back as Superman, like the deal's done. And then everyone's like, "Oh, good." And then boom, pulled it right from under him right away. It was like, "Wait, what?" So
within a couple of weeks of Gunn and Pete Safran being announced as heads of DC at Warner Brothers, within a month he was out.
Yeah, and that just took it away from me. Like, nope. You're coming over here from Guardians of the Galaxy. You're going to reboot it, start all over. I was looking for the next Justice League and or even if a solo movie, new characters. And no, now we're starting over again. So I've been alive for Christopher Reeve all the way through. And
well, they're about to reboot the Marvel universe. I mean, but is that okay? But it's a controlled reboot.
Well, they got away from, they're going more cosmic. They're getting away from Earth, like killing off Tony Stark. And
he's back.
Well, but no, the Tony Stark, like he's coming back as Doom, but they're killing off Iron Man. And they're going to get into like his daughter becoming whatever they call her. What do they call his daughter?
I know they were trying to go for Ironheart.
Ironheart, maybe.
Well, that was Riri Williams. She's like a different kind of like Iron Man type character, but they tried that out. They brought her into Black Panther 2. Thunderbolts was enjoyable. I watched that. It was decent. It kind of sets up the Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
It's one of those. That's your next big one is the Fantastic Four. That should be setting up the mutant saga. That's setting up everything else that you kind of like. If you like the X-Men and you've been waiting for them to finally kind of like meet up with Captain America or whomever.
Well, now they got a different Captain America, which I'm not a fan of. I don't like it.
It's comic accurate. Falcon became the next one, and then Steve Rogers came back and took back over the Shield. So, like, there's a lot of that variation. But
is it comic book accurate?
What's that? Yeah,
it is accurate.
Falcon legit became the next.
Okay.
Actually, Bucky Barnes was the Captain America at one point too. So people were really expecting. But U.S. Agent, the guy John Walker in the TV series, that was all. Like they're doing it pretty well. But there's a reason they brought back the original Steve Rogers because. Everyone knows that everything's temporary with comics. You can always rewrite but you can't. Chris Evans, you can't rewrite Chris Evans' youth. I mean, at some point, it's got to be a different actor.
Well, technology these days, like remember when they made him a kid, like 110-pound kid?
Yeah.
Digitally. That was funny. And then
he's got to want to have that need to do it. Right now, I think he's really happy doing some really wild different roles. I know he likes doing the Reese Johnson ones, the Knives Out series.
Yeah, I've seen those.
So yeah, I think he enjoys being wonky and as different as possible from Captain America, which is smart.
Did you see Deadpool and Wolverine?
Loved it. Loved every part of it.
Did you see like the outtakes? Yeah, I actually watched it like 2 weeks ago. Or no, a week ago. Let me watch it. So I saw it. I had it better on TV. I saw it better.
They were going to cut that.
Which part?
His part. Yeah, he said the only.
Really?
Yeah, they're like, but he wasn't. He couldn't. He was like the only way he said he was going to do that movie is if he was going to say some of the most foulest stuff.
Right. That's what I was getting to. Yeah, and I saw that. Was that in the post credit scene? Yeah, I saw that one and I was like, this is good. I saw an interview where he said he wanted to be able to just unleash and say bad words.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny. Yeah, I actually enjoyed it a lot.
And good for him, right? There's enough characters, there's enough good writers out there that I think they can really reboot the franchise in a meaningful way. But it's going to take some people to recognize there are lots of fan favorites that you can tap into. Like, I don't know if you caught the Loki series. That was a great one, right?
I did. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
So, right, tap into Tom Hiddleston. Everyone loves him. It's such a cool turn that your very first nemesis is going to probably be the one to save your team and help guide the good guys against Doom, you know? Like, that's a really good way to do it.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
The same way I'm down and I don't want to say hateful, but whatever. I'm not a fan of what's going on with Superman. I'm the same way with the Hulk because Superman and the Hulk are my favorite two characters since I was a kid. I don't like Garofalo's Hulk, and I don't know what they make him look tiny. They make him weak. I don't like what they did with him at all. I liked Eric Bana's Hulk, the aesthetics of that Hulk in the first movies, even the Ed Norton one. This one,
you're gonna hate this. You're gonna hate the why.
Okay.
You're gonna hate the why because the why.
Why you're a fan of it?
No. So no. I'm not. I don't like the way they've used the Hulk. At all since the original Avengers. Okay. Since that 2012 Avengers where you had the dude that you want to know my secret? I'm always angry.
Yeah.
Boom. All of that. That was a brilliant Hulk. That was Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
Albeit on the smaller side, I think they could have pumped up his side, but I think that the size that could have been like an evolution of dude, he's getting bigger, bigger, and bigger. The angrier he get, you know what I mean? That could have been something they led up to, but the reason is because they can't use the Hulk in a standalone movie. They have to use him as a feature to someone else. And
really, I enjoyed the early standalone movies with Eric Bana, and
it was a Universal film. Not a Marvel Studios film.
So you mean they're not allowed to legally?
Correct. Universal still has the rights, I believe, to Hulk until hold on.
But still, why do they have to make him so weak and small?
Because they're shoehorning him into stories, and that's the problem. So there's so many good Hulk stories, like your World War Hulk,
right.
Planet Hulk. So let me take a look. Hulk's movies rights has Marvel got them back from Universal. It's still hazy. It's unclear if it reverted back to or not.
Maybe it's still even if you have him in Avenger movies, or like you said, inserting him into other people's movies, he could still be a bigger character. This does not look like Hulk to me. This looks like a tall bodybuilder. He should be like
their Smart Hulk, tall. Right? You're talking about
Smart Hulk. Yeah, Smart Hulk is not that much bigger looking than the other people in the scene. It's he should. How tall is Hulk supposed to be in the comics? Over 10 feet, right?
Well, that's if he's depends on what artist is drawing him, and it depends on what, right? So I think you might remember Dale Keown, I believe that's the artist name, who kind of drew him in the 90s with the shaved hair on the side, big set of teeth, just huge and massive, and he was muscle on muscle.
That's what I want to see from the Hulk.
Yep. I think I think you get that in the original Avengers movie. Because they don't know what to do with, he is really OP. I mean, but what do you do with him if how do you use him as a supporting character, and how do you not use him as a supporting character, because he is known as an Avenger? So people were like, you got to put him in, but how do you use him without making him a main focus? Because most good Hulk storylines have him as the main character.
Well, you also had him get beat up badly by Thanos, and then him running away and being scared to where they had to use the Hulk in a Hulkbuster suit in the final scenes. You didn't even have the Hulk. You had Mark Ruffalo in the Hulkbuster.
Yeah.
Right?
Again, it's
crazy.
People say they cap Thor too much too. Like he's supposed to be super OP and you cap him down. And I do get it. I do. It's hard to make sure that. So how are they going to do? What is the Doomsday? They're going to be, that's the next thing out. That's going to be Battle World, which is Secret Wars. It's like kind of like
Invasion or something, right? Was it?
No,
Secret Wars.
Secret Wars is when there's two events that happen with Secret Wars. One back in, I think, the 80s, and then there was a new updated one in the 2000s, and that had a Doom Battle World using a couple of characters to kind of like create this perfect way to end the universe, but then reconstruct it in their vision. So then people realize this is not the way it's supposed to be, yada, yada, yada. So that's what I think is going to happen. And that's like a great way to explain down the Hulk, right? How do you make the Hulk this person? Well, he's being manipulated by Franklin Richards and this person and that person and material and whatever. So that all makes sense, but him and the weird thing and She-Hulk was so bad.
Oh God, that was bad. That was bad.
It's a terrible way to use him. I would have rather have him not been in there, and Scar and the kid thing, because Scar actually comes from a really cool storyline. That they just kind of wave their hands off with. And then they used Planet Hulk on Ragnarok, which sucks because that storyline is gone now, and some of those main characters that made it very cool. So there's just a lot of those things that I'm gonna have obviously concerns with how they use the Hulk going forward. How do they reboot him? But I'm hoping there's a reboot.
If there's a reboot, and I don't like the reboots, but if someone needs it, it's him. And I'm not.
Do you want him to have his own series now?
I would love to just see Hulk-centric movies. Hulk and Superman are my favorites. Since I was a kid.
Where do you want them to go with Hulk? Like, what's your go-to? Like, I want to see more of this storyline.
Whatever. I mean, I don't care what they do with him. As weird as that sounds. But he's kind of like entwined, obviously, with the Avengers and stuff. But I mean, what could he do if he branches off?
So, I mean, there was the whole thing where he came back and exacted revenge on everyone for sending him off to a planet to die, and then comes back to Earth and then just brutally, savagely
Well, then he's the villain. Then he's the villain.
Are you okay with that?
I mean, if that's... Am I okay? That's a good question.
The best Hulk stories has him being a real jerk.
Yeah, World War Hulk, and what's the one where he not the Professor Hulk. There's another one where he's like a genius, and he's an old man with the white beard.
Maestro?
Is that Worldbreaker? Maestro. There's a Maestro Hulk.
He's mean too.
Yeah,
he's the bad guy at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens. He's lived for 3,000 years or 2,000 years and came out of a cave, and the Banner persona was dead. So, yeah. It's hard. I think, it's hard to do. People now have an expectation, and they saw, like I said, they saw a little snippet of Planet Hulk with Ragnarok, but they made it a comedy, and I really don't want it to be funny because
Yes.
it was about uprising and him throwing over tyranny and double crossings and triple crossings, and a love story was in there. It was really good. Meep was serious. They made him like a joke in Ragnarok, and Korg was a joke in Ragnarok. Yeah. Oh, look at me. I'm just a pile of rocks.
I think they tried to do with Thor and his crew, right? If you just call them that. I think they tried to recreate the Tony Stark comedy to where everyone liked Iron Man because he was funny and witty, and then he had all the suits, right? That was cool. But his comedy really made the character pop, I think. And I think they tried to do that with Thor too. Unnecessarily.
Well, Thor 2 was no gem. The Dark World with the elves. I mean, it really... So the reboot with Ragnarok was very funny, very cool. It made people like... But then they did it again with Love and Thunder, and it was like, whoa. It was like, this works for Austin Powers. This works for Ace Ventura. Like, they can rehash the same, joke from movie to movie, or the same because we expect it. I was expecting Taika Waititi to really pivot and try to bring you. It's okay. It was okay for him to be funny again. It was not okay for it to be the split between the two vehicles crashing into each other, and just it was like a weird Guardians of the Galaxy movie featuring Thor.
Yeah, and that's what I totally agree. I didn't. Love and Thunder was not really. I thought it was bad.
Gore the God Butcher is a very cool Thor storyline. He actually time slips in and out of 3 different generations of dealing with Gore the God Butcherer, and so there's a very it's Thor being young dealing with it the first time, and then old Thor. I know this in middle, so it allowed for a very cool storytelling, which they completely threw out. They wasted Jane Foster's Lady Thor on it. I don't know. It's, to me, they've used 2 really good epic storylines to 2 Thor movies that they didn't need to.
Yeah, I like Thor a lot, but Jane Foster, but they took. How did they bring her? She had cancer. The hammer gave her life, basically.
Yeah,
right.
And that was pulled straight from the pages of the comic books.
Yeah, but then they took the ether from her
in Endgame.
Yeah, in Endgame they took that from her. So does that compromise her character?
They put it back in her.
They put it back in. Okay, when they went, Captain America,
right,
must have somehow. Okay, got it back.
He slipped her the old ether. Hey, ma'am, would you like a lucky strike and some of my ether?
How would that work out, though? Remember, I like the scene where Renee Russo played his mom, and she knew that he was from the future.
Yeah,
and I really like that scene a lot.
There was a lot of good fan service in Endgame on so many levels.
That's
the hammer, even yeah, right. So Chris Evans using the hammer.
Yeah,
that's a callback to Avengers 2, Age of Ultron, when he moves it. Just slightly.
Yeah, and you see Thor's reaction, like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, he was like this. He was like, "What?"
Yeah. He was laughing at everybody trying, and then you saw his face change when he moved it at like a quarter of an inch.
Immediately, he was
yeah.
That was so again, lots of fan service. On your left, another fan service from Anthony Mackie hitting it up with Chris Evans. Remember, he kept running around him at the what was that? Was it Civil War?
He kept running around them.
Yeah, where Steve Rogers kept yelling to Anthony Mackie, "On your left." And he's like, "Come on, man, that's not fair." And then at the end of Endgame, when the portals open up, you hearing
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
your
you hear
left.
the radio.
Yeah.
You hear the radio transmission.
Again, so many good. I think RD. This has just been reported, but RDJ said, "Yeah, I'll come back to do these 2 movies if you hire the Russo brothers." So now they're delayed. They went from June or May of June of 2026 for Doomsday to December, Christmas of 2026. So this was just within the last 24 hours. They are pushing back. Breaking news on the jet stream.
Oh,
yeah.
Like breaking news here.
Breaking news on the jet stream.
I had a graphic. I'd put it.
We're so stupid. But
breaking news.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. That's what I got. That's it.
But that that he wanted the Russo brothers back on to do the project because they did Infinity War and Endgame. He's like, "Oh, they've got to be on for this. They know how to deal with an ensemble cast of 20 plus big names, dealing with a double shoot because that's what it's going to be. They're going to do both movies simultaneously." And so there's just a lot of moving parts, and he has trust in them. Do you think that's a problem? They're trying to dip back into the well of success?
No, because those are 2 of my favorite movies. Is Infinity War and Endgame. 2 of my favorites. I completely loved it. I still watch them again for the 13th time. And if I'm bored one day, I'll just watch them both back to back. I love those movies. Big fan of them.
It's a solid watch.
Mm-hmm.
I think the end of Endgame, the battle is it's a little compromised to get everybody in, I think.
Yeah.
And it definitely feels you're gonna hate this. I got taken out of the moment of everyone having a thing to do in the end.
What about when all the girls? They had the girl power scene.
Yeah,
all the females.
It was fine. Again, I know there's so much payoff that does need to happen. That one felt a little. Not the girl one particularly, but some of the like Spider-Man and Captain Marvel, right? Those 2. So when Spider-Man talks to Captain Marvel, it's just like Spider-Man's like an Omega level mutate. Like he is so damn strong, right? And I get that they're making... See, I have a real problem with how long they've kept Tom Holland the way they've kept Tom Holland. Underpowered. So I think maybe that's what it is, where they kind of just like... Spider-Man has held his own for so long in the Marvel Universe. Him going up against Captain Marvel, or him being like star-locked by her, because he definitely was. I'm like, okay. No, I need Spider-Man to be more boss than you make Spider-Man. So I guess your same argument for Hulk.
Yeah, well, I only know Spider-Man as like the acrobat-y, gadget. Because remember, he's a high school kid, essentially, right? So I've never seen him for and look, I'm by no means a comic book guy or an expert in this realm. I just love watching the movies. But was he ever known as like a super strong person?
You end up finding out he's actually been holding back for so long.
Oh, okay.
And that kind of made people, I think it gave him that next level when they did that for him. They've put him into cosmic powers. They've put him into magic. Spider-Man, believe it or not, is like kind of like the linchpin to the Marvel universe. Like
the spider web and the dream web and all that stuff kind of links. He links everyone. He's like kind of like an anchor being at times for a lot of stories. But there's a couple of storylines where he almost murders people and then just stops because he's like, I'm done here. I made a point.
I don't like that.
But he's
I don't.
Well, okay. Well, the one time he does it is Kingpin reveals who he is from prison. Assassins go to kill him. They murder Aunt May. She's in the hospital. He goes to the prison and basically beats him within an inch of his life and says, I want you to know, yeah, I did this to you. And if she dies, I'm coming back to finish this job because there's nothing stopping me now from doing what I need to do.
That's what I want to see. I want to see no mercy. That's what always bothered me with Batman. I don't use guns and we don't kill. Here's what bothers me about that whole, I don't know, what is it, an ethos, whatever it is. Okay, so you're Batman. You refuse to kill the Joker, Penguin, Riddler, but they just kill thousands of people at will whenever they feel like it. Had you just killed them when you could have, at any point, how many lives would have really been saved?
Well, that's injustice. That's the premise of injustice. They're like, what are we doing anymore? Like, we've let so many people die, and people got mad because, like, oh, so you finally had enough when it directly affects you, but this has been affecting us for years.
Yeah, literally thousands of people are dying in these storylines of civilians, but you refuse to kill anybody.
Right.
But how many times can these same people escape Arkham Asylum?
As many times as the current writer needs them to. It's crazy. So I love you, dude, because listen how serious you're taking this, but you don't question anything that comes at you from wrestling. You're right. Mae Young really gave birth to a hand. That really happened.
No, I just think dude, when it comes to I've been a wrestling fan since the early 80s. I'm at the point where, I like to debate it. I'm more of a storyline guy. I fast forward through every show. I get to the end of the match to see the finish.
Yep.
Then I go to the segments backstage to see the storyline effect, where it's going to go.
You and me do the same thing. Yes.
That's how I watch every wrestling show until it's a pay-per-view. Then I'll watch
pay-per-view. I'll watch the matches and I go through it. Or, I was at WrestleMania 40, second night, the right night. It was great. Right. And this is the way you and I are the same exact person. I did fall off. And I will be completely transparent. I happen to think Vince McMahon is a complete scumbag of a human being. I always did. I knew there was something wrong with him. I knew the dude juiced. So I knew he was probably chemically compromised mentally. And he was, I always felt like he wasn't exactly playing a character, and that bothered me. I felt like he was acting out what he would like to really do, and that concerned me.
Even when it's stuff with Stephanie.
I remember one with Stacy Keibler on a desk in front of him, and him making weird, creepy man faces, and
Tori Wilson, Trish Stratus, all.
And so, to me, it just felt. Triple H, I always knew it was a bit. I always knew it was a character. Paul Levesque, Blue Bloods, I always knew he was doing a bit. Stephanie McMahon, I always knew was acting. Shane, I always knew they were acting. And that's not saying they're not good at it. Does that make sense? I knew they were playing a character of themselves because, I had seen them in interviews. I was always into K-Fabi, but I was always also in knowing who is this person. Vince always felt like that's who he was, the character and the person.
They always said the best characters, what they try to do is it's them, it's who they are. They just turn it up to 10 and over the top with their real personalities, like who they really are. It's not completely foreign to them. So Vince McMahon is clearly narcissistic, but and all you have to do is look at all the Kiss My Ass Club and all the positions he puts himself in with the hottest women in the company. He used his position as the owner to put himself in those storylines. But yeah, I mean, he had his moments as being a good booker, and then he had his moments like the New Gen era, which was that really turned me off of wrestling for a whole era. Like when you're telling me Doink the Clown,
Attitude or
Attitude was the best era.
Attitude got a little weird.
It was like you're from Philly, right?
Yeah, bro.
Like
EC
from
Dub.
Philly.
Yeah, EC Dub. I went to Temple. I was there. I was there on Monday nights for Paul Heyman, Sabu.
Yeah.
I was there for the inception of the Dudley Boys. My friends brought weapons.
We didn't go that far.
We brought weapons.
They'd take them out of the crowd.
And they would take them. So we would put them they would collect them from us. They wouldn't let us bring them into the hall, the bingo hall. But they would sometimes, like, Heyman would plant guys to throw stuff off the balcony into the ring. And the wrestlers knew their cue. All right, let's do it. So it would be a lot of that stuff. But most of the fans knew. They knew it was like, it was just a little bit more aggressive wrestling that they wanted to see than like kind of like the oiled up dudes and just kind of the faking it with why would a guy wait 10 minutes for a leg drop to come down on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was a little bit more acrobatic. Matches were shorter, but they told better stories.
No, the wrestling was actually good. I used to go to all these ECW events at the Elks Lodge in Queens.
Yep.
That was because I'm from Queens. So I'd go to the Elks Lodge. Got some funny stories.
I smelled something. Jesus. Oh, my bad.
It's just from Queens.
I started you again. You gotta smell. You know what I'm saying? It's a certain thing. You know,
Oh, is that your New York City accent?
Hey, forget about it.
Hey, what are we talking about? I'm over here now.
I'm over here now,
huh?
Hey, I'm a walk in here.
Hey, there you go.
And Mom, I walked on the hair very much.
You use guys.
Use guys.
My dad's
okay Is it okay to say I wasn't a fan of The Sopranos because I thought, the acting wasn't that great?
I enjoyed the show, but the characters, it's like, I mean, I actually had John Gotti Jr. walk into my house, so that's a funny story.
But did he talk like this all the time?
No, and he wasn't doing the hands either. Huh?
Yeah,
he was more like a normal person, huh? You got me? Capiche?
Hey, yeah, I'm sure he said the things, but he wasn't like, forget about it over here.
Nah, he wasn't doing that. He didn't bring cannolis or nothing. He didn't bring none of sauce.
Yeah, and James Gandolfini is a good actor. I'm not taking it. It was definitely the script he was given because they all were acting this. It was all the script asked for it.
Well, you heard WrestleMania 42 won't be at New Orleans. I did hear that. Instead, W is trying to get to Las Vegas again, but they're having difficulty. But I did hear that WrestleMania was no longer going to be in New Orleans.
Why? Was there a reason for it?
I didn't see it. Some said like The Rock worked really hard to get it to New Orleans, and now they're just not. I didn't see why, but I did see something on Twitter about they're moving it out of New Orleans, but I don't have an answer as to why. I didn't see that.
I'm loving the Paul Levisqua.
I know you're saying it wrong on purpose. Same thing with Kate Phoebe or whatever you said. I was like, I'm not going to correct him. He's doing it on purpose.
Paul Levisqua, because he used to be the
Blue Blood.
The Blue Blood.
Hunter Hearst Helmsley, yeah.
Yeah, Hunter Hearst Helmsley. So,
do you remember his first name in WCW?
That wasn't. No, I was going to say Terra Rising, but that wasn't.
Yes,
him.
that's it.
Was it Terra Rising?
Terra Rising. Yeah.
Terra Rising. Yeah. I've always liked Triple H. I have. I think he was a great answer to Rock going face. Without a Triple H, you don't have The Rock as successful as he is.
Yeah, like you talk about Spider-Man being like an anchor being. Triple H is a linchpin for a lot of these guys. Undertaker predated him, but I mean, like the rivalries with Undertaker, Angle, Stone Cold, HBK. Like you can just go through the
Mankind.
Yeah, the top of the list where Triple H had
Put
extensive.
Everyone over. And trust me, he got his time in the chair and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was a complete jobber. You have to put him over because if your heel's not at the top, making everyone miserable and crushing you, what are the good guys fighting for?
I wasn't a fan of Triple H, so to speak, until his solo run. Maybe when he came back, I don't know if it was before the quad injury. He came back like bigger, jacked, and just more vicious, I want to say.
Is that when he came back with Motorhead?
Yeah, with the denim jacket, half like denim, half leather.
Yep.
He came back after injury, which I still think they should have made it a surprise instead of announcing that he'll be returning. I still think they should have just not said a word and let his music hit.
Well, who was over at the time? I think Kurt Angle was the big heel over at the time. So, they were selling tickets with everybody. I don't know if them having to pop him or even get him kind of segue to being announced back was in their best interest. You're right. I think having him a surprise run in, things like that.
Yeah, just like shut the lights off and then the music hits on the Titantron and then the crowd goes nuts. Like that would be.
It's time to play the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was the intro to that one? It was like, "Behold the King of Kings." Dun 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 dun, on your knees, punk. Dun dun.
That was later.
That was later. Okay.
Later.
I remember that was a Virgin. I actually liked, what was that one? Like One Cell, it's on. I like that one.
That was when he was running out with.
Was that DX?
DX. Right. That was before. I think I was before the Sledgehammer era.
Anytime I get a wrestling game and I make my my entrance is Triple H's entrance.
It's good. It could be good. It could be face. It could be heel.
Yeah, it's just ass kicker coming in and just
right.
Yeah.
And do you what kind of intro walk do you bring in?
I just do it like intense Triple H's. I like the water spinning. I like the red and green colors, like and white, whatever strobe effect. I like that. And then I also check this one out. This is cool. I'm like very not tech savvy with stuff like that. But I was trying to create it where I had most of Triple H's entrance, but I had the Boogeyman's smoke and red. I was trying to marry the two. Remember the Boogeyman? And he had all the like white smoke coming out. But it was like a red tint to it because the lights they put behind it. It was that's what it was there.
Is that the guy? Was Boogeyman the guy who had the contact?
Eat the worms. He would eat the worms.
And he had the foam stuff coming out of his mouth.
He had a clock on. He'd smash the clock on his head, and he'd eat the worms.
Oh no! I thought this guy had.
Landon, you got to turn. Hold on a second. Landon, you got to turn your camera on to come in, buddy.
I thought it. I'm looking.
What's up, little man?
What up? Nothing much. Go Yankees.
Hell yeah, 13-1, 21 hits. I'll take it.
Destroyed them.
And what?
They destroyed them.
Yeah, well, thinking about yesterday, we lost to them. I mean, they were 8 and what? Keith, what were they? 8-42? The Rockies.
Not good. Yeah, 8-42 after the Phillies dealt business.
That's not good. But they took care of what they did today was supposed to happen last night and tomorrow. So,
right.
But
Aaron Judge's been on fire lately.
That's what he does. He just has to hold up listen. Aaron Judge is never a question over 162. Statistically, he will be a 162 monster. No one's ever going to ever say Aaron Judge is a crumb. Even when he gets to be in his 40s and he's strictly DHing, he will still be a monster. Question is, can he be a monster in the playoffs? That
Right.
matters.
Right. He has
Except Red Sox fans.
Red Sox fans. We have some here.
I'm a huge Judge fan. I think he is perfect for baseball. I think he's marketable, unlike Trout, where
My choice.
Right, and he's quite. And what better team to be marketable as a Yankee, right? Like it's a number 2 market in the nation, and it's a town full of baseball history. For him just to leave his branding or his legacy in a town that already has a town full of it, and when people make up their team of all times, you got at least 3 or 4 Yankees in there. You're now going to get what? Your right fielder is now everyone's going to say, I want Aaron Judge as my right fielder on their dream team. They're not wrong. Right. But want that. But would you still take him in the playoffs? I would still say no.
He hasn't put up the numbers, that's for sure. And trust me, New York Yankee fans are well aware, and we don't coddle him to where we don't make excuses for him. We understand that he underperformed in the playoffs many times already. That doesn't change how we feel about him. We're just hoping that one of these series he comes in hot and then just takes off, but he's the one who gets us there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just don't get why you can't do in the playoffs. I mean, I guess they're getting their pitchers better or something.
Well,
that's all I can think of.
I try to watch his at-bats, and I try to see his weaknesses. And he struggles with low pitches away and breaking balls away. That's what he struggles with. So at that point, when you're talking about the best teams, they just say, hey, just feed him off-speed stuff low and away. And he's gotten better over the years, as we lost Landon. He's gotten better over the years. But the hardest thing in the world or hardest thing in sports to do is hit a baseball. I'm convinced of that.
So I also think a lot of the pitchers, a couple of things. The pitchers, the good pitchers, have baited him all season into a sense of security. I don't think they mind giving him a treat once in a while.
They do.
So
no pitcher wants to give up home runs. That's on.
So let's say the game is away from you. It's right. It's 8-1. You've already got it. You got 7 runs insurance. You're feeling good. If you give up a solo to a guy because you leave something hanging and you're going to make him think he's going to see that somewhere again in the playoffs, I would give up that. I'd give up that freebie. I'd give up that freebie for those mind games because that guy is going to be looking for that pitch every single damn time. And you can just lean onto him every way but that pitch.
I would use that at bat. If I'm the pitcher,
yeah.
I'm using that bat to see what can I beat him with because I want to see what I could beat him with in October. That's what I'm using that. If he hits one 500 feet, so be it. Now I know I can't go up and in with a fastball. Pick the pitch, pick the location, whatever.
This is why I love baseball, man. Look at us. You and me have 2 different management styles. I love it.
But I would use that. There's no repercussion, right? There's no fallout. We're losing 8-1. If we lose 8-2, so be it. But I want to test out. I want to test drive this car before I go off the lot with it, right? I want to know if I could beat him with my fastball. I want to know if he's going to chase. That's what I want to know. Because when there's a 2-2 pitch and the pitch that did work, I'm going to throw. The pitch that he crushed 500 feet, I'm not throwing that in clutch time. But I want to know because imagine I don't have that to call back to, that at bat in June, where I'm like, I don't know if he could hit this fastball if I put it up and in. Now it's the unknown. Now I'm rolling the dice here. I'd rather know.
I think I'm talking more of a confident pitcher that I know is they're a playoff worthy pitcher.
That happened.
That doesn't mind giving that.
That just happened last series. Jacob deGrom was 3rd inning against Aaron Judge. I don't know if you caught that game. They were battling like a 7-8 pitch at bat, I think it was. And he tried to throw something to Judge. And Judge, I mean, when I say just missed it, And when it was the third out of the inning, so Judge, and he was like near second base, he turned around, he looked at DeGrom, and he smiled at him. And DeGrom went like this to him. He blew the air out of his lungs and shook his head with his eyes bulging, like he was telling him, "Oh, you just missed that."
He's like,
so
right, and that was his way of saying respect because that was a little too close even for me.
That's what he said. Like they both, Aaron smiled at him like, I almost got you. And he was, but now what I'm saying is now Texas very well could be a playoff team again with DeGrom, right? So if they play him in the postseason, he's going to know Aaron missed my 98 mile an hour fastball in that spot by this much. And we're talking fractions of an inch. Otherwise it would have been 550, the left center.
And this is where I am as Aaron Judge. He's never going to throw me that again. Because he knows I have him dialed in. So now he's going to try and come inside on me.
Right. But yeah, no, I totally get your point in this. But now they both know. But now
this is where it becomes a chess game. So
right.
I'm always good with giving up the stat because at that one run wouldn't have mattered. And now that person's potentially Aaron's attention is only away for that matter.
No, I totally understand
that. And so, like I said, but that can only be done by a professional pitcher who's got some experience and knows what they're doing and has confidence over their stuff and to be able to control it. Look, what are we talking about? Throwing a ball 90 plus miles an hour into a 2 foot by 3 foot box is insane.
With pinpoint accuracy, for the most part, a lot of them could do it. Like I threw 94. The hardest thing I think I ever threw was 94.
Shut up.
I think I sat at 92.
Shut up.
Yeah.
That's wild. Like, I'm not doubting you.
No, but here's the problem. I didn't know where the ball was going. It would have been a perfect strike. It would have been at your foot. It would have been over your head. I had no control. No one ever told I was an outfielder. No one ever told me I had a pitch, but I had a gun in the outfield. And I could throw the ball hard, and I was a lefty. Nobody ever told me how to pitch. So, I don't think. I mean, I could throw the ball hard, but I wasn't going to be a pitcher.
I went into the cages one time as a bit. I swear to you. That's just a bit. So much of that was a bit. I didn't even think I was going to get a piece. It was this high-speed, 90 mile an hour plus fastball. That's what I went into the cages for. So much so that I didn't think I was going to even touch any part of the ball. I went in with an aluminum bat. When I tell you, hitting a dinger at 90-something miles an hour with an aluminum bat, and I felt it everywhere in every cell in my body all at once. It was a vibration that one can only say that I fused with time and space. But it was, and I may have just fouled it out, or I don't know. But it was good contact. It was nice. It was like, whatever. I can't believe I got, but my God, is it the hardest thing to do?
You're trying to hit a ball anywhere from generally 90 to 100 miles an hour. You're trying to hit a round ball with a round bat, and you're trying to square it up. There's not much room for error. There's only a sweet spot, like here to here.
So hold your hand there, right? So hold your hand right there at your sweet spot. So a lot of people, that's your one good sweet spot for 90% of your batters right there. Now you have a couple of specialty guys, your home run guys who can play the end of the bat, pretty much right there, right to almost to the tippity, right? Then show them how wide across. That's how long. Show them how wide across the sweet spot of a barrel is, guys.
How do I?
Perpendicular. So yeah.
Well, and it gets thinner as you come towards the handle.
Correct. So that would probably be maybe a half a centimeter across the bat to square up.
I got
There's
this
not
one.
much surface area that will make you successful in this game. And you have to be able to pull your hands through first before that barrel comes through. And that timing must be on.
I won this fire department home run derby, 2007.
Just hitting dingers? Like, what was your number?
Yankees. No, it was Yankees minor league stadium. The Staten Island.
Yeah.
The Yankees have a minor league stadium.
And you were in the derby.
Yeah, and I won the derby.
What was your number?
4.
I mean, that's. I mean, what are we talking? 330 or just under?
Oh, you mean the distance?
Yeah. What was a home run there?
Oh, right center. I don't remember. I think it was pretty close to Yankee Stadium dimensions. The Yankees try to make all their parks. They try to make all their parks similar. Like
Was it 10 pitches, or did you have a timer?
Swings, 10 swings.
10 swings? You had a 40% home run rate?
Yeah, batting practice. It's not that hard. It's just BP.
Okay. Yeah. But you're a firefighter.
I was, yeah.
Oh, dude, stop it! You're acting like it's just a natural. It's just batting practice. What were your pitches coming in at? 70 miles an hour?
No, I don't know. The guy, he wasn't pitching from the mound. He had a screen.
Yeah.
And he was just slightly like next to it, and he was just throwing him in.
All right, so you were getting him at like a good, cool 48 to 50.
Yeah, he wasn't on the mound.
Distance. Yeah, with that distance, right? If he brought it in and he wasn't chucking them at you, you were getting 40, and you were still getting velo to clear the ballpark. That's impressive.
But aluminum bat, it's not.
Okay.
I could tell you stories, but it was not.
I already know my number, Mur. It's 0. It's like you're like, it's nothing. I got 4 of them.
I'm a lefty. It wasn't too deep.
So am I. I'm a lefty.
It wasn't too deep. I was hitting softballs over 400 feet.
Look at you, dude. Look at you.
Yeah, I know. But I was when I hit 15 years old. I was always a line drive. I hit a lot of home runs in the gap, but they weren't fences. But I was just a great hitter. And then summer of 14, I turned 15. So going into sophomore year, I started like working out with my brother, and it just got bigger and stronger.
Yeah, that's the new TikTok challenge. 100 men versus one Murdog. That's I saw it. I was like, oh shit, no one's gonna survive one Murdog.
No, I wish, man. I wish a lot of things, but
you wish
I had a career.
Take on 100 men?
I blew it. No.
What?
Yo. No Diddy. You got to put up the no Diddy sign.
Pause.
Yeah, pause. No, I had a career.
Say joint in New York. We say John in Philly.
A John?
Yeah, John. That's my John. You guys say joint. That's my joint.
Yeah, we used to say that when I was a kid. But
yeah.
No, I had a career. I played for Scouts in Connecticut, and made bad choices in high school. Where went to college, hit 427 in college, but got hurt. And if you were late twice, it equaled an absence. And if you were absent 3 times, they removed you from classes. So I was late a lot. So 6 times, then I got withdrawn. So head coach calls me in and he was like, "You're ineligible." So what do you mean? Why am I ineligible? I got good grades. What do you mean I'm ineligible? And it's like, you just got withdrawn from the classes. It's like, for what? It's like 2 latenesses is an absence. So it wasn't really the teacher's fault. It was, well, I guess it was, but ultimately it's my fault. But the computer system
flags you as automatic.
Yeah, the computer system flags you to like, oh, you got an absence, and then boom, you get 3, you're out.
And there's no override.
No, they just automatically withdraw you. So that's when I went to the military. And actually, when I came out, I got a letter from the Central Scouting Bureau to go to a tryout. So I took leave from the military, my vacation, came back, went to the tryout, and I impressed the Yankee scout. I think his name was Torres. And he's one of the things that got him for me was they'd throw the ball off the fence. And you had to go, your back was to them.
Right.
So they threw the ball over your head, from like 10 feet away. They just throw it over your head. You had to react, go to the wall, grab it, throw it. I was just firing seeds to the third baseman in his chest, right through the cutoff man on a line, hitting the third baseman. So then he asked me how old I was. I was in the military, so I was in my early 20s. So he's like, I guess I was too old. So I was like, but then why am I being invited here? It's not a secret. So that's when I gave up that dream. But
Honestly, there's here's what I might just end this on this. I do have to head out, but something to leave you with. I've always wanted MLB to do a 5-man expanded roster for over 162. Excuse me. And they are reserved for minor league contract positions. So
you mean that doesn't count against their options?
Does not count against their options. Sure, you can work out any deal that says they have a limited amount of times they can be called up and moved down within a year before it counts towards options, before it becomes. But I guarantee you, guys would jump at a chance to. It's almost like we will bring you up for 2 weeks or 3 weeks for maybe util, maybe platooning, whatever it may be, whatever we may need, because the guy needs some rest. But something that allows these guys to develop or see the majors before 22, 23. I think and that's still young. I know how many guys get chances at 19, maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah, like the Sotos, the Harpers, the Machados. That's it.
Guys who were already on the cover of Sports Illustrated before they were eligible to be in the MLB. You know, or just phenoms. So and all that to say, I just think that would have captured more baseball of market, having younger guys have more of a chance. Now, then you get into the MLBPA conversation about, is it eating up time from players, contracts, so on and so forth. I think there's room for everyone to sit at this table and have this conversation. So it benefits everybody. But realistically speaking, we do play 162 games. I think it can get boring. And I do think we need to start looking at expanding the talent pool and not letting guys sit on shelves for almost a decade sometimes.
I think the rule should be changed to where you can't keep a kid hostage. I hate when the Yankees do it, when they don't bring a kid up till May because they save a year in free agency.
Yep.
I don't like that at all. First of all, you're hurting your team potentially, and now you're sandbagging this kid a whole year's worth of stats, or they, you know what I mean? Like they won't bring him up just so they could.
Yeah, you changed the NIL. You changed the NIL. That worked.
Right.
It did. I don't.
No.
No one could tell me anything different. College sports is working much better now.
It's getting a little out of hand. All right, that's actually an interesting topic because I was always on the side of the athletes. Like, you're making the NCAA billions of dollars, and you're now ineligible because someone bought you a cheeseburger. You're now ineligible, but you've made billions of dollars off this kid and other kids performing for you.
It wasn't kids getting cheeseburgers. It was kids selling their jerseys, merchandising, and getting cars. And
yeah, the cars. I'm exaggerating to make a point, but I even heard that they're like, a guy got taken out to dinner and was bought like a sandwich, and they were like, "That's against the rules."
Yeah,
and it's like, no,
it was selective. It was selective enforcement. Mm-hmm. When you know what, I love it because
now it's out of hand, though, Keith. Now it's out of hand where these kids.
You're talking about $4 million NIL contracts, and they don't. I'm with you on. So the money should always be put into trust. Okay, I got no problem making someone a millionaire at 25. All you got to do is hang into life, make right decisions until 25. Don't break some general rules. Don't do this, don't do that, and the money will be yours when you're at a mature age. Handing a 19-year-old $4 million is just ridiculous. We are at, and I'll tell you this as an educator, we're actively training our next generation to be dumber and dumber than the previous. So
weaker.
Right. And so there's no financial training out there that is making them. No kid who has just been grinding so hard to be in the NCAA D1, D2, hell, even D3 schools now come with money. So there's nothing there to me that says this was done thinking about what it could do to these
these young adults mentally. They just haven't. So I think there should be a trust that they have to meet certain criteria in order to earn it and this and that, and oh, that's not fair. Yeah, okay, life's not fair. What are you talking about? That's the way it's not fair. Things aren't fair. It's okay. Don't screw up.
I think if I would be withhold the money from the athletes until they hit a certain age.
Or put it in, like I said, put it in trust and give them stipends, right? They're allowed to, or live off of interest of stipends, which is fine. They could live off of the interest of $4 million as a college student. What are we talking about? Your meals are paid for, your books are paid for, your courses are paid for. Everything is done for you to an nth degree that you should not be walking around with $4 million in cash. You should not have FU money at that age.
Well, they do. A lot of these kids make money and then they do stupid things with it.
Right. And some do great things with it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think just because some kids make stupid decisions, is it right to withhold it from everybody?
And what's wrong with putting it as a trust, right? And allowing them to have borrowing rights against the interest or whatever it might be, because the interest on that will make tons of money. $4 million in a account alone, it'll make $10,000 a month in interest.
Yeah, but you got to think of it other things too.
Could you live off of $10,000 a month?
Yeah.
Okay. So could a college kid.
A lot less.
So right, that's what I'm saying. So could a college kid.
But it's like saying okay, so you're 18. I was in the military. You're 18 years old. You're telling me that I can go to war and die, but I can't have a beer?
It's Brewster's Millions. If you can handle this 30 million, I'll give you $1 billion.
Good movie.
Yeah. Let me see that you know what to do with 30 million and show you what that means to have $30 million and how painful it is to deal with 30 million, let alone $1 billion or whatever it was. I'm sure hold on. Let me look this up because I want to know how different the numbers were in Brewster's Millions. Brewster's Millions. I had no idea it was based off of a book written in 1902.
Really?
The plot concerns a young man whose grandfather leaves him $1 million in a will, but a competing will from another relative requires he must spend the $1 million in the first year or forfeit a $7 million inheritance from the other relative. Okay, so there we go. It's the same. It was a stage adaptation. Here we go. Let's go into the 1985 Brewster Millions. Okay, it was 30 million in 30 days in order to earn 300 million.
And I would love to have been in that one.
There was a sequel, Brewster's Millions Christmas. That was released last year, December 5th.
Was Richard Pryor? No. Well, it was released last year?
Yeah, unless he did a magic trick.
By the way, I had this up for a while, but yeah, I did hear rumblings that Goldberg wanted to come back for one more match in Atlanta. Just because I haven't addressed it. I had it up there for a while, but yeah, I did.
John Candy.
They're both gone. Yeah.
Good one.
You never answered the quiz. Remember I gave you the trivia before.
Trivia.
Favorite actor.
Oh.
We've bounced around so much we didn't finish some things. I said
actor.
He's no longer with us. Origins are comedy. Heavily comedy. Had many roles as a serious character that just knocked it out the park every time. So there's a mix in his movies. There's a mix of comedy and seriousness, but he's always been comedy, but he's had 5 or 6 roles where it's dead serious.
Can I get a death decade? I don't need a death year, but a death decade. If you want to give me the year because you're feeling generous, okay.
No, well, I don't know the date. I'm going to say this decade or the last.
So we've lost him recently.
Yeah. I would like to say within 10 years.
Comedy and
Predominantly comedy.
Predominantly, like, oh, that's the guy.
Predominantly a comedy guy. Had a bunch of serious roles that he just crushed.
And we lost him.
Yes. Probably did the funniest bit I think I've ever seen in comedy as well.
Okay. That's pretty big. The best bit in comedy.
For me, that made me die laughing.
Okay. Let me do this.
Don't use the Google machine either.
But I'm trying to go through a whole wave. Do you want to? All right. Actor passed away within the last 20 years.
I would say within 10 years.
Okay,
maybe 7.
7 years.
I'm guessing, but it's definitely within 10 years.
Okay. I mean, I know we lost. All right, guys, I know we lost. What's his name? Philip Seymour Hoffman. He's all over the place too. He's done comedy and drama, but I doubt it is Philip Seymour Hoffman.
I'm not going to give it away with facial expressions either. I'm just going to stay neutral.
I mean, if that was my first person I thought within someone we've lost in the last decade.
No, it might very well be Philip Seymour Hoffman, but you're going to have to, at some point, you're going to have to say,
I'm going to have to commit.
Yeah, you're going to say,
you have to admit, if it's Philip Seymour Hoffman, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, if it is. If it isn't.
But you're good. You're making me like, I only have one guess.
Oh, no. Well, no, I was going to say like an official guess. And then if you get it wrong, then you can keep going.
So let me think the last decade.
If you get it wrong, I'm like, oh, tune in next time.
He's definitely the one that I can think of, but I wouldn't call him like I would actually call him known for more drama than comedy. So I wouldn't even. That's not right to me. Get what I'm saying?
Okay, so are you going to officially say
it's not him? It's not Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Would you like confirmation?
Yeah, sure.
It is not Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I had you for a second.
I was like, "There's no way," because I'm now trying to really think how funny he's been.
No, it's not him.
Yeah, and he definitely died, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Actors who passed away in the last 10 years.
When you find out the answer, you are gonna.
Do I know he's dead? Do I of course you do.
Yes.
Okay. I know he's dead.
You're gonna put your face in a bucket of ice water or hot soup. And be like, how did I not get this?
So here's great comedians we've lost in the last 10 years to me. Bob Saget, Norm Macdonald. I wonder if people who are watching are like, how does he not know this? This is ridiculous. And so
it's possible.
Let me turn off this so I don't see the chat. All right, I don't want it to pop up. Because now I'm invested. I will accept one clue.
You will.
And don't.
I'll accept one clue. I will accept one. Well, what kind of clue do you want?
That's what I was about to say.
I can give you a clue.
Okay, you can be like, I'm related to. I've won this award. I don't think you should give me away a role quite yet. I feel like that would be too much role. So
I can't give you a hint in that realm.
Is it going? I don't need it to be easy. I don't want it to be easy.
Do you want me to give you how many letters in the first and last name?
You could. Oh, dang.
I did that before. There was like a blank, 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 blank,
We
blank.
could
It was
play
like
Hangman. We could
it
play
was like
Hangman.
that. It was a game we were playing. It was a Hangman, and I looked at it. It was a horror movie title, and I was like, oh, that's Cabin Fever. It was because 5 letters over 5 letters. The only thing that works for me is Cabin Fever. And they were like, how the hell? I was like, I swear to you, I had no. It just looked right. All right, go ahead. Give me the best clue you think you can give me without it making it too easy.
His first like breakout, like I'd say public role, where he got his start, was a TV show.
Okay.
Whether there was comedy prior to, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if there was like comedy stuff before he got a role, but I think the start of his mainstream career, I guess, would be starting on television. Is that a good enough hint? Without giving too much, giving you info without too much?
No, it's good because now it's a guy who went from silver to golden screen, right? And recently passed away. So he's would you call him an icon?
I would.
Do you want to do 20 questions?
Sure.
Okay.
Whatever it takes. I would though.
All right, let's do 20 questions. Let's be fair. You already confirmed 2 things for me, so let's be fair. So we're on question number 3 right now. You confirmed it's a man over and over, and you confirmed they're an icon. They're an industry icon.
And got to start on television.
Okay, so let's start with question number 3. Okay. Yes or no questions only. Okay. Did this person die unexpectedly?
Yes.
Yes. Is this person all right, now I want to think about the people that TV to movies died unexpectedly. Iconic. Okay. This is making for some really good podcasts, isn't it? So riveting.
We'll play the Jeopardy music.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
You're really going to kick yourself in the ass.
I know.
I think.
I already know I am. I already am. Like, I'm already mad at myself because this is like, I feel like you've given me enough clues for me to feel. What about? Is it? Let's just ask a bunch of questions. Did this person? Was this person in any trilogies?
I don't think, not that I could think of. I don't think it was a trilogy. And I want to say no. I could be wrong, but I really don't think so.
Okay. So they're not in a trilogy. Was the TV show they were on, were they a regular character? So they were starring on the show.
They were recurring regular actors. Star of the show, sure.
Recurring is different from a star of the show.
Star of the show.
They were star. All right. Was this person in any Sports movies.
I don't think so. Let me see. I'll pull it up on my phone. How many questions is that anyway?
1, 2, 3. We started with the third. 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm now on 7, I believe. Is that correct?
We can go with 7.
All right. So this was sudden. Hysterical. Was this person in any cartoons?
Like voiceover?
Yeah. I mean,
I believe so.
Oh, I know who it is.
Well, because I'm looking at.
I know who it is.
Looking at the movies.
I'm so annoyed. Nanu.
Yep.
Yeah. He did those weirder ones too, right? What was the one where he was in the photo booth?
1 hour photo.
1 hour photo, right? A Death to Smoochie. That was with Ed Norton. What toys? I like toys a lot. Believe it or not.
Let's go. I'll go from the beginning of what this shows. Can I do it? I guess I need glasses in 1977. Okay. Then one of my favorite cartoon characters of all time was Popeye. He was Popeye.
In the 80s.
1980.
Yeah.
Garp, The Survivors, Moscow on the Hudson, Best Times, Club Paradise. I remember that movie. Seize the Day, Good Morning Vietnam.
Good Morning Vietnam.
Baron Munchausen, Dead Poet Society.
Yep.
Cadillac Man, Awakenings. See, these are serious roles, right? Awakenings, Dead Again, Shakes the Clown, comedy, The Fisher King, Hook, Fern Gully, Aladdin, Toys, Mrs. Doubtfire, Human Being, Dr. Seuss, 9 Months, To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, Jumanji, The Birdcage, Jack, Aladdin Again, Secret Agent, Hamlet, Father's Day, Deconstructing Harry, Flubber, Goodwill Hunting, What Dreams May Come, Patch Adams, Jacob the Liar, Bicentennial Man,
Great movie.
Artificial Intelligence, 1 hour photo, Death, Insomnia, Final Cut, House of D, Noel, Robots, The Big White, The Night Listener, RV, Everyone's Hero, Man of the Year, Happy Feet, Night at the Museum, License to Wed, August Rush, World's Greatest Dad, Shrink, Night at the Museum, Battle of the Smithsonian, Old Dogs, Happy Feet 2, The Big Wedding, The Butler, Face of Love, Boulevard, The Angriest Man in Brooklyn, Merry Friggin' Christmas, Night at the Museum, I can't see this word, Secret Tomb, and Absolutely Anything. And
I loved him in Hook.
Yeah, he was so well-rounded. He did comedy well, he did serious well, he played a killer well. You know, he did anything. His stand-up was hysterical.
I've gone back to some of it. You can definitely tell when he's on cocaine.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
You can tell when he's wound up. Some of it is definitely some sort of enhancement supplement there.
The celebrities are always like into stuff like that, you know, and keeps them going. They're always on the run and doing stuff. Just so you know, the comedy skit I was talking about is he did a special, a 1 hour stand-up type thing, and he explained the origins of golf. And that was just, to me, it was, I don't know if I could play it for you now without getting in trouble. I don't know if I'm allowed to do those things, you know, playing other videos on YouTube.
Yeah, you're allowed to do reaction videos, I believe.
Okay.
So maybe you and I set up our favorite comedy routines, our favorite comedy bits, and we just do a reaction video to it.
Dude,
You seem like a comedy dude, and
Yeah, I am.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm a
So,
comedy guy.
how about we kind of do a free form our favorite bits show?
We could definitely do that. I mean, there's so many to even choose from.
So,
He did another one.
I was at the Bill Burr live one, the Bill Burr Philly rant. Have you ever heard that one?
No.
See what I'm saying? Like, you and me can be introducing each other to a lot of wild stuff. I think we would like. I think I would like that.
Yeah, well, I like anything funny. I'm just trying to think of more things for you.
Carlin, are you a Carlin dude?
I am. My brother-in-law's grandfather was very good friends with him, drinking buddy at the bar.
Yeah, everyone who knows him just speaks like the absolute world of him. I worked with a teacher years ago that had friends that were related to him of some sort, and they went to a family function. He's like, dude, I went to this wedding or something, and I'm sitting at a table, and I look up, and it's George freaking Carlin. And at first, I thought it was just an old dude who looked like George Carlin, and I was like, "There's no way this is." And I was like, "Hey, how you doing? I'm so and so." He goes, "Hey, I'm George." He goes, "No, it's for real, man. Like, what's your name?" He goes, "No, it's George." He goes, "Are you George Carlin?" And and sure enough, they had a whole night.
Yeah, just normal dude hanging out at the bar, just chilling.
Yeah, and that's why I heard about him, and I heard what's his face was wild. Pryor was just absolutely wild.
Yeah, those are the comics. Yeah, back in the days, man, they were, especially there wasn't PC. They just said what they wanted. Everybody took everything as a joke. Nobody got offended.
Stop.
Well, I never got offended.
That's revisionist. George Carlin was censored 6 ways to Sunday. He was the new Lenny Bruce. Sure, he wasn't thrown into jail, but he was definitely, blacklisted.
Well, it wasn't canceled.
I think he was to some degree.
He got to a point where you couldn't cancel.
Yes, yeah, sure, but it took Lenny Bruce to get there, and it took these other guys to get to the part where George Carlin said these words can't hurt you. They're simply words. Now we have gone back into a generation where it's not that the words do hurt people, but then you give it so much oxygen. Yeah, man, you're allowed to be offended. Everyone's allowed to be offended. No one has to care. Like, what's that old saying? 1 out of 3 people are assholes. If the 2 people around you are assholes, guess who really is the asshole?
Maybe it's you.
Right. So, like, we've gotten to that generation of people of it's self-awareness and not understanding that you might be the one who's actually wrong, but there's no self-reflection. I don't know. You got to make a lot of mistakes in your life to be able to get to the point and say, yeah, I'm not perfect, and here's what I did wrong. I apologize for that. But for some reason, this generation believes that there's pride in currency. I don't get that.
Well, I think that this generation believes victimhood is currency. Who could be the most offended? Who could cry the most? Who could say all these types of things? I go up to every other veteran, especially like from the Vietnam era, and I've known a lot of them. And I talk to them with you talk about revering people. Like World War II guys, like I see still old vets with Korean War hats on, and I go up there, say what's up to them, and talk to them. And I tell them, and they say thank you for your service. I'm like, thanking me? Like, what about you? These guys, like, I had a lot of good technology to work with, and it is what it is. But they had nothing. Like, think about the courage it took to storm the beach at Normandy.
They did.
Omaha.
But they did have something, right? They were. That's why there's a reason they're called GIs, right?
General Infantry.
Right, but what's the play on the GI?
Like G.I. Joe?
Yeah, you're basically government equipment. The GI, General Infantry, is you're surplus and categorized as another piece of equipment.
But think about the mindset, Keith, you have to run into certain death.
Mm-hmm.
Like certain death. It's just like.
But you're talking about France and Normandy, right? Like that.
Yeah.
Like you know that beach is going to get shelled to smithereens. That.
You're coming off a beach, and you can see the brick huts. Not I won't call them a hut, but they had those heavy machine guns.
Yeah, the sentry. Yeah,
all over the place, lighting you up. And then you had all those things that they had to use Bangalores to blow up to breach, and they're getting mowed down. And then it had to take a few of them to get in, throw a grenade in the little slot where the guns were being fired out of to clear that, to get them off the guns. Just think of how many got mowed down so a couple people can get through. Knowing you're on a boat approaching the shore, and you're like, this is my last 30 seconds alive. Vietnam, I think the average time in Vietnam before someone was killed was like a minute or something like that. I heard some crazy stat that is like, doesn't even seem real, but it's like, wait, what do you mean they lasted that long? Like dudes imagine going through the jungle in someone else's home field, and they're in the floor popping out, that they have booby traps everywhere, and you're trying to fight an enemy in the jungle, and that's their home. And they know every square inch of that jungle, and they're hidden everywhere.
Yep.
Booby traps.
We've talked about that extensively, students and other staff members, and the idea that some of them had no idea what they were over there for, but they were still going over there, was like one of those cruel things that like they feel like it was out in the open that, hey, this wasn't our war. What are we doing there? Then at some point it became a publicity thing until it wasn't, until the real war became televised at some point.
I think it was something to do with it was couldn't believe that we just weren't decimating them. And then it became like a pride thing of keep it going. Like it's kind of like Russia, Ukraine right now. It's like Russia, like how did the United States of America not beat the state of Missouri? Already, you know what I mean? Like in size, the country of Russia versus a former part that's really like the size of a state.
There's a difference. We had the artillery. All the artillery in the world didn't help us. Now, Russia didn't have the artillery. That's the big difference. So Russia was a paper tiger. The United States wasn't. We threw everything we had at it, and we still couldn't do it. So that's even more wild. Like the Ukraine thing, the Russia-Ukraine thing, I kind of get. Everyone was expecting a steamrolling in that. Was that supposed to be 3-day operation?
That's what he said, I think. Right. That's what Putin said, right?
4 years. We're now 4 years in, almost 4 years or 3.5.
And the deaths that they're taking, the numbers are staggering. So it's like, wait, you lost that many? Wow.
Yeah. So that whole situation is a little different, but it's kind of someone in the military was explaining it to me the best how we really truly lost Vietnam. They said, imagine a bunch of people going over there with the confidence of all of America's propaganda tucked down and carried around with an M16, but then you realize that it's always jammed.
Which they did have a problem with that.
Yeah, and so like it was like a double entendre because yes, they had so many weapons malfunctions going on, and it was like this propaganda, while it was great to get you enlisted and over here and doing your service, it's not going to protect you from someone who knows how to fight better in their backyard than you do.
Right. It's not eye to eye. Remember that saying like Civil War was, or Revolutionary War was, don't fire till you see the whites in their eyes. It wasn't that wasn't that kind of battle. This was like, it wasn't even trench warfare. It was like literally, you see like the the forest floor, the jungle floor, and they're like in the floor, and you can't tell. And then all of a sudden they pop up and mow you down.
Right.
Booby traps. I mean, fighting in a jungle is not
crazy stories. Guys are like they would be they had no idea they were being tailed for days by a couple to the point where guys would be like up in trees and they'd be like, "Hey, Frank," because they've heard the other guys say your name so many damn times. They know you're Frank, and they call you that right before they pull the trigger on you.
right to get you to react.
Yeah.
It's actually we had a war games, like a training.
Yeah.
And I carried a lot of heavy weapons. So I went and like we just basically started on different ends. And I got to my spot and I climbed the tree. And I just set myself up in the tree waiting for them to come by. And we had something called Miles gear. Remember Photon?
Yeah.
Laser tag?
Of course.
We had Miles gear, which basically had sensors on your helmet, sensors on, straps, whatever, all strapped up. And I just climbed in a tree and set up where I could waited for the group of them to pass me. So I just lit them up from behind. No diddy. It was just like, now imagine having like 80 people in Vietnam doing stuff like that. There's no reset button. Can't pause it. There's no coming back. You don't respawn. And you wouldn't even think about it in the heat of the moment. Where
is the rules in that where if you're hit, you're not allowed to notify or say anything afterwards, or
they
drop?
know. I think they know. Like, okay, this guy's down. Yeah, you're out.
Okay, because I know a lot of that. I know a lot of the Miles gear is being resold. The military is selling off so much of it now because they moved on to different
technologies.
Laser tag systems that they train with now. But I had a guy on the block have it. He was in the military and he was one of the training guys with it.
Take it home. Wow.
Well, because he traveled with it, he demonstrated it.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was, but he would show us how kind of it worked. There's like the new one out there. Dice is Dice a system?
Oh, I don't know all the new stuff.
Yeah. There's a system now that he was telling me that was up on the rise. Dice or might, I don't know. It's whatever. Miles, so maybe it was another M thing. But whatever it is, it's even more high tech than that. You don't even have to carry all of the heavy equipment or it doesn't reroute to like whatever. So I don't know. I'm not in the military.
I still love playing laser tag. I still do.
Yeah. There's like a bunch of systems out there. I think I was just looking over there. I think I have a few that me and my kids have messed around with over the years, running around the neighborhood, just shooting, each other with. But
yeah, man, we used to play Manhunt. Imagine we had Miles gear and the weapons for it. Oof.
I think they were on that.
You had to like attach a pack. I think. What's that?
It was on the shelf that I thought I had moved over there. I was gonna bring it. I had this one big rifle. Let me go ahead and pull it.
Crazy one was I was hitting center mass, nighttime, night vision goggles, center mass, headshot, like you name it. Pop-up targets 300 miles away with night vision goggles on. We had something called a Pack 4, and
I never what?
A Pack 4.
That sounds crazy.
No, it's just attached to your weapon, and you just when you like you had the which way should I do it? It's just this way. I don't know which was easier, but using this like a butt stock. So like you had the weapon, and then here, so here's the barrel, right on the barrel. So you have it like this, and then right here, you press a lever down, and the green light for night vision goggles. It was like a red dot sight almost, like like a you ever see like in the movies where they have like you see like a red beam on someone, that means someone's locked on them.
Like they're like, oh yeah,
yeah. Now you can't see it unless you had night vision goggles on. It's invisible.
So how do you know you're technically hit?
No, I'm talking about real weapons.
Oh,
no, Pack 4 means I have night vision goggles on. Right. So I press the lever because you can't.
Oh, this is for a real hit.
Yeah, like you can't. When you have night vision goggles on, you can't look down the barrel, look down your sights, right?
Correct.
You got goggles on your face, so you just kind of point. You press the lever, and so it's a green. It's a green stream, and it's like a laser that you can't see. Like if you couldn't see me and I have it on you, like wherever, you can't like look down and see. You can't see it at all. I could see it because I have the goggles on. So those were huge.
So, yeah, I'm been a teacher my whole life. I mean, adult life. So I don't know. I love playing those games, but I wouldn't.
Paintball would be fun.
Yeah. Sure.
All of it comes back. Like it's 25 years, 24 years for me, whatever.
You're like, never get the taste of your first kill out of your nose hairs.
24 years for me. So it's it all comes back though. You know what I mean? Like
Mert, you and me, I'm gonna link up with you offline. We're gonna plan a couple of things, get you over to Broken Bell, a couple of fun shows. But you and me got a lot more to talk about for sure.
Yeah, it would be fun. I mean, I can't thank you enough for hanging out. It's been time's just flying by, and honestly, I hate doing the games by myself. So anytime people call in, I'm like, yes, I got a human being to talk to and bounce off the game or any sports content. Like it's always nice when someone calls in, but definitely getting to hang out with you for a bunch of hours. That was awesome.
Yeah, man, look at us going the distance.
Oh my God. I think I did a 10 to or 11 and a half, almost 12-hour stream.
You're insane.
I did I was doing mock drafts. I did something, and then we went into mock drafts, and we just mock like all these different things and showing everyone the players.
Yeah, we did a 4+ hour at draft night show. We had like 10 people. It was nuts how many people we had. I was telling you, we had on the show at one time. But it worked out, fairly well. As long as you have kind of like a producer in the background who can manage the show, mute people really quickly and accordingly if there's any kind of problems or issues. But someone who can kind of work the back is really nice. I'm usually that guy for our bigger show. Usually gets a few thousand like kind of viewers. So it's usually nice to kind of push along the my hosts who can sometimes just not move on.
They don't move on.
I help them. I do. I'm like, listen, you guys are the ones who complain about it being longer than a 2-hour show. I can produce a 2-hour show. I can produce an hour show. What do you want? They're like, oh, no, make it a tight hour. I'm like, great, we can do a tight hour. And then we do. But you're going to listen to me because that's how I produce a show.
Yeah. My other producer, he really he does the backstage. Like, are you on StreamYard?
We use Streamlabs.
Streamlabs, okay.
I did use StreamYard at one point.
Okay, so then you know what it looks like. He makes all the videos, the sounds.
Yep.
He just uploads them for me onto the channel.
So
he has access to everything. He could do that if he wanted to.
These are soundboards. This is.
You mean this one?
There you go. These are all ones I found, and I just put on my Stream Deck. So I pipe it in through a DAC. This is so boring. People do not care. But yeah, there's different ways. I have 3 different Stream Decks sitting here.
Level 5, man.
Number 5 will always love you. That's my favorite. That's a McDonovan McNabb one. Murdog, I'm out. I gotta be out. It's 10 o'clock.
It's a pleasure, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I didn't tell you what. Hit me up in Discord.
Yes, sir. All right, be good.
See you later, brother. All right, guys. So that was a great conversation. Had a lot of fun with that one. Surprise. wasn't planned. So that's even more fun. We're like, oh wow. Little Yankee game turns into a great almost 6-hour conversation. Love that stuff. Ultimately, Yankees win 13-1, 21 hits. They didn't even do it with the home run ball. I think they only hit one. They had a couple triples, a couple doubles, walks, some misplays by the Rockies, but they put 10 runs on the board, I believe, in the 6th or 7th inning. And they get the win. So tomorrow's game, actually, let me put this here. Actually, no. Let me make a new one. I know, because some people might be watching this with the sound off. Oh. Okay. Tomorrow's game, for those of you with the sound off, hope not, but tomorrow's game is at 3:10 p.m., the series finale against the Colorado Rockies. Hopefully the Yankees don't drop another one to a AAA team, but series is 1-1. This is the rubber match. But yeah, join us for that. Nice win today, as expected. And that'll about do it. So thanks to Keith from Broken Bell Network. Philly fans, make sure to go check out their channel, drop a subscription to the homies. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at 3:10. Have a good one. Peace.
Girls with the nails done. Girls with the nails done.